Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you. Andrea, you're the first person here.
What's up? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm better.
That's
Good
good to
enough.
hear.
Yeah. I'm back. You believe it?
Exciting. It's exciting.
Yeah, it is. It feels like forever.
It's been a while. How you liking the new place? You get all settled
Um,
yet?
I'm starting over from scratch, as you see. I'm back to no game chair, no desk, no set spot to do the podcast. Just going with the flow again.
Were you not
The
able
last
to
time I
move your
started from a chair.
Were you able to not move your stuff or
Um, well, I gotta find a place to put a chair and a desk, and so
space?
yeah, I'm thinking shed space. That'll do for me for now.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
were
I
talking
found
about that, making a little studio.
got something. It says how to deal with a partner having seizures. Partner is 31. He had an unprovoked tonic-clonic seizure 2 weeks ago, and it was the most horrific thing ever witnessed, and went on for a few minutes. No aura, no history of family history of seizures, and no trigger. He also has no recollection, so he is trying to come to terms with it. And went to a family back. Oh, we've been trying to navigate the last 2 weeks as a couple. It's been tough. Last night we went to a family barbecue. We were sitting outside and had been there for all of 15 minutes when he let out some groaning sound and another seizure happened. This is horrible. I prepared myself to read, and just seemed like it
Having
didn't work
trouble?
like I thought. A little bit. Okay, dealing with a deaf partner. What do you look at me? I laugh for some reason. Oh man.
I think they're kind of just getting at the fact of how do they deal with their partner having seizures is what it boils down to.
Dealing with a partner having seizures, I wouldn't know how that would be. And I could say from the outside looking in, probably be of knowing what's going on. And then if I didn't know what was going on, but I was somebody else, I could see this me being really annoying when I started out. I was kind of a pest, I could say, maybe just a little bit. A whole lot of annoying, you know what I mean? And then I was 16, so I was kind of careless about my health. That could bother some.
I just hope that he takes it seriously because otherwise I mean, like, I understand why she would be completely freaked out. That would be a tremendously traumatic thing to go through. You know, I can't even imagine what it would be like to witness something like that. But at the same time, hello,
Hi.
Hello, Casey.
I
Hello.
Ooh, okay. Oh, you're
Like-
Pookie. Hello. This is so interesting.
I
Yeah,
just,
go ahead,
go ahead,
Andrea.
Cookie.
Oh,
Go ahead, Cookie.
I was just gonna tell her that we're just talking about how to deal with a partner who's having seizures. We wouldn't know personally, but a person asked that, and how would we deal with it? Personally, I wouldn't know. I could be really annoying sometimes, so I would imagine it being annoying. Me telling people I'm not gonna do what they want me to do, and I'm having a seizure. I can imagine that being really bad to someone. So that's where
I
see.
would say, I mean, they just really have to kind of look out for them, but at the same time, you know, they're grown and you can't treat them like a child because that's where most of the conflicts in my relationships are coming from right now is like I'm an adult and people are hovering and trying to micromanage my life and I was like, I'm okay. I don't need you doing this.
I think that will kill any type of relationship, just being micromanaged. It's like, yeah, yeah. We have our own independence. We're still humans with adult responsibilities. We can handle ourselves.
Right.
Uh,
So, I mean, like, you have to realize that they're still an adult that can handle themselves, but at the same time, you have to watch out for it and understand that it is more than just the seizures too. There's a lot of side effects and other things that go along with it. And if that being his first seizure, he's going to be dealing with a tremendous amount of emotional things trying to even just accept the fact and the changes of what's happening in their life.
mhm.
Andrea, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, I was done.
First of all, hi.
Hello, happy to
Hi,
see the
Casey.
jellyfish.
And Pookie, how the fuck are you?
Good, man. Glad to be back.
We're glad you're back.
Call this season 2. So,
Season 2.
oh man.
Okay. We're ready. It's so good to see you.
Thank you.
And it's so good to be back in the desert.
Yes. Oh, I can imagine.
Yep.
Casey, have you been here?
No, I'm in the subreddit, but I've never been on the Zoom thing, and I need more people with epilepsy in my life, so this is my first time.
Okay. Usually we start with what are you taking? When was your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed?
Ooh, okay, this will be fun. Okay, so currently I'm on, I think, 1,750 milligrams of Keppra. Um, was diagnosed in the middle of COVID, which was very fun. So yeah, I think
Same.
I had just turned like 21 or something. Yeah, that was rough. And my last seizure, unfortunately, was 1 month ago after being seizure free for like over a year. So that was upsetting, but I'm okay now.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I
Yeah.
haven't had a seizure in a little while.
Yeah, but it's okay. It was nice because I knew exactly why it happened. So I was like, okay, let's avoid everything that caused that one. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I haven't had a seizure in a little while,
Mhm.
maybe since July. So I'm good, but I'm post-stroke. So I've had a stroke recently.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right. They didn't tell us that we're at risk for a stroke when we have epilepsy. I had to do all that research myself. So
Yeah,
there's
dang.
that. Something like 1 out of 5 of us. That's
Really?
really think that's something we should be told. Um,
Yeah. Can I ask if it was the same part of your brain that your epilepsy usually occurs in, or your seizures?
um, I'm still going through all the paperwork. I wouldn't know,
Okay,
but
understandable.
I can do all the research and eventually let you guys know. Because
No, yeah, I'm sorry
post
that
stroke, so I'm
happened.
working on getting myself back. So far, I can't feel my right 3 toes.
Mm.
So some of my right leg, some of my right side, but it's all right. I'm alive.
Glad you're doing okay now. Shit.
Me too.
You
Are you still
walking all
back?
right?
Come
Hmm?
again?
I said, are you walking all right? Sorry,
Oh
Jeff.
yeah. Yeah, I'm able to take a walk now. So that's way better. Yeah. Taking
Are you
long
back with
walks.
your, are you back with your sister?
No, I'm permanently with my mom.
Oh, great.
So I don't have a desk space. But I'm working on that. Next week I'll have that in order.
Hmm.
So got to get my gaming chair all over again, just because moving into someone's house, you don't exactly have the space for everything. So,
Yep.
but back to this post and this person saying how to deal with partner having seizures. And one of the posts, one of the comments here says, "My fiance has seizures almost weekly at this point. I think I witnessed my first one tonight. I don't know how to tell him how bad it is so he can tell his doctor. I know it's important, but he's always devastated and embarrassed after the fact."
Is this person talking about their partner is the one embarrassed and um like like the person posting doesn't know how to help them get through that feeling? Is that what they're asking?
Oh no, this is a comment that's on that
Oh,
post.
okay. Oh, okay, never mind, sorry.
Sorry not to hear that. I can imagine what he's going through. Any of you guys have a partner that's not sure how to deal with you?
Yes.
That was quick.
I didn't know that Jeff would come first.
I used to.
Your wife is great.
She is great. And she's actually the best human being in the world.
Oh.
But she sometimes isn't quite the right word, often gives me a hassle over the stupidest things. Like if I want to make a right turn and she thinks I should make a left turn, she's probably right. But she doesn't have to belittle me about it. Or just anything I say, like if she says, "Did you take your pills?" She doubts me about it. And I guess she has reason. But if I say yes, I'm 90% accurate. And I'm glad I get the next couple of months alone.
Mhm.
Not that I don't love her and I don't cherish her, I do. And she is the best person in the world. But I'm a pain in the ass and she's very controlling. And it doesn't work. I'm not only a pain in the ass, I'm a free spirit. I do what I want. And she's
Sounds
very,
like a
yeah, and she's very controlling.
She
sounds
wants
like
like
a fun
routine
relationship.
and
What were you saying, Casey?
just saying that it sounds like she needs like routine and like a system where honestly you sound like me, Jeff, where I'm just kind of like I just go where the world and life takes me. I'm just going with
Yeah.
the flow. Because honestly, I think epilepsy helps with that. Because when you're like not sure the next time you're gonna drop to the floor, you're just kind of like, you know what, I'm just gonna live my life. And it's a very thing, like something not everyone lives like that. So I feel
Right.
your pain, Jeff.
Yeah. She's got a schedule and she sticks to her schedule. And I don't like schedules. I don't like having something to do at the same time every day. I did that long enough, you know,
Mhm.
but
Yeah,
the pluses outweigh the minuses.
I got a post here. It says first seizures and nosebleeds. My boyfriend is 25-year-old male, has never had a seizure previously. As far as we know, on June 30th, he woke up with a dislocated shoulder and pretty severely bit his tongue. He was home alone, so we didn't know exactly what happened. Doctors toyed with the idea that it could have been a seizure, but didn't really encourage him to see a neurologist or anything. Yesterday around 5 p.m., I got home from work and he was sleeping. He works overnight. He woke up and he was fine. He took a shower, then he laid back in bed with me shortly after. He got scared and said, I have anxiety. I have anxiety. That light in the corner is scaring me. And then he turned pale white, started convulsing, and liquid coming out of his mouth. I called 911 in the emergency room. Doctor said that it was likely a seizure. They did a CT scan, blood test. Everything came back normal. They let him leave the hospital and told him to follow up with a neurologist. Now today, he has had 3 nosebleeds and an additional nosebleed since he dislocated his shoulder. We are pretty concerned, but we think that the emergency room will say the same thing, and there's no neurologist open on the weekends. Does anyone have any advice, experience, or something similar? Seeing this scared me so bad, and now we both feel pretty on edge that it's going to happen again. I've heard of people getting nosebleeds after seizures. Me personally, I haven't, and I don't know what to do about that. Go see a neurologist and wait for the weekend to be over with.
Did they have urgent care? Like, is this person in the US, it seems?
They
Yes.
did not specify, but I was just gonna assume that they were by some of their wording.
The thing
After-
about urgent care and ERs is like, as long as you're not immediately seizing or dying in front of them, they're like, you're good,
That's
bye.
true. That is true. It's true. I think we've all been there. Oh man. A nosebleed though, that seems, there must be some like a broken capillary somewhere, which might have happened during the seizure. So it could either be really bad or just not that not
As long as it stops, they don't care.
yeah.
Yeah. And going in for a nosebleed, I could see them sending you home and telling you to
Literally.
come.
I've been to the ER for nosebleeds with my grandma multiple times.
Mm.
They stop the bleeding and send you home.
What if you tell them you think it's because of your seizures?
They'd probably do the same thing they did last time and do the tests and say, you're fine, we don't see anything, you're good, bye.
Go
If
home.
they can even get them to do that.
But what can you? I'm trying to think. Like, what do they check?
They do like a CT scan and an EKG and some blood work and like a basic blood panel. It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. If you walk in there and you're not bleeding to death or having a heart attack or have a broken bone or something, go see your primary care doctor or follow up with him and so he can send you to a specialist. That's the experience that I've had with emergency rooms.
Yeah, I've had bad ones where they always just seem to send me home.
Yeah,
Been there.
One time I
That's
was
what they tried to
expecting-
do with the stroke. They tried to just send me home. They
After a
thought it was
stroke?
a seizure. And wanted to tell me it was a seizure, and I'm just like, no, I know what a seizure is. They didn't want to hear that. They wanted to believe that it was just a seizure and not a stroke, and not that I would know. And yeah, once I started explaining to them that I do a podcast on seizures, I know what a seizure is, and I have epilepsy, and it wasn't a seizure, and I knew exactly what it was, only because it wasn't a heart attack and it wasn't a seizure. Only other thing, yeah, I laid there knowing it was a seizure, which is wild. I mean, knowing it was a stroke.
Definitely our experiences, I'm guessing we're all in the United States. I think our experiences definitely attest to the lack of awareness and just care within the healthcare system. Because it exists, that's for sure. But I'm sure we've all been like, I can speak on my own experience. Yeah, like you always get kicked out of the ER unless you get moved up to the hospital. Because like if you're not bleeding to death or actively seizing, they're just like, yeah, just go home, which is fair. But one time I was stuck in the hospital for like 4 days and I got charged for all that, obviously. And I knew I had epilepsy. I knew they sent me up there because I had had like a really long seizure and I was not coming out of it. So that's why they like brought me to the ER. But I was there for 4 days waiting for a CT scan for them to tell me that they couldn't see anything on the CAT scan and that everything looked fine and then send me home. And it did really fall. Thankfully, I have my family, but financially, just imagine just like we've all kind of dealt with that kind of shit before.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. I don't know. I just want to comment on that because it's definitely a threat I'm already noticing just out of like the three people here.
Yeah. The medical system scares me these days, especially after having a stroke and seeing how they treated me just because I had epilepsy. Just wanted to throw it off as a seizure. Yeah, hospitals suck. So find a good hospital. That's what I do. Go to a good one.
There aren't that many good ones.
Yeah, the number 6 in the world is near me. So
Oh,
Yeah.
that
that is good.
Stanford.
Yeah, I mean, Stanford is a great hospital.
I googled the top 10 and Stanford was in the top 10. It was number 6. Then again, that's someone's opinion. So felt good though.
Everything is someone's opinion.
Yeah. Should I chat GPT? But I got something here though. It says, I need advice. My son was diagnosed yesterday. The 15-year-old diagnosed yesterday had 3 seizures in the past 3 weeks. He has an upcoming appointment with his primary and his neurologist. I'm here for some advice on how to be supportive without smothering him. We are really close, and last night he asked me to please not treat him differently because of his diagnosis. I told him I will do everything I can not to, but I won't keep an eye on him as he adjusts. Okay, I'm lost. Since we were really close last night, he asked me not to treat him differently because of his diagnosis. I told him I will do everything I can not to, but I do want to keep an eye on him as he adjusts to his new meds. Please share anything that might be helpful. He doesn't exactly want you hovering on. Well, it's different with me. After my stroke, my mother was kind of a little hoverish. But I can't say that I understand because I had a stroke, so I don't know what it's like having a child to have a stroke or how much is too much caring. But I felt like that a lot. Like if I was like, give me a little space, it'll be okay. I can do this, I can do that. You can't exactly tell people how to feel.
It's hard when you have a child that you love and you see they have an issue. It's hard to stand by and do nothing. She shouldn't be helicoptering right over him, but of course she's going to be concerned, and she should be. I think I would be more concerned if she weren't concerned. But it's her child. She's he's not an adult. He can't really take care of himself yet. So she should be concerned. I don't see a problem with that. Just as your mother is concerned with you. For different reasons. You can take care of yourself. You're not a kid. But she still loves you and she's going to worry about you.
Yep. That's why I don't like let it get to me. Don't let it bother me. Kind of just like, okay, I understand where she's coming from. I mean, I can't
Can you teach
100%
me?
understand. Go ahead.
Can you teach me how to do that? Because I'm dealing with it too.
I just kind of sometimes just say I know it's out of love, so I try not to let it get to me too much. But you know, don't speak up on it. They're doing it out of love. Just don't let them do what they're gonna do. I mean, as a parent, friends or someone else, I'll tell them, you've been a little much. But
That's a different story.
yeah, significant other or a parent, just let them love you.
Yeah.
I can't find any other way around it. Yeah.
I just think like, how would I feel if my mom, because my mom is very much like that. Like, how would I feel if she wasn't concerned at all? It would probably feel a lot fucking worse. So that's how I try to think about it when I don't want her annoying me.
Yeah. I like how you put that one. Imagining having someone who doesn't care or having no one at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they love us in the end. They do.
Yeah.
She's trying a lot to do a lot. Like, yeah, getting stuff for me to drink. There's stuff I'm starting to feel bad about. I'm like, okay, I can do this. I can go get a cup of this or a cup of that, but like I said, it's not me having seizures and strokes. I mean, it's not her. Yeah. I don't have a child doing that, so I can't tell her what it's like and do that. So
I think my biggest advice would probably be to be open to him speaking up and to listen, like actually hear him. Like when he says, Mom, you're doing too much, you're bothering me by doing this. Can you please take, make sure you try and keep that dialogue open to where it's like, if he feels like you're starting to overstep a little bit in some area, he can tell you, like, hey, Mom, can you take it back a notch or something, and you have to be open to it and not argue with him about it.
Yeah, agree with that.
Because I think that, like everyone's saying, it is out of love, obviously, and he's going to understand that. But at the same time, you have to understand that he's growing up and he's going to be able to do things on his own. There's just going to be a few changes in his life.
yeah, I can see other people. I mean, younger people, in their teens because I've had this epilepsy for 20 years this year, or yeah, 20 years this year. And in my teens, I kind of rebelled. I kind of was like, F it. I'm gonna just live my life and not care about my health. I was just real careless about it, and I could see how I could have been better, and my health would have been way better, maybe in a better place now. It's not in the place I imagined it being. So
Yeah.
I know what that kid is feeling like feeling smothered. You don't want to feel smothered, so you run to where you don't feel smothered, and that's what I was doing. Run to gangs and all kinds of stuff. It was just like,
Then you get in trouble.
yeah. Luckily I did not. I did some dumb stuff, but haven't been to jail for it. Yeah.
And we get to see your smiling face here because you made it out all in one
Yeah.
piece.
I can now say I'm a stroke survivor. Feel good about
And
it.
the master of the universe.
Mhm.
Oh man. Thanks for that.
I like that one, Andrea.
He's the master of the EU.
Yep.
Thank you. I got some comments from that last post. First one says, my mother's smothering was more damaging to my mental health than my actual seizures.
Same.
Yeah. Definitely smothering is too much.
My mother, I was in my teens, like I said, so she wasn't aware of the things I was doing outside the house. Then I would have my friends be like, don't tell her I had a seizure, or, I'm not going to be able to come out today or anymore, or I'm not going to be able to go hang out and do whatever we were doing before. So, yeah, my friends were not telling my mother I was having seizures. And now that I live with her, it's been a long 10-year gap. I was away from home. It felt so good. I'm not saying it doesn't feel good living back with my mom, but 10 years away was great. It was amazing. Yeah. But I'm back to eating better because my mother, she makes sure I eat. She makes sure I'm drinking.
Mm.
She'll be in here in a while. Something to drink, something to eat, probably. Yeah.
Getting some of mom's home cooking.
Yeah. Getting a lot of that 3 and 4 times a day. Yeah.
How was your flight, Jeff?
It was long.
You had
It
a
was
straight flight?
long. No, I flew in from Philly to Phoenix, which was about 5 hours, and then Phoenix to Palm Springs, which is 45 minutes. They basically go up and come down. But the first flight is really long. 5 hours is really long. And it was crowded, but it was okay. I mean, the staff was, the stewards and stewardesses were great. The best I've had on any flight in my life. They really were good. And I'm just glad to be here.
Do crowds bother you?
Sorry?
Do crowds bother you?
A little bit. I think not in terms of epilepsy. I think more in terms of it's probably from my Lyme disease, which I don't know. I just have an aversion to crowds. I stopped going to concerts a long time ago because when they moved into the stadiums, I stopped going because I couldn't take all the people. But I didn't miss much, in my opinion. I had seen them all already. Anyway, I have to go and lay down for a little while, and I will try to get back later. So I will see you
Okay.
all, if not later, Friday. Take care, everybody.
Take care too. Have a good
Bye,
day.
Jeff.
Bye.
Nice
Bye.
meeting you.
I do have another comment from that post. One says, my son is 13, almost 14. We try not to smother him and actively encourage him to try new things and be independent. However, we do have protocols in place. It is what it is, and he leads a very fulfilling life. Nice.
That is nice. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
I kind of ran from that. Yeah, I just was like, I'm not gonna get smothered, and that's when I avoided being smothered and being at home.
Yeah.
Like I said, joined the gang, and I was just like, this is what I want to do, and I'm gonna hang out with my friends every day and just not be at home. Yeah, didn't work, but
Yeah.
I
I mean, that's
tried.
just kind of how it works. Like, the more you got an overbearing, person looking at everything you're doing, the more you want to rebel and go against that. That's just natural. Like, I don't know, whether it's just because you're a teen and you're young and you're chasing that independence, or I think it's just also like a little bit of human instinct. Nobody likes to be controlled, you know?
Yeah, that happened like one time, and I felt like I don't want to hear that ever again. I'm just gonna. I think I rebelled after like the first time of maybe being told I couldn't do something after a seizure.
Mm.
Just like, I'm all right. And then being hassled that day wasn't necessarily hassled. It was just, being really frustrated afterwards is usually how it happens. Just frustrated. I'm not myself. But after that, I was like, oh no, I'm going to run away, saying stupid stuff. And where am I going to run away to at 16? I didn't even think of that part. I was just like, I'm gonna run away. They're telling me I can't do things, and I just had a seizure. Wasn't thinking it through. So like, how about let's just avoid being home more often? And that's how I did it, and wasn't good. Yeah, like I said, I was having my friends not tell my parents I had seizures. I was having so many seizures that the first responders, the fire department actually knew me pretty well. They knew me so well that they would like ding the bell and honk the horn really loud when they passed me. Too much to where my friends started being like, can you not wave at them? Because they're going to honk and they're going to blow the whistle at you and all that. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, you guys. And sometimes they still see me before I see them and they honk and yeah.
I think that's
That's
sweet, though.
funny.
Yeah, that's adorable.
Yeah,
You
we
get
live
the
in a
support.
small town, one fire department, so that's what was going on. My friends got tired of that. They really did. Like I said, they told me to stop waving at them, to stop so they don't notice you. Um, just how I am with people who know me.
Mhm.
Say hello when I see you.
As you should.
I got a couple more comments here. One says, no advice on helping a teenage boy adjust, but in case it helps give you hope. I also had 3 seizures in 4 weeks before diagnosis, and I haven't had one since starting a one-on-one dose of Kepper. And at the end of July, apart from not being able to drive, I'm now feeling 90% back to normal.
I think these people are sorry.
Go ahead. You think these people are what?
I think them giving their own experiences to comfort the mom who made this post is just really nice. Like, that's really sweet. I wanted to comment that. Just like they're trying to put her at ease because they know that she's a mom and she's not gonna ever stop worrying. Because that's what moms do.
Yeah, like I said, I love the smothering. I mean, I love the reason behind it, but it does get to be a lot sometimes.
Yeah.
But then she makes me food every day, so I've been loving that part. So my mom cooks a lot. She makes sure I'm eating and gaining weight like I wanted to.
Nice.
Slowly but surely. How'd you
Yeah.
feel when you first got the smothering? What was your response when your parent, where you started being like, this might be too much?
Like in general, my mom's always been that kind of mom, but they're like they're great people. My dad's very hands off. My mom is the one who's like very typical matriarch, like just hovering. I think at first it was really scary seeing how much I scared my family just being epileptic. Like I thought about a lot of other people than myself when I first got diagnosed. And so like that's when the hovering started happening, and I was just like, oh no, I'm causing them so much stress. That's why they want to take care of me. So that was my first reaction for sure. Yeah.
Andrea, what was your response to hovering the first time it happened?
Well, my partner Andrew didn't really hover so much. He was great because he was very supportive and kept an eye on me without managing me, if that makes sense. And then he passed away in January, and now my mom is the one that's having to help me with everything. And she is very much type A, controlling, in control. Like I informed her of, hey, I decided this about my car. Like, hey, I decided this is what I'm going to do with my car. And she sat there and we got in a huge fight because she was arguing with me. I needed to do something else and take it somewhere different. And I'm like, why are you arguing with me to take my car somewhere else when I have already made the decision? All I did was tell you something. Like, it's just, I don't know. They're just impossible sometimes. That's not the way to do it, you know? We get in fights. That's what we do. We're still at the we get in fights. Right now, we're not speaking
How long you think that's gonna last? 2 weeks?
until I talk to her again. She texted me yesterday.
That's one step in a good direction.
Oh, she's been trying to talk to me. I'm the one not talking to her because she's normally the one that gets mad and hangs up on me. So I did it to her this time.
That's a very interesting relationship, to be honest.
Oh, we have a very, very, very volatile, bad communication style. Very aware of it.
I was gonna say, at least you're very aware of it, like what exactly it is.
I am very aware of the problem. Then I am very willing to work on the problem in a constructive manner. The problem is she does not think that she has a problem, has looked me straight in the face and said, what I don't think I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't have a problem. So the fact that she doesn't accept that she even has a problem or is part of the problem is a big part of the problem.
Oh my God. That's like my dad. He's so stubborn. Like, it might also just be a generational thing. I don't know. But he's like, my dad is so like that. Like,
Well, and then I'm extremely hard-headed and stubborn too, but
oh, me too. Me too.
so you get me and her together and it can just be volatile.
No, that's literally, yeah, wait, that's literally me and my dad. We're like those two similar that like when we're in the room together, it's like we gotta tread on eggshells otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and my dad get along great though. He's cool.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, we're working on it. That's how I react to it. We're working on it.
That's good. That's good.
Good way to put it. We're working on it.
We're
There's
working on
those
it.
that not working on it.
Mhm.
Right.
I got something here. It says, what rescue med makes you least groggy? I don't take any because actually, yeah, I don't take any, but I could. But I never have anyone there with me when I have a seizure, so that's why I never used mine and they expired and all that stuff. I had them too long. Having seizures at home alone or not as often.
You might want to think about getting rescue meds again since your mom's going to be around all the time if you have
Yeah.
if you have them.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some more. That will
Just a
work.
thought.
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't want to have seizures, so hopefully I just don't have them. But
Right.
you never know.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I've never had to use my rescue med, but I carry it with me everywhere. Like just in case.
They've
What's your
never
rescue med?
given me one.
Valley or Valtaco. It's Valium, basically, the nasal spray.
Valtaco?
Yeah, it's literally called Valtaco or Taco. How is it spelled? Let me look this up.
Valtoco?
Maybe it's Toco. Did I say taco?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, it is. Yeah, it's literally spelled that way. Okay, so
it's all right.
Valtoco nasal spray. Like I said, I've never had to use it. I just carry it. But yeah,
That's a good thing, right? It's a good
yes,
thing you never had to use it. Well,
yes, no, I'm glad they taught me almost 2 years ago now when I was in the hospital. You know, that's when they gave it to me. But I've never had to use the taco spray, so that's good.
yeah. Mine's, like I said, I had mine so long that I never used them. They expired. But someone said keep them because they were like, even though the thing says expired, just in case you might need it, they might work. It's like, all right.
Actually, my mom used to have a friend that was a pharmacist, and she said that some things just lose their potency after a while. So they have an expiration date on them because they're not as potent. And then some things will actually turn toxic, but if they do, they'll like smell funky or something, I guess. I don't know.
Hmm.
They get weird if they turn bad, if I remember right. I still throw out meds that are old though. I think that's, but if it was a little bit old, I don't think it would be that, it's not that big a deal.
That's probably safest. I
Right,
I should probably check mine now that you're saying this. I got it. Yep.
right.
I had some Kepra that was over 2 years old and it was expired, and luckily I never took it because, yeah.
I need to go through my back stock because sometimes I have meds that pile up and or meds I'm not taking anymore.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
Mm.
I have the meds that I haven't taken, like the 2 or 3 bottles of Kepra I have, but I only have that. So I know what they've given me, because otherwise I'll forget.
I think I've got several dosages of Keppra and probably several bottles of each on my shelf in my room from all of the refills and dosage changes and crap.
That's exactly the problem I have. Or maybe not a problem. I don't know. Maybe it's good to have back. Well, I think it's good to have backup, but I'm also a bit of a hoarder.
Right. But at the same time, it's like, okay, I haven't been on Keppra for how many years now? I could probably should get rid of that.
Mm,
But at the same time, I don't want to just chuck it in the trash. I don't know. I
that's
Yeah.
don't
fair.
think
How would a powder go bad? Because I mean, the pills, they're essentially powder, just stamped together, pressed together, or whatever.
they can.
Yeah.
I'm Googling this right
The
now. It can expire.
the like the binders in it that hold it together or like the I don't know. It just it can happen. I was told by a pharmacist and they're really smart.
I was actually told by someone that he put his pills in water, so they dissolve and then drink it.
I'll bet that's disgusting.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds
what I
good.
thought. He said it wasn't really that bad and that he like took a shot of something else with it, maybe some juice or something. I can't remember what he said exactly, but he said that it helped not. He said because they were big capsules of Keppra, and yeah, we brought it up one day, and then a few months later, that's when he told me that he's been trying it and it worked. So it worked for him. Might not work for me, and I'm not gonna do it because my Keppra, I don't take Keppra, and my pills aren't that big. I mean, I don't know how the
I-
Omvi is, but I don't have it yet. So go ahead.
I can take big pills, so I'm never gonna swallow anything dissolved in water if I can get by it. That sounds disgusting.
I can't imagine. Yeah, my pills they are disgusting. Even when I get the little powder on my tongue or something. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
look what I got, Pookie.
Oh, you got your bracelet. I got
I got my
mine.
bracelet.
Oh, medical alert bracelet.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. I have a really basic one. I should probably get a fancy one like yours. Mine looks like a normal bracelet.
They're actually really, really cheap.
Oh,
Amazon.
Yeah, we all got the same one. It's like $7 on Amazon.
yo. And you can engrave it? Or
Yep.
Yep.
And you can get it in
Custom
gold
engraving.
for none extra.
all right, all right.
Yeah, custom engraving is engrave in front and back.
Oh, that's good. Because yeah, I gotta update some information on mine.
Yeah,
Right.
I got pretty much on the front of mine. I got my name, then it says I have epilepsy, and my mom and her phone number. And then it says turnover. And then when you just turn over, it says my height, weight, what I'm allergic to. Then it says don't Narcan me.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta put my emergency med on mine.
I don't have my emergency med on me. That would be a good thing to put as well. But for these rescue meds that make you groggy, one says the one that you take, the one that you take in so far, it says
The taco.
Valtoco
The
does
taco.
wonders for me. Compared to all the other oral rescue medications, the oral ones make me tired for the rest of the day. The nasal ones, I'm back at it within an hour.
That's good to know.
Another one says maybe the dose is too high. I have 0.5 disintegrating clonazepam. One of them normally isn't enough, but I can take a second or third only if that's not doing the trick. I think fine tuning like that makes it less likely to knock me out so much. Another one says Ativan wears off pretty quickly, so I'd say that I've gotten a chance to use nasal sprays though. Oh, I haven't gotten a chance to say I've used nasal sprays. I heard that when I did have the nasalium, someone said it makes you tired instantly and it kind of knocks you out. I just never had anyone use it on me or anyone there to use it, so that's how that didn't work. I'll never know. Well, I'm not gonna say I'll never know. Now I'm gonna live with my mom. She might try it.
Never say no.
Yeah, I'm keep my fingers crossed that she doesn't try it. And what happens when your pill is a benzo? Because I'm gonna take Omvi at night, so which
This should probably help you sleep.
but it also causes insomnia. But then I also already have insomnia, so
Oh.
it's a downer.
Do you take anything for your insomnia already or
Nope,
nothing?
haven't
Okay.
even brought it up.
Why did they prescribe the Omni for your insomnia?
The Omvi is for epilepsy. I told him I'm not taking Keppra, and he was like, "Well, we can try Omvi." Okay, just don't suggest Keppra. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, had a bad run. How was Keppra for you in the beginning? You get the bad everything, Keppra rage and stuff.
Oh, honestly, it's really I've been on it since diagnosis, right? Because it's always the first one they give you. In the beginning,
Gold
I
standard.
think. Hmm.
Said Kepra's like the gold standard. It's what they
It
start
really
everybody
is.
with.
Yeah, literally.
Standard issue.
Standard issue. I think at first it was fine, but that was maybe like 5 years ago now, and it was like 500 milligrams, like 250 like twice a day. And now I'm more than double that. And I will say as the dosage has increased, it's definitely given me those like typical symptoms, but I'm a little afraid to try anything else, and I haven't experienced the rage part. Just a lot of like the sleepiness and like I just sleep so much, but I don't know how much of that is me and how much of it is the meds I'm on. But yeah, were you both on Keppra at first? It sounded like it.
I started off on Dilantin
Mhm.
for maybe 3, 4, 5 years, somewhere in between there. I don't remember. So I have 3, 4, 5. And then I had Keppra for 4 or 5, somewhere around there. And then I've been on the Motrigine for around 8 to 10, somewhere around there. So my balance of what I've been on the longest is really all over the place. I don't know
Yeah.
how long I took Keppra. Like I said, it was around 3 to 4 years, somewhere around there.
Only one at a time though?
Yeah, it was one at a time, and it wasn't a good place for me. Like somebody explained to me that you weren't a bad person, but I wasn't exactly a smooth talker. I had a really not filtered mouth, kind of. Yeah, those are the only times in my life that I thought maybe let's walk in traffic and let's see what jumping off this balcony would be like. And so I got off of that. Yeah. Fun times.
So it sucks about the meds that literally go and affect your brain. 'Cause, like, I don't know, do either of you feel like the same person you were before you were on all these different meds for your epilepsy or whatever else?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, I just started having my seizures, what, like 5 years ago? And it was right at August of 2020, so right at the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And I'm on so many meds now that I can't remember anything, let alone who I am. I don't remember what I had for lunch.
Yeah. My memory is just as bad as yours. Yeah, just as bad as yours, if not worse.
And the only reason I stay awake all day is because I drink caffeine all day.
Oh my God, me. I'm still drinking coffee right now. It's 4 p.m. where I am. I'm gonna switch to energy drink soon.
How much does like caffeine and stuff bother you guys? Because it doesn't bother me, but some people say they get the jitters, but they
It's
still love
not,
it.
yeah. It's never affected me or my epilepsy, but I realize that it's like a trigger for some people. I didn't know that. So it's not a trigger for either of you either?
It doesn't seem to be,
Okay.
but I try and limit myself just because I try and not drink too much of it. I need to be drinking more water, right, Pookie?
Y'all drink
Yeah,
more water. Everybody get your water right now. I gotta go
yes.
get mine.
I don't know where mine is, but I'll ask my mom in a while.
Hydrate, y'all. Hydrate or die
I got
young.
my water.
Mm-hmm.
My water is not in this room at the moment, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, I'll hold you to it.
Yeah, eventually. You guys ever took Ativan?
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
What
they
thing?
give me that when I'm they used to give me that when I was in the ambulance, um, on the way to the hospital. They would always ask me what I'd like Ativan, and I'd be like, yeah, because it feels good after you take it and it just takes away that headache. That's the only thing that actually worked for me. And they would give
Really?
me an IV. And I did not know that was a benzo the whole time I was taking it. And
Mm.
it's wild.
I may
Smile.
have been giving things that I don't remember now. I've been in ambulance, I think, twice or 3 times, and they usually give you things in the ambulance or in the ER, right? Like to stop
How
the
many
seizure.
seizures are you having a year?
It depends on which year. Like, um, you mean like on average?
On average.
It's not much. It's like 2 maybe, but like during COVID, it was like too often.
Yeah,
Um,
COVID was a bad time for me too.
yeah,
In between 20 and 22, I believe. Yeah, those were the not so good times for my disability
yeah, I'm
or
sure.
condition.
And just the pure stress that like our entire world was under, I'm sure that didn't help anybody, and lack of access to care and stuff. And
Lack of access to anything.
anything. Actually,
I'll
yeah.
read-
Hmm?
Go
Sorry.
ahead, Casey.
No, I want to hear what you were gonna say. I forgot what I
No,
was
no,
gonna
I was just gonna read another comment, the last comment on this post.
Oh yeah, no, go for it.
Oh, another one says they're all benzos that are gonna all make you groggy. We need that to dampen down seizure activity.
Mhm.
Midazolam has a very short half-life, so it's out of your system quicker.
Oh, which one?
Midazolam.
Oh, okay.
That's probably the generic for something. Huh? You never know.
There's just so many
Yeah.
new meds I find out about in this community every day.
I have learned so much in here.
Mhm.
Me too. Like I didn't know that grapefruit juice bother us as much as it does, but someone has expressed that it could make us overdose. It could break our pills down in a way that we're not used to. So you should not
Oh.
drink grapefruit juice if you already do.
I love grapefruits. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you shouldn't eat grapefruits or eat anything because there's something in them screws with your pills.
Is it other citrus or is it just this one enzyme or something in grapefruits?
I think
Other
it's just
citrus can be
grapefruit.
bad, but mostly grapefruit.
Oh. That's so weird. Okay, I guess I'm not eating grapefruit.
I looked it up about citrus stuff, and they said citrus juice isn't good at all, basically, but it's not as bad as the grapefruit juice would be for us epileptics or people taking AEDs. Yeah, it break
That
our
is
pills
good.
down differently than it does for most people, and would bother some of us. But know your body. Everybody's not the same. Everybody's might be different. You never know. And I'm just gonna go by that just because I heard about it. I don't know my body with the grapefruit juice yet, so I'm just not gonna go try it just after I already know the possibility of what it can do. So
I've seen it on medication bottles before, labels on pill bottles.
It says grapefruit?
Something about grapefruit, like don't eat grapefruit while taking this medication.
That's so wild. I've not seen that. Damn, okay. I'm gonna be spreading that information for sure then.
I have
also
no idea which one.
someone told me about chamomile, which is in a lot of the teas. So I
What
didn't
about
look too much.
chamomile?
She said something about it isn't good for our medication. I didn't do too much research on it, but I think it said something about tea in particular. The little
gonna
bit of research that I did look up on it, it was just like it said something about teas in particular could bother something.
Apparently it can affect SSRIs if you're on that or sed sedatives like benzos. I'm not seeing much else. That's great to know also though, because I also love tea. So finding out
Is it,
a lot.
it's just chamomile though.
Which is good.
I actually had a box of tea and it had a label on it that said if you take anticonvulsants, you shouldn't take it. I forgot what kind of tea it was, and I was like, wow, I didn't notice that. I never noticed a little disclaimer in the bottom right corner. And yeah.
You don't think to look for something like that on a box of tea bags?
Yeah, like wow.
So I don't drink tea with caffeine, and I haven't drank tea in a while just because that label I seen. So yeah, someone told me that and I seen the label. Didn't do a lot of research on it, but a little bit that I did do, I wasn't.
Y'all are ruining my beverages.
Okay, I do have another post here. It says, back to work. I haven't worked in over 10 years after my seizures started again after 15 years. They weren't diagnosed because they didn't say anything. I didn't know they were focal aware seizures until a few years with a neurologist. I was in sales management. I kept Walmart corporate happy. I worked in medical sales. Both of these require daily during usually under 200 miles, but a few days a month over 500 miles. It's not a job that you can be done remotely. My skill set is all involved in driving, truck driving before sales, hauling, explosive materials. I have my license, but truckloads of explosives seems to be like a bad idea. Any suggestions for something I can return to work? It has to start around 60K US with benefits on day one. I don't have the temperament to sell by phone. Something to get me out of this house. I'm never
Go
gonna
for a
drive
walk.
again.
Yeah, that's
I
difficult.
told myself that I'll never drive again because I don't trust myself or my health. I'm having somewhere between 3 to 5 a year, and being that I can't really call them out, so I'm just never gonna drive again. I can trust that, and I can get an Uber these days, and I couldn't when I started. So yeah, now just don't get behind the wheel.
I'm selling my car because I realized I had focal seizures behind the wheel and I don't ever want to drive again. It's terrifying to me. And I agree with you. I can get a ride.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do or how I would look at myself if I drove again and hurt someone or worse, you know. Yeah, like take someone from their family. They didn't deserve that, and I was being very not careful or careless about my health, putting other people at risk as well. I did have an accident one time, and then I was just like, okay, yeah, we can't do this again.
Didn't you like drive your car into the wall or something?
Yeah, the center divide. And one thing that I always tell people what's crazy about that is when I hit the center divide is when the airbag came out. And the airbag kind of brought me back. It kind of brought me to a little bit, if that's the word to use. Then I pulled over, and then I had another seizure. So that's the weird thing is someone else told me something about like getting hit afterwards brought them out of the seizure. Yeah, so that airbag it'll bring you to. I was like, what was
Cause
that?
more head trauma. That just seems like a very bad idea. More head trauma.
Yeah, one guy he told me that he fights with his brother in the punching part doesn't cause a seizure, I guess. Yeah. Wild stuff. The first guy that I ever met, first guy doing the first podcast, he told me that. I fight with my brother, it helps it stay away. I
Interesting.
won't do that. What do you guys suggest for work? This person wants some suggestions to go back to work. I don't
And they
know.
can't drive.
But they also had experience in medical sales, which I don't exactly know what that is.
Probably like pharmacy, like selling a pharmacy's product or something, or sometimes you can sell to hospitals or doctors selling like equipment. If you could find somewhere to do that remotely, that would be ideal. Because I know that's a very lucrative thing. Like, obviously, you know, the healthcare system makes a lot of money off of expensive equipment and things.
Yeah, I suggest finding something remote, like she said. Remote probably be good for you. You don't have to drive. You have to put anybody else's life at risk. I have ADD. I have been treated for ADD for 30 years before it was recognized I was having seizures. Doctors put me on a low dose of Adderall right after the tumor removal surgery. My seizures were not controlled by anything. Does anyone have any experience with ADD treatment with seizures controlled by medication? I'd like to complete a task before starting another.
Cannot speak on this.
Yeah, I don't have ADD in. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know how I would help you personally. Andrea, any advice?
I can't help with this one either.
I have something here. It says, I'm on day 8 in the EMU and day 3 off of meds entirely. I've hit the button for a while and felt like a few small focal seizures, bad feeling, rising sensation, nose tingles, but they don't see anything on the EEG. My neuro said that could be because they're happening in a deeper part of my brain. I predominantly get focal seizures with the exception of a few nocturnal generalized seizures. When I was pregnant a few years ago, I'm feeling like this is pointless. Please tell me if you've had any successful EMU stay with focals. I did not know what focals were at the time. I did the EMU stay and I left early. You guys had any success at the EMU stays?
I did have 2 tonic clonics at the EMU. Other than that, I don't know. At the time, the focals I was having were being blamed on panic attacks, and I did not have any while I was in the hospital.
How do they trigger a panic attack?
No, they were saying that my focals were panic attacks.
Whoa, that's stupid. Those are
Yeah,
different.
I was like, these don't feel like panic attacks. And they're like, oh, well, it's probably just a panic attack. I was like, yeah, but it doesn't. The description of a panic attack, I'm not anxious. That's not how it feels.
Yeah. Someone else explained it as to like, why would I be having a panic attack and I'm watching a McDonald's commercial or something? Yeah.
I'd be sitting here playing on my phone. And all of a sudden, just like I would get like the weird, like pins and needles all over, and my stomach would do the weird flip flop shit. And just like I just feel really weird and focal aura, whatever you want to call them. At that time, I wasn't having the unaware ones that I know of, but like I said, that I know of, because I was not, if I was having unawares, I wasn't unaware. But yeah, that was supposedly a panic attack.
Yeah, when I had my, I don't know whether to call it a panic attack or not, but I just had like that impending doom feeling, like something bad is going to happen, and I don't know what it is, and it was a panic state of like, what is going on, and I instantly text the other people in the group and was like, you guys, somebody come host this because I'm not sure what's going on, and I don't think I can sit here any longer. And I was like really worried, like what is going on, but then being here enough, someone had already said the impending doom feeling, and I was just like, I need to be relieved of this. So yeah, as soon as I said that, the rest of them came, and I was like, I need to walk away, and I started getting nauseous, and it was just really nice to know that I do this and got someone to actually tell me that what that was, because it's been happening for years and I never explained it to my doctor because I didn't know what it was and I didn't know what was going on to actually explain this is what's going on or that's what's going on. And when I did explain it to him, he's like, man, me and you've been dealing with each other for 20 years. And you never explained that to me. And I was just like, well, 20 years down the line, someone finally told me this is what's going on. And it's actually a seizure. So there was that.
Education.
Education.
Yeah, was not educated. And yeah, I told him, this has been happening to me for like 10 years, maybe more. And he was really, really frustrated about that, about me telling him that it's been happening that long. Up under his nose is how he felt about it. But then he retired soon, so I didn't have to worry about being hassled about it. And now I'm in the phase of going through another neurologist who's also retiring next year. So I'm going from neurologist to neurologist. And right now, this one says try Omvi. So
Why would they send you to a doctor who's about to retire?
He said this year, no, he said next year will be his last year. Yeah. He said his whole practice is closing.
Maybe he's got someone lined up he's just going to transfer you to. I don't know.
That's what my last one said. No one called me since.
I'm sorry, man.
Right. Some of the comments here on the EMU stay and focal seizures, someone here says, this is my fear currently. Not diagnosed with anything, but I present what are called focal aware seizures. I'm going to the EMU next month to see if they're epileptic or not, but worried that if they are, they won't get caught on an EEG. Sorry to hear that. Another comment here says, not exactly an answer to your question, but I just got out after 6 days. I had a tiny focal as I was falling asleep that was not picked up. They said I'd probably have to come back, but I might ask for an ambulatory test so I can try some things to trigger that are not allowed in the hospital. Yeah. Do a stress test. Another comment here says, yeah, I've done 3 and they've all been successful, but they've told me it's kind of common for people to not have focal seizures during them when taking off their meds and sleep deprived. Do you have focal seizures, Casey?
I think so. I definitely had a lot more before medication because I would have gotten diagnosed a lot earlier if I knew what focals were, kind of like you guys were saying. Yeah, because I was in college having them a lot for sure. And I just had no idea. I thought it was just like normal.
Yeah, I thought mine was normal too. I thought it was just like blanking out, having
right?
focusing
could be
on
the
something else. I didn't think it was an actual seizure.
Yeah, like this must happen to everybody when they're sleep deprived.
Yeah, before this, I was having seizures, and I thought there was only one type of seizure.
Mhm.
I was like telling the doctor and stuff, like the paramedics, they would tell me, what kind of seizure did you have? And I'd always be like, the ones where you shake, the worst ones. And me not knowing for 20 years, I thought these are the only types of seizures that you have.
Yeah.
Come to find out, there's over 20, I heard. I'm never too sure. I don't have the research, but
I'm sure we're discovering more every day.
yeah, someone's discovering them day to day.
That's why education's so important.
Especially on things like this,
Mhm.
because I wish my neurologist would have known. I mean, I wish my teacher would have known more about my seizures when they happened, because I was just kind of left for dead. But I look at it like that now. But back then, I could see that person not understanding what it was and getting scared. And that's what she did. Or no, it was a he. He got scared and ran off. He ran to the nurse instead of calling the nurse. And that could have been really bad. And I look back on it. Could have been really bad for me there alone with panicking students. Luckily,
It
I'm
was
here
probably
today.
because he didn't know what to do too, and he was freaked out.
Yeah. Freaked out and didn't know to grab the phone. Instead, let's just run to the nurse. And yeah, that's horrible. But the guy sitting next to me, he told me recently, he was like, last time I seen you, you were kind of tangled up within the feet of the chair and the desk or whatever the case. He's like, and I was sitting there crying and I didn't know what to do. And that was the last time I seen you. That's because it was web design class and I had to drop that class because they thought the computers were the reason I was having seizures. So I was just out of a class. Oh man, good times, you guys.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
All right. I got something here. It does say abnormal EEG. What to do now? Well, after 20 plus years of following my epilepsy, I just got my first abnormal EEG. This was an abnormal impression. This was an abnormal outpatient EEG acquired during wakefulness and drowsiness. There was a focal non-epileptiform abnormality over the right temporal region, the etiology of which cannot be determined based on the electrographic features, but is compatible with the dysfunction of subcortical white matter over those areas. A single interictal epileptiform discharge was over the left anterior mid temporal region. And this was only seen in one occasion. It is of questionable significance, but raises the possibility of an area of cortical irritability and potential seizure focus. Further radiographic correlation may be helpful. I'm waiting to hear back from my epileptologist on the next steps. I don't know if this is related to the myoclonic jerks I've been having or not. I had 3 really minor twitches during the EEG, but didn't mark them on the scan. One was slightly larger than the other. Dysfunction or subcortical white matter, with a question mark after. Dysfunction or subcortical white matter. I don't know what either are.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means.
I don't either.
That's a doctor question.
Yeah. And it was a very, very long post to read. Not
Mhm.
very, but it was a long post to read and then not know any of what you're talking about. I'll read some of the comments. One says, request a 7T MRI or a MEG scan. If it's deep structure tissue, those are your best chances to observe. I'm grateful to have those done. Sure wish you well. Another comment says dysfunction of subcortical white matter means that the tissue is arising from the white matter part of your brain. Your brain has both gray matter and white matter, both of which have different cellular components to them. They serve different purposes. They have gray matter is more on the surface, and the white matter is deeper within the tissue. Subcortical just means you're below the brain surface, the EEG localized, and abnormalities to the temporal lobes above your ears, more so on the left than the right within the white matter. Temporal lobes like to talk to each other a lot, so it's very common to see abnormality on both instead of just one.
This person knows what they're talking about, I think.
Right. I was like, I'll just take that for what it is. And
Mhm.
it's interesting that the person, well, I mean, what the person knew in particular. I like smart people
Mhm.
who can explain things like that, like in detail that I don't understand, and then make it sound good. That's a good part.
Agreed.
Someone help me get my mind off of this. Waiting for MRI results again. I have been having myoclonic jerks for a year now. Wacky nerve pain and numbness, eye stuff, and breakthrough focal seizures on Vimpat at a fairly substantial dose. I had a spine brain MRI this morning, and I'm refreshing the hospital record site, even though I know that report won't be posted for the next 24 hours, probably longer. I'm freaked out this time because my neurosis, it says my neurosis doing, I think they're put neuro is doing, they should put neuro. My neuro is doing the workup for MS. On top of my epilepsy, I'm sure it's nothing, but I just want to feel better. To feel better, the person just looking for advice or support. And yeah, I just say wait for the results to come back. Don't stress yourself out about it, because if you don't know what's going on and you stress yourself out about it, you could have a seizure. So
It's true. But don't want to make it worse.
yeah, I
Try to
don't
stay
know.
busy.
Perfect. 'Cause I don't know
Get
how
your
to
mind off of it.
Have a friend take you somewhere. Talk.
Yeah.
Talk to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do. But yeah, get your mind on something else would be a good thing, like they said. Get my mind on something else. I could imagine what I would do. The average person tell me to do this. What do you guys do to help you feel not necessarily normal, to help you feel normal? I do painting sometimes. Yeah, we didn't
I
have an icebreaker, but we can have an icebreaker. The icebreaker is, would you like about last season?
would what?
Oh, what?
Last season, what'd you like about the whole last year of the podcast that we've been through? What seems like a whole year. Yeah, I loved it.
What I
I love meeting everybody. I swear I've met around 40 to 50 people with epilepsy since we've started. Since Casey, since this is your first time, you probably can answer that question. yeah, it's really been a really long ride, and I've met a lot of people, and it's been really fun. Andrea?
I have not been here since the beginning, but I started coming, I don't know, a few months back, and I just in love meeting people who understand and having a chance to speak to somebody who like just to have a social life of some sort because I spend so much time at home. It's just nice to see people, especially people that get it.
Yeah, people that get it.
Mark? Mike working there?
Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yay, okay. Uh, I mean, not to rip you off or anything, but I kind of the I would have to give the same answer. The meeting people who can relate and understand what they're going through. You know, and people all across the country, all across the world. You know, as
I
far
never
as-
thought I never thought I'd meet anyone from Romania.
Yeah, right? How crazy is that?
Right.
Yeah, where is everyone from?
I'm in Kansas.
Oh, okay. And I'm assuming
Yeah.
Pookie's also on the West
Well,
Coast.
I'm in California.
Oh my gosh, okay. And I am in I'm on East Coast girl. I'm on in Rochester, New York. We just got our first snow today. Which is like upstate New York.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for the peppers you sent, and they were great. And yeah, my mom used them in a stew, and she said it was a lot. And she was like, I don't think I should have put a whole one. And yeah, it was really hot, but it
yeah,
was really good to me. But yeah.
I can send some more. I've got a whole bunch that I got to get off the plants now. This cold snap is gonna kill them.
Um, I'm
Yeah, if
open
you some I
whenever
can
you want to send
send.
some.
I would love to
Gotta,
get on the pepper list one of these days.
yeah.
Yeah, good peppers, you guys. It's worth it.
What kind of
Yeah.
pepper?
I got a whole variety. They range from like ghost peppers to like lemon drop, lemon drop. I'm blanking on the names of all of them, but yeah, like hot, super hot, spicy peppers, kinds of that stuff that I set out to grow intentionally because it's the kind of stuff you can't find in grocery stores. So, um, just kind of more for the fun of it than anything. Honestly, um, I don't even eat most of the peppers myself. I like growing the plants more than eating the fruit. I like the hot sauces though, so I do have to work on coming up with some good hot sauce recipes. But the something about the crunch of eating the pepper straight. Plus, I mean, I guess eating a pepper straight compared to cooking it into something is like two completely different realms. But um, yeah, they're a fun hobby.
Yeah,
Um,
that's so cool.
Scotch bonnets. That was another one. I got a couple Scotch bonnet plants. But
I
I
don't
don't
think
like
I got any of the Scotch bonnet. I got some I think something Dorset, and then
yeah,
those
Dorset Naga.
peppers.
Those were Dorset Naga was the world record holder, the Guinness record holder before the Carolina Reaper took it. So they are up there at the top of the super hot spicy list.
Ooh. I think we used I think that might would have been the Dorset Naga for the stew we had. Like
Yeah,
I said,
little
it's really
red
hot.
guy.
My mom, she literally took the juice out of the out of the stew, and she was like, "We got to figure out how to calm this down." She was like, "This is really hot." And yesterday, she gave me some more. Yesterday was the last of the leftovers. I mean, yeah, that was the second day of having it, and yeah,
I think throw a potato in it. Isn't that what you do? Or
yeah,
that's
there
salt.
was potatoes in it. It was really good. But yeah, without the juice, it wasn't as hot. Like those were good, really hot, and without the juice, it like she was right. Because
Mark, you
Yeah,
don't grow peppers, you grow lava.
yeah,
right,
pretty
they're
much.
great. Like to
And
know
then
the
stick
person
it in
who runs these
bottles.
is
I
even
gotta
better.
stick it in bottles and sell it. And name a hot sauce after my lava lamp collection or something.
Right.
Um, yeah,
Magma flow.
yeah. Something. I just gotta stay. Can't get too close to any trademark names, so that'll take a little bit of thought. But
Yeah.
yeah. And I was thinking of like coming up with a. I gotta figure out a name for a like a seizure pun wordplay hot sauce with I was thinking of using that for like a Caribbean jerk style sauce. So something seizure would fit with that, I think.
Oh
But
yeah.
um
Absolutely.
gotta come up with the sauce first, so I'm thinking about pulling out the smoker and drying some of these peppers that are on the plant still.
Or just fire roasting them. Fire roasted peppers are really good.
The tradition with original tradition with jerk, uh, Caribbean jerk was developed by growing or using the limbs of allspice trees and roasting them, barbecuing them green. It kind of would smoke the meat with the wood of the allspice trees. In addition to using allspice berries, along with the Scotch bonnet pepper as the kind of core of the
That's the
jerk.
secret.
Yeah, well, those two are like what define a jerk sauce, and then the rest of it is all like personal notes and ratios and tastes and all that. But um, why did I even start talking about the?
Because we were talking about sauce and peppers. I'll bet toaster would be a great to help you come up with a name for that.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta talk with her about that. See what we can come up with. But it's nice weather now, so I got no excuse not to go and sit out in the backyard and babysit a smoker with a bunch of peppers in it for a couple hours.
Oh shucks.
Oh,
What are you
man,
gonna do while you're out there? You might have to smoke.
I have to smoke with the smoker while smoking.
Right.
What a
with the
headache.
smoking while smoking.
It's such a chore.
Yeah, right.
Sounds like a
Gotta
good
make
thing we've been
sure
on
I've
Tuesday.
got pre-rolls ready because by the time the peppers and everything that is done, I don't know how much I'll be able to do, get done with my hands.
Yeah,
So,
I could imagine touching a joint or imagine rolling after after you touch some peppers and then try to smoke that and then
Oh
not
my
take
God.
it.
Imagine trying to smoke that. You would die. Like you actually
Spicy.
might die.
It's spicy.
Don't do that.
I think I think I remember seeing a video like back in, I don't know, back in the day of somebody smoking habanero peppers in a bomb, like dried habanero peppers or something. I gotta see if I can find it. I might be mixing up the details or something, but her, because I feel like I remember being absolutely shocked at somebody filling their entire lungs straight with like,
That seems dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
sounds really dangerous. I could imagine it burning my insides.
Right.
oh, smoking, yeah, smoke to the world's hottest pepper. How old is this? I'll be able to tell. Carolina Reaper, so it wasn't that long ago. Oh, the video's from 11 months. Is it?
Speaking of smoke and peppers, if you're smoking peppers on your grill or in your smoker and you breathe like and you inhale the smoke that's billowing out of your smoker, is that gonna be hot? Like spicy?
Yeah, yeah, bro,
So do
yeah.
you
I mean, when you run them through a food dehydrator, you got to be really careful. And if you're gonna dry any fresh peppers in your oven at home, like depending on how spicy the peppers are, you better do it on a day that you can open the windows. Because even if they're not burning, it can still fill up the house with pretty powerful
like an
fumes.
like an onion will permeate when you're cutting it?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of almost in a lot of ways a similar sort of sensation. You know, there's an immediate reflex to pull away from it when you get close.
Yeah.
Can I
Huh.
ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
How many of us are stoners? Raise your hand.
Everyone here, pretty much.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Okay. That's what I was kind of hoping, but I wasn't sure.
Like
Um,
everyone on the podcast, I think.
Really? Yo.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone.
Yeah. I mean, when
That
you
If
can't
come
really
if
through.
not a
drink.
stoner, then definitely a supporter,
I
I
love
think.
that. I love
So,
Right.
that.
We
Or
we
the
are
ones,
very very good supporters of the medical marijuana. That's what we are.
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
there we
Wait,
go.
I haven't
Most
gotten my med
people,
card. Hmm?
most people who come and they aren't smokers, they were former smokers. Um, and now they're either part of a religion or relationship or by choice, the reason they're not smoking now. But
That's fair.
usually people who come on the podcast have been, like I said, smokers or former smokers.
All right. Interesting. Because you never know. Because like I've met people with epilepsy who are like, "Oh no, I can't. Like it messes with my epilepsy or meds," and I'm never gonna judge anyone for choices of any substance they choose. Like I don't drink. I used to smoke cigarettes, not anymore. That's a major trigger. So
That's a
like
high
I totally
five.
get it. Thank you.
High
Thank
five to
you.
that.
Yeah. Because like yeah. So I'm never ever going to judge anyone for whether they do or not. But I have heard of like some epileptics avoiding marijuana per like on top of, not drinking or doing anything else. So that's why I always
Yeah,
ask with an open mind. So I am a huge stoner. I've been smoking before I was diagnosed and I was never going to stop.
yeah. I stopped using nicotine in particular, so I stopped smoking cigars. Cold turkey.
Wow.
Well, I was doing this, so I was like, got to be an example. I was just like, I can't be telling people what they should do, and I'm doing it. So I stopped smoking nicotine that day, and I stopped smoking alcohol. Yeah, I was just like, got to be the example. Can't be on here telling people what they should do, and
Yeah.
I'm doing it. But yeah,
I know that, like, I know it can always be a controversial topic depending on the person. But like, even in like the regular, like just r/epilepsy subreddit, every time someone makes a post about like, should I do this drug or should I try drinking? It's usually very much like negative comments, like, no, do not do anything, do not try anything, which is totally fair. But like, I, for one, the only things I've done were shrooms and marijuana, and those were the only things I did before and after diagnosis, and they did not affect me. And that's the only thing I'm gonna stick to. But that is completely my prerogative, you know, like, because it's like how it affected me personally. But I do notice that some people are very anti-drug of any type, which again is fair. But I don't know. That's why I want to know everyone's perspective here.
Does
no
does the psilocybin interact with any of your medications at all, or vice versa?
For me, no. I even asked my like neurologist and epileptologist, like weed was okay. And they're like, oh yeah, doesn't like no, it's not gonna affect. Like I take Keppra, and I think I know everyone gets or assigned that one first because I think it doesn't or interact with like other things much. And the cannabinoids, you know, like they're not affecting the same part of my brain as my epilepsy or my Keppra. I looked into this a lot, but because I also work for a dispensary, so I like to have that knowledge. Like you were saying, Pookie, like you like when people have that kind of background knowledge, like on chemistry, neurology, all this stuff, which affects all of us, everyone here. So it is important to know, but it is very difficult to know everything and how everything will affect every kind of person because you just can't. That's not possible.
yeah. Like I said, I like the people knowledgeable and know what they're talking about, because a lot of times I don't exactly know things, and that's letting me know things that I don't know. So there's that. I do have a post here. It says medication side effects or seizures. Which do you feel are worse? I've been normal 27 years of my life, epileptic uncontrolled for 11 years, and medication controlled for 6 years. I'm asking which is worse in your experience, the meds or the seizures? I know the PC answer, being controlled, is better. There is a cost. There always is in life. I can drive and work now, but I know I'm half the man I used to be. I used to have a 130 IQ and very excellent memory, and now that's all gone. I feel stupid and forgetful. Precise things a minute later, general things a day later. I've lost majority of the best days of my life because, not because they weren't great and didn't happen, but almost because they happened to someone foreign to me, and only that person can reliably recall these moments. I really don't know who I am anymore at 44, and is pretty fucking pathetic. I could go on and on about how unwell I am even after the seizures stopped, but I will stop with the pity party for now. What's worse, the medication or the side effects? That's the main question. Someone else go before me because I got to think on that. I think the side effects.
The medication or the side effects, or the seizures and the side effects? The medication side effects.
The seizures or the side effects?
Okay.
The side effects of the seizures?
I thought they were talking
Side
about
effects of the
The
medication.
side effects of the medications that you're taking for this.
Medication side effects.
Okay.
I
Okay,
think the
so
side
basically,
effects.
what's worse, the epilepsy or the drugs, the epilepsy medications?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, my focals don't get too crazy at this point. Like I kind of recognize the sensations, so the deja vu doesn't cause me to panic as much as it used to. Um, and like for tonic-clonics or nocturnals, I'm asleep and unconscious anyway. So usually the side effects are the biggest indication that I've even had a seizure. Um, and those are only like for a few days before or after, generally speaking. Whereas the side effects of the medications are something that's just like you've got to establish as your new normal. And that's kind of, I mean, that's both physically a big thing to ask, but it's also psychologically a big toll that the seizures themselves do not present to me. So I would have to say personally that the medications are worse than the epilepsy itself up to this point. And unless or maybe until my seizures change in nature in the future, like there's um it's not likely that that's going to change. um I Yeah, I mean, unless I start having myoclonics or the nature of my focals really drastically change, then um I would rather have a couple seizures than, have to have
I think personally that um the medication side effects are worse. I've kind of gotten used to, well, not used that, I guess that would be the word. I've kind of gotten used to the seizures and I've gotten them somewhat under a decent control, better than they were when I started. Um, so the medication I don't mind because the side effects mine have already kicked in and I pretty much like the medication I'm on. So insomnia that set in and it hasn't bothered me too much other than not being able to sleep. So yeah, the side effects, I mean, wait, yeah, the side effects are worse than the actual seizures. The seizures, I'm pretty much on track. I can say that I know I'm having 3 to 5 a year, and that's pretty good. Side effects are ridiculous, though. Like I said, setting in with this insomnia, that was the worst part. Other than that, I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like this post really relates to that question I asked earlier. I asked Pookie and Andrea if they felt like the same person they were before they started taking meds and like before diagnosis, and the answer was no from all of us. And I think that's just kind of a test to how fucking meds just if sometimes it feels like the meds are rotting your brain faster than the epilepsy or the seizures. But that's just me. That is just me. Or maybe it's
Yeah,
not.
the side effects I feel like are really annoying sometimes. Um,
I especially struggle with side effects since I'm on 4 medications at the moment in time.
Mm.
Yeah. And they make you like super tired, like you said, right? Like you
Oh
nap
yeah,
all the time. Gotta always have fucking caffeine around or something.
completely.
Oh,
Angel. Oh, Angel came and went.
Maybe he's
Hey,
just
what's
having
up?
connection problems. Hey James.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, James? You did say your day
Uh,
was kind of crappy, right?
yeah, my post earlier is kind of still how I'm feeling. I think I think I went for a bike ride earlier this morning, but then when I got home, I think I had some sort of episode when I got back home or something. I'm just not feeling right today.
Gotcha.
But it's great to see you again, Pookie. For sure, my bro, dude. It's so good to see you again.
I'm here and I'm glad to be here, man. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, I'm hella happy to see you, bro.
Uh, keep
See
telling
you
everybody.
in person again.
Yeah, season 2.
You know,
Um,
it feels weird too because I feel
Hey
like I
everyone.
should just hop on my bike and come and see you, bro. Like you're hella close to me.
not anymore,
But
man.
it's good.
Uh,
It's good. It's good to see all you guys. I'm just So I'll probably be popping in and out today. Uh, just not feeling the best, but it's always good to have you guys around. So
likewise.
S- sorry, I'm so weird today. I'm really out of it,
It's okay,
but
James.
I'm
Take care of
home.
yourself.
I'm at
maybe to
Yeah,
apologize.
I'm at home. I'm safe. All that good bullshit.
Yeah,
But yeah. So if I'm not replying that much, it's just not a good day. So yeah, I'm in and out. Thanks, guys. It's just good to have you around.
nice to have you around as always. Angel, how
Welcome
you
back,
doing,
Pookie.
man?
I'm
How's
okay.
life?
Yeah, it's good.
Hey, good to
My
see you,
birthday was
Angel.
I don't know if you guys noticed, I shaved my face like all the way. I was just like, let's see how this happens.
Is
And
that exactly, Pookie? Because you probably can't because it's always so long. You can't tell anyway. But I did trim a couple inches off the beard.
oh yeah, I do notice. I can tell.
But yeah, right. Like if you shave it, like it'll always grow back, right? Like it's not a big deal. It'll always come back.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, they
I
changed
let it
my
grow
beard.
out when I first
Where's
had it. When I
Chef and
had the
Mama
stroke,
Cake?
I let it grow out after the stroke, and it was like really in the way. It was all in my mouth and hair growing everywhere. So I was like, let me
that's
start fresh. And
that's funny. Yeah, my it's funny. My dad always he's the opposite of me. He keeps completely like clean shaven. He'll shave everything like every morning, right? And then he had a heart attack, so he was in the hospital for a few days, and so obviously he didn't shave, and so he it started to grow out a little bit, and I was like, Dad, keep growing the beard, keep growing the beard. And then, but as soon as he got back home, he shaved it again right away. So I was like, oh no, come on, dude, grow it out. But no, he he didn't. So it took him a few days after his hospital stay to shave it. But yeah, come grow it back out, dude.
yeah,
Obviously, I'm a lover of facial hair, so
yeah, man, I'm starting from scratch.
do
Yeah,
it.
it'll be
Grow it
interesting.
back out. Grow it back out.
Yeah, they shaved my chin to get at the neck for the VNS surgery, and I miss it now. I keep going like, there's nothing there. Like,
Right.
it's annoying. It's yeah, they can't grow fast enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Mine's just a little fuzzy. It's not growing back fast enough.
Mark, you probably didn't realize how much you touched it, did you?
No, that and I got industrial on my right side, and I keep bumping my ear. And like you never realize how much you accidentally bump the right side, the top of your ear or whatever, until it's there and sore and whatever. Whatever.
I'm sure I do the old man like stroking the beard
Yeah,
type thing more than
yeah,
I
I
noticed.
mean,
Like, yeah, like if I were to like cut it off today, I would probably
yeah,
like
it's like
reach and grab
phantom
for it and
limb
be like, oh wait,
syndrome.
it's not here anymore.
Yeah,
You'd probably be stroking your chin these days if you had no beard.
Exactly. I just grab for it and be like, oh shit, it's not there.
yeah.
But
Plus, imagine how cold and like your whole neck would be on a
Yeah,
breezy
I
winter day.
even just like cutting the couple of inches off of it like here recently, I feel naked. Like so I can imagine like if I just shaved the whole thing off, I would just I'd probably like pull my shirt pull my shirt up over my face and just be like it'd be like a naked feeling because it's just something that's you always have on you and then it's not there. Yeah.
I
Um,
recommend if you ever do it, go in stages.
yeah, I would have to do it like, like an inch,
The
like inch by inch,
reverse
like
grow.
1 week or something. So and
Angel,
like I said, I'm being weird today.
all
I'm
set.
sorry. I'm gonna
You shaved, I see.
Yeah,
Last time I seen
looking
you,
sharp.
there's hair all there.
Looking sharp.
Yeah. It's the same thing with everyone. Last time I seen you guys, everyone's hair is different now. Except for ladies, of course. Your hair is the same.
I don't think I've been on since my last seizure, so
Oh, didn't know
I
that.
can't remember. I had that big black eye. Remember I sent you the picture?
Yes, I did get that picture. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, when was that, Angel? I'm sorry. I didn't hear about that.
A few weeks ago.
Oh, okay. I've, yeah, I've had a few recently too, and I've been on the chats, but I think we like missed each other on on meeting up on them and everything. Dang, I'm sorry to hear about that, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was like right after Pookie's. It was a weird weekend, I think, for everybody in the universe. You know, Pookie had his stroke, and then like me, I was seizure free for over 100 days, and then boom, here I go again. And then a few other people had seizures.
I think Toaster had two, didn't she?
Yeah, she had
At
a
least.
few.
Yeah, she had one where she posted like her stitches on her tongue.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know who was on there that day. I told you guys about the big one that I had with the
Mm-hmm.
I woke up with my TV on my I woke up with my TV on top of me and it was just a really weird one. That was like a few weeks ago too. So
Yeah,
I thought you guys were all doing good
I think
during that time too. Man.
Toaster and Pookie were the only ones to see like the black eye and the mark. And then my glasses are broken, so
Oh yeah, I did notice that. I thought you were just trying to look cool without the glasses.
no, they're broken.
Oh, I know it's a obviously,
Man,
how do I say it? Like a financial thing, but you don't have like a second pair, like
No,
backup, like ready to, oh, okay. I
my
I have
mom
I have
wants
a
to buy
second
me
pair.
one, but I don't want her to spend her money on me.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have a second pair that's like probably like 10 or 12 years old now at this point. Like I've never worn them, but they're just my backup pair. Like they probably won't even be like the right prescription at this point. But yeah, I have a backup pair like just in case, because literally one time when I had one of my seizures, I posted the picture in the like injury thread that we had going on there, from when I popped my lens out of one of my eyeglasses, so I had to use my backup pair for a few days. Well, I fixed the other one. So I got that put back in, and yeah, and now I'm rambling too much. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, I know it's a few bucks or something. I don't know if you can afford it or not, but yeah, it would be get a backup pair or something, man, to have going on. I feel stupid. I'm ranting. I'm sorry, guys.
I've been
it's
being
all right.
conservative with this shutdown, more for waiting to see if I need to save my money more for medicine than I would my glasses.
I didn't think about that. Um, will that shutdown have anything to do with like our medications and insurance and stuff like that?
Or
I'm on state
possibly.
insurance right now, so
Yeah,
it does not affect me, I think, because I'm still getting my meds. So I can say that.
yeah, I'm still getting my meds, but I'm glad I'm like weaning off. I think I weaned off of two of them, so I think the seizure was because I weaned off the Clonopin.
Are you off of that completely now?
Yeah, I'm completely off the Clonopin now. There's
Hey, Pookie,
Escapri and Mesuxamide.
What have you guys heard about Omvi? Because I'm gonna start taking it soon.
it was
Um,
I was gonna ask
that's
about your post on the clozapam a couple days ago. Was that because you are taking it, or because you're about to start taking it?
I'm about to start taking it.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
that's like a lower version of Clonopin. So
Okay, so is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
it's a benzo.
Yeah, it
You
depends
know.
on how you react to benzodiazepines. I am not sure how being on a baseline benzodiazepine daily like that would affect your tolerance when it comes to any sort of rescue med. Also, that's something that has never been an issue for me personally. I've never brought it up and needed to discuss it with my doctors, but I don't see how or why being on the one benzodiazepine wouldn't increase your tolerance and require a higher dose of the others, and why that wouldn't kind of lead to a feedback loop that, requires bigger and bigger doses of benzodiazepines until you're just in the big cloud of clobazam. And whether that works or doesn't can be a coin flip for a lot of people, but um, I don't know. I've always been told to try to keep benzodiazepines to as intermittent use as possible. And after being on Klonopin daily and oh god damn it, there I did it. Ah, touched my ear.
You okay, Mark?
Being on Klonopin daily and getting off of that sucked. And yeah, I don't know if I were on that, how much Nasolam it would take to stop something if it wasn't working for whatever reason. That would be concerning. So that would be something I would ask your doctor about if I were in your position before starting it, just to make sure that people have checked it and I might be overthinking things. That's kind of a trademark move of mine.
Your advice is always very helpful. Yeah, I need to look into that. And yeah, I got a new neurologist, and he's also going to retire in a year. But I guess I'll just work with this one. That's who they gave me. And he's
What's
thinking about
wrong with the neurologist retiring?
right. He said he's going to retire at the end of next year, so got a decent amount of time with him. Yeah, hoping for the best, you guys. Hoping for the best. But I do have a post here. It says being a burden to others. I have uncontrolled epilepsy and my seizures are frequent. My tonic-clonics are controlled, but my focal and focal unawares are gnarly and often come in clusters. I feel like I need the constant supervision and I'm a burden on my husband, at least at the time. I don't want to get others to understand how to deal with me in this state, not even out of embarrassment. I just don't want to terrify them. At least my husband knows how I work. But then he has the burden of always having to care for me. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to handle this loss of independence. I know many of you with uncontrolled seizures live alone. How do you guys do it? My husband sometimes snaps at me when I try to develop a safety plan or show fear of the whole thing. The burden of taking care of me and the emotional effects are getting to him. I spent this morning crying. I don't know what to do. I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm scared. I won't hurt myself, but I'm having a hard time coming to terms with this. I guess this is just a vent. How do you deal with the burden? With the burden,
It's hard. It's always going to be there. You always feel it. It always comes back.
yeah. It's rough. It's hard to not be a burden, and then it's hard that I am that burden, and it's hard to express that to certain people. So things just never change, to be honest. And the people, when you do tell them you're a burden, most of them respond that you're not a burden. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to
It
not feel
feels like that's kind of an obligatory response on their
Yeah.
part a lot of times. Like, of course, you gotta say that, oh, you're not a burden. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, acknowledge it to your face? Unless they're really extreme individual or extreme circumstances, that's not likely to happen. So I don't know. It's hard not to dismiss that. Oh, you're not a burden, like just out of hand. But even when I know that it's meant sincerely, it's
yeah, I've had some people express some things to my face, but yeah, that's a rough one. Yeah, I've personally just said it's hard to not feel like a burden, and sometimes some people's like we said earlier, their caring is kind of smothering at times, so you make yourself feel like a burden. And sometimes I think I tell myself too much that I'm a burden. Um, yeah. To the person writing this, I tell you that being a burden is just a thing we can't help. I sorry that you're crying and you spent the morning crying. But yeah, the person's asking, how do you do it?
I think finding the right people who will do the right actions. Because, like, how Mark was saying, how can they not say, like, oh, you're not a burden, even though we both know the truth? Words are cheap. So, just in my personal opinion, actions speak way louder. And if you're feeling like a burden, it's normal if other people think you're a burden, that's fair. But if they care about you and if they are your support system and if they love you, people should be there for you. And it's all about communication because if they want to express that they like, I don't know, if it's too much, that you are too much, then tell me that, like this is just my personal thing because when people hold stuff in and then it's because it sounds like this person, her husband, right, is like lashing out because of just her, like, her situation frustrating him. It's fair, but you got to express that in a little healthier way. Otherwise, no one's getting anything out of the situation. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, because I tell myself sometimes that certain stuff I tell people like right then and there because if you don't, you can kind of build resentment just having that anger in there and not saying anything for so long. I like people to tell me how it is. Tell me exactly how you feel so I know how to handle it right then and there. I know how to move forward with you as a friend and a person in general. Yeah, I'll just say it's hard not to feel like a burden. And there is a comment here. One says, I can relate. If I have those same sorts of absence seizures and I have to have someone around me at all times, being 16 years old, that sucks because I feel like a baby. I have a freaking baby monitor in my bedroom. Some of those might be very helpful. Another comment here says, I am unable to live alone, but I feel your pain. I am hoping to have brain surgery. Helps with at least some of my seizures. I have 2 types of epilepsy and 4 types of seizures. Oh, that's a good question. How many types of seizures do you guys have? I think I had 3, which was the myoclonics, the focal, and the TC. But I haven't had the focals since I started taking the B12. Shout out to Nature's May. So now I'm just having myoclonics. I don't know if you guys notice a lot of these twitches I'm getting now. Working on that.
Can I ask, like, the twitches, is that how your myoclonics like manifest? Because I'm not sure if I have them or not. Like, so I'm trying to see how there's experience.
Mine do manifest like that. Sometimes they're like in the shoulder or something. Sometimes it's my hand, arm, could be any type of extremity, as they would call it.
What about like an eyelid or a finger, like something small?
A finger.
Yeah.
When I'm typing, because I use my computer a lot, sometimes my finger, I'll tap a finger that is just sitting there ready to type. So yeah, I'll get that time to time, but sometimes it's just my elbow, shoulder, right side of anything. It's very hard to explain.
Do you
Go
have
ahead,
problems
Dre.
writing?
Who? Oh.
No. My handwriting is horrible, so I mean, but I think that comes with just not using it after school was out. After I didn't have to go to school anymore, I didn't use my handwriting for a long time. There was phones came out after that. Um,
The last few years, I've gotten to where like I can't even hardly sign my name right because I get halfway through it and I get to my last name and my hand just goes all weird.
yeah, if I write something, I gotta put my arm down and kind of focus, kind of have the elbow sitting on something so I can do it, make it look good. But otherwise, I can just do something regular. It won't be the best, but it'll work. It'll suffice.
It'd be interesting if it were somehow possible to collect and assemble like examples of my signatures taken throughout history, just going back and watch like the evolution from my current scribbles back. At what point was there something actually legible there? And how
When were
far
there letters?
after I learned to read, or how far after I learned to write, did I depart from that legibility entirely? I think those would be two very interesting questions. I don't think that those would necessarily be the same time frame, and that's what that means about my handwriting is an interesting philosophical question to now ponder. That
Yeah,
overlap and gap between them.
that's just what I wanted to add in too is yeah, the last like 2-3 years while my seizures have gotten worse. So I don't know if it's the actual epilepsy or if it's the medication. But yeah, I've definitely have days kind of like you were talking about Pookie where it's just, my hand will be like, a twitch or like my head will, have a twitch or something like that once in a while. And so I don't know if it's yeah, if it's the medication or if it's my epilepsy's getting worse or the medication or yeah, it's hard to tell. And it's really hard to always riding, my bike everywhere to like just keep control of the thing and not yeah, have a weird twitch or a weird movement or something. And yeah, it's been a little tough. So yeah, I know I yeah, definitely got you on what you're talking about, man.
I do get like there was this one time where I was shaving and I shaved off my sideburns and I was like up and jerked a little bit. And luckily, when I joined that day,
It
my
can yeah.
hair was enough to cover my sideburns, and no one noticed before I pointed it out. Like 3 hours in, and yeah, had a nice shave going. Nobody really noticed. And then right here, I just had no hair in between the
I
sideburns.
yeah, some days when it's really bad for me too, I have to like hold it off to the side and then like just do like like a quick shave and then you're like, okay, I gotta wait a second, let it go. Okay, now I'm safe. Now I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had days like that too, man. It's yeah, frustrating, annoying, whatever word you want to call it, but yeah, not just not normal. Not what a normal person would have to go through each day, right? Like,
Um, so another post here I have, it says time lapses. How many of you guys get very long focal impaired awareness seizures? I just lost an entire hour to one, still fuzzy and slipping in and out of it right now. It's just such a disconcerting experience. Even stranger because they often happen when I'm sitting in my computer chair and something no one around me even realizes it's wrong, including me. It's just creepy when you realize, you know? I'm just curious of how many of you guys have long seizures like that. I know it's uncommon. I just like to hear stories. It helps knowing I'm not alone.
It's
Anybody
not
has?
Well,
Go ahead.
well, a good a good one, a perfect example right now. I apparently was it yesterday or this morning I posted that I would join the chat and I was gonna go for a bicycle ride this morning.
Yeah.
I had no flipping clue that I went for the bicycle ride. I joined on here and looked at that, and then I had gone out to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water real quick, and my mom asked me how the ride was,
Mm.
and I had no clue. I had no clue I even went for a bicycle ride. I thought that I was just laying in bed all morning and just not feeling well. But apparently I'd gone on a ride. I went out and checked my bike, and the odometer on it apparently was 9 miles. I went for a 9 mile ride this morning, and I don't remember leaving the house. I don't remember and any of it whatsoever. I took my meds. They're out of my pill box. So those were taken, so everything was, covered and, taken care of. But yeah, I don't remember it. And then I looked at my other posts on the thing and said that, yeah, I probably would be out of it today and everything. And I don't remember making the posts either. I just, man, it's been a weird day, and I'm glad you guys are here because, yeah.
What kind of seizure do you think? Do you have focals a lot? Do you think you have a
I
seizure? Mm.
I don't, because mostly mine are grand malls. Like most of them are, full on moving around, or sometimes I'll have them in the shower and, fall down and hit something, and
Yeah,
other ones
same.
are bigger ones. And I just don't. I'm
I
just having
understand your pain.
I'm just having a bad day, I guess. I should shut the fuck up and let everybody else talk at this point.
No, we're here for you, man.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you talking. Go ahead and talk. Hold on, guys.
It definitely sounds like you have absences, James.
Yeah, like some kind of absences. But
I
Yeah,
have
I definitely had,
other-
a different type of one, or something today. Something happened, because yeah, it's not normal to not remember like 5 hours of your life, right? Like something happens. Yeah, it's frustrating. Anyway, we're talking too much about me. I'm gonna shut the F up for a while. You guys talk about something else, please.
I have a time lapse story. Because that's what the
Yeah,
post was
everyone
about,
else
right?
talk.
Um, let me see. It was, oh yeah, so I was saying earlier to Pookie and Andrea that there was a time I was in the hospital for like 4 days, sort of against my own will, because I was waiting for a CAT scan. And the way I got there was apparently, so I don't remember any of this. So I live in upstate New York right now. I went down to my childhood home in New Jersey with my partner at the time. And the last thing I remember was chilling in our basement. Like, okay, sorry if this is like, I do this like kind of slowly. It still makes me anxious to think about it, honestly. But so we were chilling in the basement watching a movie, and then the next thing I remember, I'm in the emergency room. I don't even remember an ambulance ride. And I'm my first memory is looking down and seeing this Cars blanket, the movie Cars. We have this like fleece blanket that's a Cars blanket in the basement. We have like so many movie themed blankets, and I never wear the Cars one, so that was confused. So that's why I remember is waking up and seeing the fucking Cars blanket and being like, why am I wearing the Cars blanket? And then I look up and I realize like, oh, I'm in the emergency room. Or something, and I see my partner, and I'm like, and that's when it's kind of like we know post-ictal phase, but that it was just like that. That's my biggest memory, and I do have a picture of me that my brother took. He took a selfie of him like this, and I was in the background wrapped up in this Cars blanket, just like trying to smile, but I'm like so fucking out of it. Um, but yeah, so it was just me and my partner in the emergency room. And they told me what happened. Apparently, I had started having a seizure while we were watching a movie. And uh, yeah, and like my partner knows what to do. They were there like at the time. Like they know what to do. And they put me on the ground. That's why they had the Cars blanket. It was under my head. And apparently, since my basement is accessible from like behind my house, because we're on a hill, the ambulance had to like come down the hill alongside my house and like come in. Also, my parents weren't home. They were like on vacation. So they weren't even at the house. It was just like we were just kind of like vibing in the basement, like we weren't even drinking. I might have been smoking because I'm always smoking, but like it was, yeah, so that shit was crazy because I did not like I heard this all afterwards when I was finally like able to like remember shit because I don't remember them taking me up to the hospital room. I don't remember getting, changed into a hospital gown, obviously. All my clothes are off at some point. But I always had the fucking Cars blanket. And that's why it's like the most weird time lapse for me, because I mean it's the only time I had one like that. But I think it was over, I don't know, just like 12 hours of just chaos that I don't really remember. But the Cars blanket was always there for me and my family also. My
You should
parents knew
have
about
it
it.
framed.
What? The fucking Cars blanket? Oh my God, no. But I go back to my parents' house and I'm like, ah, yes, I'll wear this blanket while we watch a
Make it
movie.
into a pillow.
Yeah, oh my God, that's a great idea, actually. I love making stuff. But
I do
yeah,
this.
so
I do all the sewing. I can do it.
no, I like to sew. It's nice, but I don't know. I might
But
just steal it for my
a,
apartment.
a funny since you mentioned the Cars blanket, funny story of mine. I had I had a seizure while at Disneyland. I was on a family vacation with them, so I was actually inside of Disneyland. So I remember us eating a meal, and then the next thing I remember is me being pushed down Main Street in a wheelchair by like one of the security guards or whatever, the whatever they are there. But yeah, you just have them at random places, and they happen at random times.
Yeah, and the
You
weirdest
just
memories come through afterwards, and you're like, why is that the one thing I remember? Everything else happened to
yeah,
be told to me after.
exactly. Like yeah, like I remember, right before. I remember that 1 second in the middle, and then like a couple of hours later, like it wasn't, a full memory of the whole thing or anything. It was just yeah, bits and pieces, and it's freaking weird. It's weird.
It
Yeah,
never gets old, I must say. It's always unfortunate.
with mine, um, I'm not sure if they were time lapses or
Oh,
for
come
some
on,
reason.
man. You got on a train.
But I got a few stories though. I'll explain them in order of which they happened throughout my seizure journey. Um,
Okay.
so first, what had happened was first to my memory, or the furthest back that I remember. Um, I had a seizure, and when I came to, I was standing in front of the paramedics next to the ambulance, and they were asking me what's going on, do I know where I'm at, and stuff like that. But I had already been like coming to, then like go back into it, then come to. But when the paramedics got there and I came to, I told them I didn't know where I was. But that's when I went into a rehab. I went into a rehab and they were just like, when I first came out of it, the lady, she kept saying, "You don't live here." And then I'm screaming back at her, "I do live here. This is my house. And get the fuck out of here." And I'm screaming back and forth at this lady, "This is my house." And she's like, "No, this isn't your house." And I'm like, "Yes, this is my house." And we're back and forth. Luckily, when they called the ambulance, one of the guys was like, "This guy, he stands outside that house kind of often." We're not stands outside that place, but he has a lot of seizures. We've seen him outside this building for so many times. I know who this is. I will get his family. And that's luckily someone had seen me having a lot of seizures in front of that building that they were like, let's not hurt him and let's call the ambulance. And that one, I was supposed to be going to the store, and the store and the house, the rehab is in between the store and the house. So I don't know if I actually went to the store and then stopped on the way back or stopped there in between and had the seizure. But that was the first one that I remember. And then the other one, the second one that I remember was just kind of waking up. Waking up. Okay. Oh. Oh, man. I'm sorry. It's coming to me. It's coming and going. So, yeah, I had another one. I was at work and I left work. And I remember the day, like very small glimpses. Like I don't remember work, but I remember I had to go to work. And I remember, I guess I worked the whole day. And then I woke up in my hometown. I only lived 4 miles from work, but my hometown was 17 miles away. So I put the pieces together. The only way to get to that place was 3 buses and a train at the least. So I was out of it for at least 2 to 3 hours at the least. Yeah. Yeah. So that was a very long blip of time that I don't know what I was doing. I don't understand how these buses and trains were paid for. Yeah, it's quite a distance to go. Like I said, I took 3 buses and a train.
I've been on a BART train. Apparently, you're probably talking about BART, right?
Yeah.
Pookie. Yeah, yeah. There was one time when I apparently paid for and rode a BART train without remembering as well. Just yeah,
That's so
just once.
dangerous.
That was it was just from the Union City to the Fremont station. You know, it wasn't it sounds like a shorter ride than yours was, but it was still like how the hell do you do it, right? Like just how does that happen?
Yeah,
Like
I've had shorter ones
All right,
too.
kitty cat, you got to move.
Yeah, when I was like thinking about the shorter ones, the shortest one I've had would be the kind of blips where I'd be doing something and then I'm doing something else. For instance, one day I was at the train station and then the train was coming, so I stepped back from the platform so I didn't like get hit by the train, of course. And then when I came to, I was taking a selfie and the train was pulling off. And when I came to, the platform was empty. So that means everyone had came and gone. Yeah, I laughed at it. And someone once upon a time has asked me, did you eventually get the selfie? No, I did not get the selfie. I think the screen was black, so I don't understand what I was doing or what I was looking like. The people just going like this to my face, and I couldn't imagine how that was happening or going on. But it sounds like it will be hilarious because, yeah, yeah. And then there was a
Yeah, it
shorter
must be.
one. There was a shorter one to where I was pouring juice. Well, I was actually in my room and I was thinking, I'm thirsty. And the next thing I know, I'm pouring juice in a cup and the juice is overflowing out of the cup and stuff. And it's on the counter. And yeah, so that's a shorter one. But yeah, I don't remember going to the kitchen to get juice or anything. Yeah, those were in the past year and a half, the juice and the train.
Yeah, those are all absence.
Yeah, so I was trying to figure out like how do you get there, but I think the one where I left work was the worst because I took 3 buses and a train, and then that was at least 3 hours. So I think that was the scariest. I couldn't imagine what I was doing or what I was looking like. That's the worst. That's the most dangerous part about these is that we could just be anywhere and just be doing anything. And like I said, I don't remember what I was looking like or doing during this time. So can you imagine taking 3 buses and a train? Well, imagine yourself out of it for 3 hours on buses and trains. That'd be a
Yeah, that's
good
pretty
video to have, but
scary.
I don't.
I would be freaked out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, when I got off the bus, I was like, why am I on the bus? I was like, let me get off the bus. And when I got off, that's when I was like, I'm in my hometown. I don't live here, so why am I here? And I was like, let me get somewhere to where I know because I know plenty of people here in this town. And yeah, I crossed the street and I had a seizure in the parking lot of the post office, so I didn't make it that far. And luckily that time there was a person there and he was like, I thought you were someone else, so I pulled over. Luckily, I looked like someone that this person knew. Or I think I would have been alone in that parking lot for a very long time. The most recent, which I would call it blip for a long time, but I guess time lapse is a good thing to say. That one was I woke up in the hallway on the hallway floor, on the second floor when I lived on the 4th floor. And I was on the second floor, sitting down with no shoes on. This is an indoor complex, so it was inside of a building, luckily. And then the first person I seen was some guy, and he nodded what's up to me. I said what's up back. Then I just got up and I followed him. And the whole time he's like looking back, like basically probably thinking, why is this guy following me? And when he unlocked his door, he was like standing next to me and he's looking at me like, basically, why is this guy standing here? And he unlocked his door and he opened it and I just walked right in. I remember going in. I remember the whole walking down the hallway. I don't know why I did this and I don't know why I thought this was the right thing to do. But I walked in, I went in, I laid on the couch and he sat next to me and he was asking me questions, I'm assuming. And then he said I got frustrated and then I got up and left. So then when I got back to my house, was upstairs on the 4th floor, I picked up my headset because I was actually playing video games and they told me the story. They were like, you were kind of crying, so we put you on mute, but you were still playing. They said, when you stopped playing and we unmuted you is when we noticed that you were gone because you weren't moving or anything. So what I did is went down to the second floor, and before that, I was crying and playing video games. And I went downstairs, did whatever I did, went to that guy's house, and yeah, that could have been really bad because he got stand your ground law. He could have just been like, this guy was looking weird and he was in my house, and it's reason to kill someone these days. So.
Yeah, that's really scary. Our man was really nice.
Yeah, I went and apologized the next day because I was telling him we had a slight argument about somebody here, and then I'm like, I do, and he's like, you don't, and I'm like, I do, and arguing with this man in his own home. Yeah, telling him I do know someone here. Yesterday, I mean, the day after, I went and apologized, and I told him, that's what a seizure is, and I talked to friends, and they told me the story or whatever, and he was like, I know. I seen you have seizures in front of this building quite a bit of time, so I knew something was going on. I just didn't know what was going on. And he was like, you were kind of frustrated and something seemed off. Like I said, and thankfully someone didn't hurt me because he could have. That's the scariest part about this is we could be hurt in the time in between. And yeah, that's some of the worst times I've had is those blips. But you guys, any bad time lapses? You guys ever walk into someone's home? Maybe just me?
I have.
You said you have?
I said can't say I have.
Oh, damn, it's just me.
The only two that I've had, I was in a passenger in a vehicle. Like the ones that I've had that I'm aware of anyway. I was a passenger in a vehicle, and both of them, when I came to, I argued with them that I didn't have a seizure.
Mm.
No, I didn't. I didn't have a seizure.
Been there. Like, no, that was normal.
Yeah, actually, I think I've had more than I've said. I've had some where I'm like on the freeway with people, and then like there's exit 16A, and next exit I wake up 17C or something like that, basically past the exit. Yeah, so now that brings to mind the other time was I missed the bus when I missed the bus stop. I was not feeling good, and I kept telling myself, just get to the next stop and get off, get to the next stop. It's your stop. And I blinked for I don't know how long, but I woke up one stop later than I should have. So I missed one stop, but that time I laughed at myself because I told myself the whole time you shouldn't be going by yourself, but I had to go do something that day. Yeah. And I like doing stuff I'm not supposed to do and being successful at it. So like when not supposed to take the train, then I go on the train, I go places. It feels good. Like I got there and I went out and I did this. So
Oh God, I wish I had a train.
I get kind of a rush out of being in public alone, knowing I'm not supposed to be, or walking to here or there. Yeah, it's an odd sensation, I guess.
That's funny. Pookie, you'll get the exact details of this, but I know it's hard to read. Probably can't read it on the camera or not, but it this was a note somebody left for me. They said I apparently I had crashed while riding my bike home on the creek trail. And so the note says, I saw your wallet. It had fallen off of my bag, apparently. It says, I saw your wallet on the ground while taking a walk on the Alameda Creek Trail around sunset. I looked inside to find a telephone number, but I could only find your address. So he came to my house to bring my wallet back to me from from the creek trail. I was so amazed that like any human being would do something like that. And yeah, he says sincerely signed, a neighbor, left his name and then his phone number at the bottom. So I had called the guy, obviously, and thanked him and everything. I eventually went out and bought him dinner just because, like, what else are you gonna do for somebody that does something like that, right? So yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, I don't remember falling like on my bike or knowing that my wallet had obviously I didn't know my wallet had fallen out. Obviously I would have picked it up if I knew, right? So so it was, yeah, it was really, really crazy. It was something that, yeah, you don't remember, and then other people take care of you during your seizures, and it's just, yeah, I'm just kind of speechless that somebody would like do something like that, right? Like easily he could have just picked up a wallet and seen, a card and cash and something and just been like, "Yep, this is mine now. I'm out of here." Like
Right.
he didn't have to do what he had to do, right? And yeah.
There's good people out here.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, so like, yeah, like you guys were saying, you could easily be taken advantage of, during those times, and there still are people that aren't gonna do it.
That is really sweet.
Yeah, I
Uh,
was actually
I'm gonna head out.
okay.
I have to eat food.
We'll be
But
here Tuesdays
Nice
and
to meet you.
Fridays.
oh yeah, it was lovely meeting you all.
We'll be here today.
Good to
Come back.
meet you.
Okay,
Hey, you
sure.
too.
Or Friday or next Tuesday. I'm off on Tuesdays, so this works.
All right, we'll be here.
All right. See y'all.
Nice to meet you.
See you.
I got a comment from that post. One says, "My daughter does. They range from 10 to 30 minutes. She comes out of them, and the first question usually is, 'How long was I out?' What's crazy is she'll automate some. So if she's had one at school where she's in class and come to the library or the hallway, she can present as distracted. So if no one really knows to look for, they may not realize she's mid seizure. Definitely can be disorientating. Yeah, that's scary for a girl too. And I know for women, people in general, or people, some people are just horrible. And you ever thought about that in particular, Andrea? Like people
What?
and women having seizures in public, and they're just kind of time lapses and not a shaking seizure.
Oh yeah. I think that women are much more vulnerable because I mean, I lose consciousness, so who knows what's gonna happen? Anything could happen depending on who's around and where I'm at. But at the same time, I don't really ever go anywhere unless I have someone with me, so I don't worry about it too much because I can't drive. So if I go anywhere, it's usually like with my, a good friend or my daughter or my mom or my son or someone like that. And I know that they'll make sure I'm okay.
Good, good. I'm glad you have someone there. Well, you don't actually have anyone there, right?
Not in the house,
Yeah.
but
I'm glad you have someone who who's sometimes there and they care about you.
Right. I got people I can call.
There you go.
They come often. They come check on me often.
Oh man, pause to that. We don't always have those.
Everybody lives pretty close, so that's fortunate as well.
Another comment here says, even the actual seizure says, oh my goodness, even the actual seizure lasts, let's say, 10 minutes. The post-ictal phase can mean I've even lost over an hour due to the cognitive effects and drowsiness. Does anyone else ever worry that they'll produce some, I don't know, maybe it's not embarrassing, but inappropriate content for the people around them while they have impaired awareness? Sometimes I'll look at what I've logged in on my phone while I was all confused, and I think, geez, I hope I didn't say something out loud. It's not like we can help what we do or say. Right.
Yeah, that's how I am afterwards. I mean, I can even go and grab my parents right now and prove it, but but apparently I don't remember at all. But apparently I have been just a complete, asshole, and just said, like, in like incredibly rude, disrespective, type of stuff. After it, and I don't remember it. I genuinely, honestly don't remember, calling people these names or saying these certain things, or, you know, um, within the, like, 20-30 minutes or so after having one. And I'm told that I said these things, and I don't know that I said these things, but
What
I
are
don't
these
know what to
things?
do about it. I don't know what to do about it. Like, yeah, it's just, it's frustrating. It's embarrassing. It's just hard to take. Yeah. What do you do?
Some
What,
people take
what,
advantage of that too to their fault, and they
I've,
make
yeah,
up stuff that said you said something, and it's just basically provoking you. Like,
yeah.
it's like, I never did that, and I never did it. And no matter how much you try, like, they just try to, like, manipulate the situation to their advantage.
I feel like it was a turning point in a relationship I had, without going too deep all into it. Um, but yeah, I do feel like, yeah, exactly what you're talking about. It was something that, yeah, may have been manipulated a little bit within that. And it's just, yeah, it is frustrating, because you maybe, yes, I did say certain things, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly, yeah, my fault. At the same time, it was just kind of a side thing, or a instant happening because of the situation type of thing. So it's, yeah, it was tough. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I've had people try to tell me that I've done things and that I haven't done things, and like I feel like some people take advantage of our memory after a seizure. Been there. Um, some things I do remember, and some that I don't. And then some people be like, "Oh no, you did this," and I'd be like, "Oh no, I remember that situation in particular." Or they try to act like every seizure is the same, like my memory is bad or did certain stuff, and yeah. Um, You guys ever feel like you ever been taken advantage of, like your memory in particular?
Yes, many times.
Very much
Sorry
so.
to hear that.
Sometimes to the point where I don't even care. I'll just say I'll admit I did it without even knowing that I didn't even do it, just to not argue it.
I understand that feeling.
I had a joint somewhere in front of me and lost it. Anyhow,
Party foul.
yeah, my mom just brought that to me. Ugh.
Your mom brought you a joint? That's a good mom.
Well, I mean, I can't go roll it myself, so she is great.
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
Yay.
All right.
Better do my hair.
So
Your hair is beautiful.
Thank
That's the
you.
first.
thank you.
I think
Oh,
that's the
you-
first time I've seen it down.
Oh, yes. It goes almost all the way to my elbows.
Yeah, it's very long. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm trying to catch up with you, man.
Did
Yeah. I know you're not talking to me. It's okay.
I thought when Kate
have
said
I have
Pookie
I
came
have
back
I
and
ever
he
shown
shaved
my
his, I thought she
ID
said
picture?
he was going to shave his dreads. I'm like, what?
Oh hell
Eventually.
no!
I keep thinking
You
about
better
cutting
not
my
shave.
hair.
You better not. You better not cut that off, Pookie.
No.
I think the
I'm
only
not
way
gonna
that
cut
will
it.
cut off is if the
I'm
can't
doctor.
gonna like. I'm
I
just
can't
gonna get my hair
remember if it was
redone.
here or not, but my yeah, back in like I still have it on my ID picture, my from like 2010-ish. My hair was about down to my ass. I used to have hair all the way down my back. Not my beard, but like my actual hair.
It was your
Back in the
beard and you threw it
back in
over
the
your
day.
shoulder.
What's up?
It was your beard and you threw it over your shoulder.
Nope. I actually had my actual head hair like all the way down, like back in the day. It's funny. I show the kids sometimes at school like the ID picture that I have, and they freak out with it. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, all right, I'm gonna get it out. I'm gonna get the picture out.
Yeah, I've been growing my hair for a while. Somebody
When did you
called.
start growing yours?
Started growing it around 2014. I mean, started growing it around 2004, 5, and I had it in locks in 2016. So I've had locks for almost 20 years, almost as long as I had.
All right, there we go, guys. So the exact opposite of me today. No
So
beard,
that doesn't look like you
but
at all.
hair all the way down my back.
Yeah. Wow.
It
And
looks
that
nothing
classic,
like you.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I get carded and they look at it like, what are you doing? And I'm like, why do you think I get a fake ID that says I'm 40? Like, what the fuck? So yeah, that's old
That's your
me.
legal
No,
ID.
yeah, I'm just covering up the I mean, doesn't really matter, whatever. Y'all know where I live anyway,
It's gonna
but
go on YouTube, man.
I know that's why I'm semi
Yeah.
covering it up,
Keep it covered.
but yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
Um,
No glasses, no beard, super
Well,
long
they make
hair.
you take your glasses off now, don't they?
Yeah, they made me take them off. I'm like,
wow.
bro, I've had glasses since I was like in elementary school. Like, why are you gonna make me take them off?
Yeah,
So
because
yeah,
people can change how they look by changing their glasses. You can't change what your face looks like. So they want a picture
yup,
on your ID of just your face.
yup.
Mm.
And you
So
gotta do is
yeah,
put the glasses on and you're
no
unrecognizable.
glasses, no beard. Yeah, I still get questioned once in a while. I'm like, dude, nobody gets a fake ID and has gray hair in their beard. Like, come on. It's
That's it.
yeah, it's funny. But yeah, that's my actual ID picture is yeah, no glasses, no beard, long hair. That's how much California cares apparently. So
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that you guys had to take off your glasses. That's
yeah, super weird because I have had glasses since I was in third grade.
Me
Since I was
too.
like six, like 6 years old, right? And then they made me take them off for that ID picture. I'm like, there is no situation in which I am not gonna have these on. Why are you making me take these off? Like it was, yeah, it was a really weird thing, but they make you take them off, so.
yeah. Wow. You looked very young there.
Yep, that picture is about 15 years old now. So,
How often do you guys have to renew your license?
well, see, that's the thing is it's an ID picture. I don't have a
Oh,
license, obviously or not obviously, sorry. I didn't mean
I
to
wonder if I have to renew
be rude,
mine.
but
I only have an ID now too. They took my license in January.
yeah, I
'Cause
haven't had a driver's license since 2011. So there was no need for me to really renew it. That every time it comes along where it needs to be renewed, they just use the same picture and just
reissue it.
yeah, reissue it and use the same one. So I've never had a reason to get a new picture since then. So yeah, that's why that picture is, yeah, what is it, 2011, 14 years old now.
You should go get a new picture.
But I mean, yeah, I should, but do you want to stand in the DMV line to get a new picture?
I don't
They
know if
let
the
you use
DMV
that same
line's out
picture?
there. What? What'd you say,
I was
Pookie?
thinking they allow you to use that same picture though.
That's what I was
That,
thinking.
I mean, that's what they've reissued me the last couple of times that it's come up. So I'm not gonna pay for a new one. I'm not gonna stand in line for a new one. They can, if they're going to allow it, then they can do it. They can go screw themselves. I'm not going to stand in line for all that crap.
PA has that like every, I think, 8 years or 10 years, you have to take a picture.
I thought
Yeah,
mine's here
I,
was
I don't. Yeah, I
5.
don't know how long it is, but they haven't required me to take a new one. So I'm not going to challenge it because I am not going to stand in that line and I'm not going to pay that extra money.
Yeah, gotcha. I understand you there. Why stand in the line if you don't have to?
Our
Yeah, yeah.
DMV's in and out.
Pookie knows California DMV lines are not short.
I
They
have
are
a
not fun to
DMV.
stand in.
I have a DMV like within walking distance, like probably 3 blocks from my house, and I can make an appointment and be in and out in 20 minutes, probably.
The fuck? What? What state? Jesus, what state are you in? Like Wisconsin, Minnesota? Holy shit.
Well, I live in the middle of, I live in a small town.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I'm saying.
I also don't have buses. Therefore, I can't go anywhere
Is
Mm.
there like a
unless I
rural
call
area?
someone. What?
Do you live in like a rural area?
Suburbs. But we've got no buses, no taxis, no subways. They don't do that here. We're not big enough.
They don't do any of it here either. It's like Uber or
Right.
family and friends or bicycle. That's the only options for walking, I guess. But who walks?
I can't walk because of all of my orthopedic issues. I was on disability before I started having seizures.
Oh wow. Wow.
Wow.
So walking doesn't work for me.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing convenient within walking distance anyway. It's not like there's anywhere I'd walk to. So everything
I
worth
can
going to is
I can walk to
inconveniently.
my mailbox.
Yeah. Hey.
The
I'm
mailbox.
lucky enough that I'm a a third of a mile, a quarter, a third of a mile to the closest uh what do you want to call it? Like shopping center or whatever to me. There's a big shopping a big market there, and then some small kind of restaurants or whatever there. Um
Like a
so I do have
plaza
that like
or strip mall.
yeah, there's like a major grocery store and then like a few restaurants in it. It's like a small little, shopping plaza center market
Dry
area,
cleaner
whatever you
at
want to
the
call it.
end type of thing, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm lucky enough to have that within that close to me. But other than that, I honestly don't know what I would do. I mean, there's not much that close to me. I mean, on like I say, I ride my bike to work, every day, and I do that. But on days where I don't feel well or have something happen, I don't know what else I would do. It's just, yeah, it's really tough because obviously you can't, not if not working if you're not working, um, you can't afford to just take Uber up and down the street everywhere. So yeah, it's like, what do you do? Some days are, yeah, tougher than others.
Well, and it sounds like weather concerns aren't even a concern where you are. They like over here, walking isn't an option just because of either absolute scorching sun with the like humidity and then monsoon storms or like hurricanes. There's only actual nice walking weather. I mean, maybe a third of the time, like overall.
You live in
And
Kansas?
what?
I said, does he live in Kansas? It's
Yeah.
hardly ever nice here.
No, I live in California, so I know it's gonna sound like, oh, everything is perfect all the time. But it isn't.
Right.
Not
I
perfect
mean, I mean,
anywhere.
I mean, yeah, anywhere weather's an option. Yeah, you got rain some days, you got wind some days, heat sometimes. It changes all the time. But I guess, yeah, it is a little bit nicer out here. weather-wise, but it still does, get cold, get rainy and everything out here. So
What do you consider cold and rainy?
oh, that's not a fair question because whatever I'm gonna say,
I
I
just
don't know
really
where
want to know, what do you consider cold?
It's
oh,
cold
see,
here right
I know what
now.
I'm gonna say, and then you're just gonna laugh at me. I would say like the 50s and like 50s and 40s is cold to me out here.
The high was in the 40s today.
Yeah, see, yeah, exactly. I know other
Yes.
places in the country, different states,
It's a
it
matter
can
of
be
what you're used to, but at the same time, like
exactly.
it gets super hot in part of the year, and then super cold part of the year, and
Yeah.
then other times
And
like,
then there's tornadoes.
and there's tornadoes, and
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna be stuck in a house with nobody now, with no car. Yay! And no basement.
I still
So
got a
Oh,
fan
excited.
on. It
I'm
ain't
very
cold
excited.
till we hit the single digits.
We had below zero wind chills last year
oh,
for
yeah.
extended temperatures.
When I have to ride like my bike to work and it's raining, I put on like rain gear and like a rainproof jacket and different clothes. It's still only like 50 degrees out. Like it's not cold. I know that,
I'd be in a t-shirt.
but I still, yeah, see, exactly. It's just completely different to, it's what you're used to. It's what you're
It
used to,
is.
right?
Right. At the same time, like I used to work in the weather, and I worked during the summer. It was 115 degrees with, 80% humidity and all summer long. And then through the winter where it was,
Screw
below
that.
freezing for
You
weeks.
get the
It's
worst of both extremes. That
Yeah,
is
pretty much. We get it
it
all.
sucks.
And then spring comes in between, and you get thunderstorms and tornadoes.
Yep, yep, yeah. But are you somewhere in the Midwest? You don't
Kansas.
have to say exactly what state or
Kansas.
anything. Oh,
Yeah, no
okay.
hurricanes for you at least.
Oh,
So
yeah.
No, we
Yeah,
get
yeah,
the we get all the storms that come after, that are created from the hurricanes. That
yep.
when
yeah,
they come up
all
on
the
land,
remnants.
we get
Yeah,
all the thunderstorms and stuff afterwards
all the leftovers that it gets
that move up.
cycled
Yeah,
into.
that move up and spin. Yeah, we get all
Hmm.
that because it comes up here and does this number and spins
Is
over the
that
country.
are those the tornado producers where you are?
Anytime you have like I believe it's like high pressures and low pressures coming through, like pressure changes in, like, I think humidity has something to do with it too. I don't remember right now because my brain works real well sometimes.
Epilepsy. We
Right.
can just leave it at that, right? Epilepsy.
But it has to do with like when the storm fronts move through. It's always with like the storm fronts and the pressure changes and the temperature changes. It just
Big the differences on either side of the front.
pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't remember the details of it, but yeah, it's a good time
That's
to.
it. Yeah, I'm in California. I'll just say it, I don't care. I'm in California. I'm right on the coast.
You get the wildfires
yeah, we get wildfires instead of everything else.
instead
Yeah.
of tornadoes or hurricanes.
It's
Angel, what
unheard
natural
of here.
disaster do you get?
I'm in Philadelphia. It's its own natural
Nor'easters.
disaster.
You get
You don't
blizzards, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we'll get blizzards sometimes. We haven't had a good snowstorm in a while. Um,
Now what's gonna happen this winter? Because you said that.
Yeah, we
Today-
don't
She
get
said
snowstorm.
earlier Rochester got their first snow today.
Yeah. So
It's
We don't
snowing
get
in places.
snow at
It's
all.
snowing already.
March.
Rochester, New York. Yeah, I saw on the news there were several places that snowed.
Oh dang!
We got no snow in California. Well, in the more
Oh
part.
yeah. Yeah.
We don't get to.
And we
There were
I've never
parts
seen
of
snow.
Florida just a little bit.
I was gonna
north
say
of
we don't
where
ever
they
see snow
got
out here,
below
but
freezing for their overnight low temperature last night. They were saying that was the first time that there were actual frost and freezes in some of those countries or counties just a little bit north, in something like 50, 60 years or something. So that was kind of interesting. The last night was a bigger drops than we've seen in a long time here. So, well, yeah.
The temperatures have been crazy here. It was in the like upper 60s, low 70s last week, and then it was in the 40s, I think Sunday and Monday, and then we're headed back up and we're gonna be in the 70s again by Friday. I think it was in the 40s or 50s today.
I think today was around mid to high. It was 78 today. I don't know if that's at mid to high.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's that today, and tomorrow it's gonna rain.
High 70s, but humid. That's pretty warm and can be miserable if the humidity's real high.
I'm in the desert these days, so
Well, then it's probably not too humid. It's probably beautiful.
Where's Jeff at? I heard he went back to the desert today.
He's
Yeah.
napping. He
he's not too
made
far
it.
from me.
When
He,
is it
he,
he nap?
he made a brief appearance and then he had to go take a nap because he spent like 7 hours or something on airplanes or today.
Got lucky. There's so many cancellations going on.
I know. I'm glad he made it.
So I do have something else here, you guys. It says, did anyone else lose the ability to sleep in? Prior to my nocturnal tonic-clonic and subsequent diagnosis, I was someone who loved to sleep. At the weekend, I typically sleep in until 9 a.m. if I had no plans, which was great. It was harder once I had my daughter, but my husband and I would each get up with her one weekend morning at 5 to 6 a.m. She's an early riser, and let the other do what they want to do until 9 a.m. My choice was always sleep in. Since my diagnosis, I literally can't sleep in past 7:30 a.m. anymore without feeling off, like I'm on top of the cusp of a focal seizure. Almost all of my seizures are focal, technically nocturnal, and take place as I'm drifting off to sleep or waking up from sleep. For instance, sleep stage 1. So I can see this is why this is a high risk time of day for me. My seizures are currently controlled, so it's not the risk of trying to doze off when I get the first glimpse of feeling, in quote, funny. It's even more frustrating because of on the Motrigine, which gives you insomnia. I can say I agree with that.
Yep.
You need lots of sleep. Here are some of the meds. Here are some of the meds which will stop you from sleeping and make sure you get up each morning. I miss being able to enjoy to sleep. Can anyone relate and give me advice? I take the Motrigine and it causes insomnia. So I'm just to a state of maybe 10 years in of insomnia. So I've just gotten used to it. It's not something I can fight at this point. And then the Motrigine has done me done me good. So I just deal with it, and it does cause insomnia.
Yeah, it's the worst thing you can take for sleeping. Yeah, I've been on it for a while, and yeah, I just don't sleep anymore, and I just put
I'm
it.
so
Yeah,
Yeah,
glad that
my thing is,
I mean, I
my
just,
thing
yeah,
is,
it's just kind of in the back of my head now at this point. I'm like, okay, oh, today's this day. Okay, cool. 2 more days, then I'll fall asleep.
yeah, my thing is, it's easy to like fall asleep in the middle of the day, um, but it's hard to sleep
Yep.
at nighttime, which I don't understand. Like I can fall asleep in the daytime, take a nap whenever I feel like it. Um, but
Yeah, and
yeah,
that's the other thing. That's the other thing too, is like, yeah, when you finally get tired, it's at a random point in the day, right? It's not, it's not at the quote unquote normal time of the day, to fall asleep. It's, some random time of the day, and then you finally are tired, and then that makes it worse too, because then you have to explain to others, why you're sleepy at, 1 p.m. or, something like that, or yeah, it's just annoying.
yeah, I can like I said, I can sleep in and I can take naps. My sleep in the day, I mean, overnight is pretty good overnight because I sleep until 10 a.m. when I take my pills. But since I've been taking this B12, shout out to Nature's Made. Since I've been taking this B12, um, it's like my sleep is weird. Sometimes I can't go back to sleep. So that's been a thing too. It's hard to fall asleep because of the insomnia, but I'll get up at 7 to go to the bathroom or go get water or whatever the case, and can't go back to sleep. So ability to sleep in, I get you sometimes, but I don't think mine was due to the B12.
Yeah, it's
That's
like,
weird.
yeah, sometimes you'll
Mine's just hard
sleep, and then you'll
getting
sleep
to
at
sleep.
random times, and
I got something a comment here. Since I also had one for a very long time. I also take lamotrigine. A psychologist told me who specializes in sleep medicine. She gave me can anyone pronounce this? QUETIAPINE. Um, I don't know what that says.
That's the generic name of Seroquel, isn't it? I think. Quetiapine.
Yes. Um, then it said, and within a week, I had real sleep rhythm. However, everybody is different. The only thing you can do is ask a doctor.
Yeah,
Um,
quetiapine would knock me out even when I had taken my ADHD meds. So, like, even with amphetamine in my system, I would go to sleep within 30 minutes of taking it. It was like a button, a switch. It was really that uh, uh, impactful of a medication in terms of its kick in. So yeah, I don't know. There was that. Um, I didn't like the cocktail meds that I was on back then, and that was long before I had any inkling of any sort of seizure activity. So I don't know. I hadn't thought about asking if it would help improve my sleep much. It's just hard to keep a good circadian rhythm established once I had it set up, and then they sent me back into the EMU, and 5 days in the EMU with the sleep deprivation night will destroy anybody's circadian rhythm. And that, I feel like I still hadn't fully recovered from that when they tried adding another medication onto my mix. And Briviact messed up any progress that I had made on that, equilibrium. Again, I was kind of starting to get back to, a good reliable, like 11 p.m. going to bed and getting up at 7:30 a.m. Uh, I don't know. I'm still working on that now, getting back from the Brivia. That's kind of where I'm at currently, but my hope now is that the VNS will prevent or will negate any need for a third medication like Briviact, and hopefully allow me to back off of the Vimpat, which has a pretty big impact on my mood. My Lyrica would tend to have me falling asleep more, so that would, I don't know, that would probably lead to me just full daytime drowsiness. Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely an effective medication when I had been on it, and I don't think anybody would have any if I recall correctly, it acts on the dopamine receptors and like directly counteracts the stimulating effect of dopamine in the brain. So it's kind of like that's how it was able to so effectively counteract the stimulating effects of the ADD meds. So that shouldn't be, I don't think any anti-epilepsy meds that I've read about do anything with the dopamine receptors that would you know counteract each other there. So I don't know. I'm kind of rambling now, aren't I? Was there any other responses to that question?
No, there actually wasn't.
Um,
Yeah. You gave a great explanation.
Thank you.
Oh, I got something here. It says, I think my seizures are coming back. Today was like one of those days where you feel your entire day is just an aura, and it was okay as I was in my statistics class, but when I got home, I for sure knew that something was off. So I took a lorazepam, and now I am very tired, the good type of tired, and very happy, and nothing happened. But this could be an indicator. But could this be an indicator that I should up my dose? Will there be more seizures? I've been seizure free for 3 months now, and the semester just started, and I slept really shitty, and I just hope that there was going to be a one-time thing caused by stress and bad sleep, and meeting all these new people. Hopefully, I don't get a CC. I have an appointment with my neuro in 2 weeks. Hopefully, we get a solid answer. The question in there was, could that be an indicator to up the dose? And will there be more seizures? I think you should always tell your doctor when things like that happen and you feel kind of off and you're having weird days like that. Personally, I wouldn't say having weird days means up your dose, but I'd talk to my neurologist.
I think
yeah,
with the drowsiness, I feel the last thing I want to do is up my dose for anything. So I'm very careful. Like, are they really coming back? Is the medicine not working no more? You know, like I do have a camera in my room. I check it to see when I have seizures and stuff. And that's what I go by, you know. And my last seizure, I would even say, well, it could have been because I'm coming off the Klonopin. Let's see if I have any more before, we adjust anything with the doctor, you know? It's like when you're coming off medicine or when you're starting new medication, there's always chances of, seizure because you're not fully at the therapeutic levels yet where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these take a particularly long time to reach a good equilibrium with each other, and that can extend long past even the last pill is swallowed. If it's a medication you're stopping, it can cause ripple effects downstream for weeks afterwards. Clonazepam is a perfect example of that. When I was taking that daily, and then coming off of that, the longer acting, the longer half-life those are, the longer it takes for them to get fully out of your system like that. So, yeah, a lot of anti-epilepsy drugs, the long taper up is usually an indicator that it's going to be a long road back down if it's something you have to get off of. So, that's, yeah, like Angel said, something to be careful about. I definitely have felt that same sort of trepidation, like, well, maybe if we give it another 4 weeks, it might settle down by then or something. I don't want to jump on adjusting anything too quickly if we were just that, those few weeks away from reaching that adjustment point and being good and in the clear. And maybe, maybe we would have been okay if I hadn't added in the Briviact and then pulled back off of that. And, maybe I don't know. It's a lot of second guessing in my case and in my experience with some of these adjustments because they take so long to get used to. So yeah, I echo and agree with his assessment there and his feelings.
Oh my goodness, I was with you. I remember everything you said, but it went away for a second. I'm gonna read a few comments while I'm thinking about it. One says, "Hope, so happy you had your lorazepam. Too many people suffer through orbits needlessly. Anyway, it may be your time to up your dose, so definitely call your neurologist. Also, you should also take the lorazepam right when you feel your aura, because if it lasted all day, that means you were having a cluster." Oh,
Well, yeah, I guess if the unsettled feeling was an aura and that unsettled feeling never subsided, then I guess one would have to say that the fact that it never subsided between any of those little episodes of the auras throughout the day, that especially since we say auras are seizures, right? They're a type of
Auras are seizures.
so if there were multiple auras throughout the day and unsettled feeling between them, then that sounds like a textbook definition of a seizure cluster, right? The without ever fully recovering baseline between the seizures, I think is how the or at least how it's been described to me. Um,
yeah.
that's the criteria they use for, whether it's a cluster and whether it's status epilepticus, whether it's what degree of consciousness you regain between them. And
Yeah,
yeah,
because if you're having status and then you're kind of in of it, I mean, in it and out of it, and that kind of means like you're clustering because you're in and out of it and it's still happening over and over. Um,
I believe
yeah,
status, your lips would definitely start turning blue, though. That would
wow.
be the difference between the clusters and status.
Learn something every day here at least. Um, yeah, I think I was clustering. Second episode. Yeah, if you went back that far and watched. Yeah. And I was ignoring it the whole episode. But I do have something here. One of the comments on that post. It says the general rule is if you get an aura and you're unsure if it's an aura, not normal headache or something, you up your dose. But hey, watch your life. Watch whether you're skipping meals. If I skip one, I get a seizure no matter what. Check if you're hydrated, stressed, hungry, and all the triggers out there. You can't just put yourself to triggers and just say, why am I getting a seizure? Yes, meds help, huge help, but they don't heal you. Neuroplasticity does, meaning staying seizure free for months or years. Your neurologist decides, and sometimes nothing does. If there's a structural issue with your brain or something, good luck. So your brain heals when you go seizure free for months or a year, it says.
wait, I'm sorry, could you read that last bit again? I missed what
Um,
was that about
the last one says,
neuroplasticity?
it says, check if you're hydrated, stressed, hungry, and all the triggers are out there. You can't just put yourself to triggers and just say, why am I getting seizure? Yes, meds help, huge help, but they don't heal you. Neuroplasticity does, meaning staying seizure free for months or years, your neuro decides, and sometimes nothing does. If there's a structural issue with the brain or something, good luck.
But yeah, that's something I've heard my neurologist say was every seizure that your brain has makes it easier for your brain to have the next seizure. Um, trying to describe the um, it's not not necessarily degenerative, definitely not degenerative in the like scientific medical sense, but it does tend to be something where I mean if we're gonna if to I mean it feels kind of weird, but to anthropomorphize your own brain, it's like it can learn how to have seizures. So in that sense, the neuroplasticity and being seizure free would, I guess, imply that they're talking about uh, lifestyle choices and make it easier for your brain to learn how to deal with life and not go into a seizure. Um, which I mean definitely sounds like a healthy way of looking at it. Um, I don't know if the underlying, or I don't know if I would necessarily agree that the underlying tendency to have the seizures is, I mean, it doesn't go away necessarily. Um, maybe I misunderstood what they were saying when they said neuroplasticity uh, makes it get better with time. But
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand. I was thinking basically, so what they're saying is neuroplasticity, not having seizures and stuff, is healing your brain. That's what I took from it.
I mean, I guess if we're gonna play with the semantics there, I guess you could say technically it is healing it. It's just not healing it in the sense of the word, like completely removing, healing it of epilepsy and now being a completely like, you know, um, completely non-epileptic brain anymore. But healing it in the sense that, with time it recovers from the last seizure, it heals those, stressed and damaged pathways and in that sense, the longer it goes without having a seizure, that, that is time that, you're
Yeah,
yeah, I
that
don't
one
know.
did make me think of that.
I don't know what they meant by that choice of language there. Uh, it it could have been made a bit more clear. Uh, but yeah, I wouldn't agree if they meant in terms of like no longer epileptic brain, but I do agree in the sense that all of those choices and habits and everything improve the brain's health and make it less likely that you will have more seizures in the future. So, um, kind of like, want to check both columns there, so you know both of them are true to certain extents in their own ways.
I got another post here. It says, do you notice a pattern leading up to your seizure? I'm beginning to notice a pattern for my seizures. For some reason, I get a seizure every time this happens. 1, lucid dream, and I wake up unusually. I wake up unusually late. 2, I have a massive appetite and I eat a lot. 3, I get really talkative and then tired. 4, the rest for a little bit. 5, seizure. I seem to switch personalities afterwards as well. It's so strange. I was thinking my pattern most recently after my last seizure. My last seizure, the pattern was just like good day, kind of drowsy, seizure. Yeah. So ever since I've got that really drowsy feeling, that's all I can remember. So I've been trying to avoid that feeling and what I do during and after that. And so far I've been avoiding that. And I don't know if it's exactly worked, but I haven't had a seizure, so I wouldn't say that's working. Maybe nothing's happened. Maybe it's just in my head. Never know.
Yeah, I
You guys
guess
got
if
a
I were
pattern?
to describe a sequence like that, my most recent like significant event, not just like the tingly vocals, but like the something weird definitely happened. It was just like stressful day, not a particularly normal day. It was kind of in the lead up to the most recent EMU stay. So I was a little off baseline to begin with, but you know, coping. And then from there, like just unbelievably, inexplicably tired. Or maybe, I don't know, from there, then question mark, question mark, question mark, then inexplicably tired. And maybe those question marks should come before or after the inexplicably tired, but the tiredness definitely happened. And then angry for no reason. Just the inexplicable tiredness and the inexplicable anger. And it was only like with a bit of distance afterwards that I realized that that didn't make any sense, even given the stress that I had at the time. But yeah, it's like anger, blank, tired, or wait, no, stress, blank, tired, anger has happened more than one time in the past. So I think that's probably a common
Sign.
recurrence, whether it's necessarily been recognized. If I wasn't around anybody to get angry at, I don't know if I would have noticed. I would have just gone and had a nap, you know, if I was living alone and had nothing else to do. So I don't know if I would have known that was a seizure. If yeah, if I didn't have somebody to lose my temper at. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I noticed,
but thanks.
I noticed that me sometimes that just like ignoring the sign of being drowsy was a sign. But then there's times where I do get drowsy and I don't get a seizure. So I didn't quite understand that part. But I think lately I've just been like, if I do feel drowsy, then I kind of just lay back and chill for a bit or take a nap if necessary, which I don't like doing, taking naps a lot.
Yeah, I don't either.
For some reason, ironically, I yawned. Go ahead, Mark.
I don't like taking naps either. I mean, sometimes they're extremely rewarding, but most of the time I just feel guilty, like sleeping during the day. Like I should have gotten this done at nighttime. And then, or if I sleep too much now, then I'll have trouble sleeping at the night, and then I'll just need to take a nap tomorrow. And um, yeah, I don't know. Do you feel guilty about taking naps?
I refuse to take
The others.
naps.
Sometimes
If
I
I
do.
take,
Sometimes I feel like
I was just saying I don't
like
take naps at all because if I do, I can't sleep at night.
I can't sleep at night anyway.
Maybe you're just nocturnal and you're just trying to sleep wrong by trying to do it at night at all.
I try to like sleep as much as I can during one span of time because it's hard for me to sleep at night. So if I do go to sleep overnight, when I do eventually get sleep, I have my pill time at 10 a.m. So usually I just try to get to sleep before 4, maybe 3 I try. And yeah, sometimes I'm able to go around 2 and 1 and get around 8 hours of sleep, which has been okay for me so far. But here's another one of the comments says, my pattern is fatigue, weakness in my arms and legs, needing my cane. 3 is tremors, which leads to 4 is tension. 5 is exhaustion with the shakes. And 6 is the end quote snap, as I call it. It feels like a band tightening in my head, and then boom. My pattern is I just notice I have a tired, sleepy feeling, and then that. I don't remember exact order to put it in. Yeah, like I said, I just try to get some rest, or try to get to a safe spot and just lay down. Soothing or calming place. Another comment is, my God, that is my exact how mine progresses well. I wish I had some advice on how to mitigate it. I currently passed your number 5 to had a cluster of seizures today, all beginning with your number 1. Another one says, for me, it's kind of hard since I might be just walking along outside and staring to my eyes because my seizure started up to the sun.
Started up to the sun.
I gotta read it too. It says, for me, it's kind of hard since I might be just walking along outside and staring to my eyes because my seizure started up to the sun. I don't.
Do you think that? Oh, technical difficulties on his end, I guess. It looks like Pookie got disconnected there.
It looks like Pookie's coming back, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just saying that last post was very confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird. How
Yeah, I
my
was wondering if they meant to say something along the lines of they were walking along and then staring up into the sun because their seizure started. And then maybe in the process of writing, editing, copy paste or something, the order got mixed up. Because some of the words were all there and up at the sun and starting, I wonder if that was supposed to be staring. Because staring up at the sun is something, you know, if you were doing it
that's
without having a seizure, you would be a crazy person. But
I mean, that's not good for you, even if you're having a seizure.
right, but I mean, you don't have to be a crazy person. You just have to be seasoned. You could also be a crazy person, but not a requirement. Or it could be an eclipse. Maybe they were walking along on the eclipse.
Saw one once.
yeah, we're just talking about the pattern leading up to a seizure. Mines are kind of different.
I don't have one really. All I remember is I feel like I'm gonna puke sometimes.
Yeah, like I said, mine was just the drowsy feeling, and then it's usually a seizure or a feeling telling myself I should rest. You shouldn't push yourself today, and then me ignoring it usually leads to a seizure. And pretty much all the signs I get. Then it's just boom. Should have followed your first. Um, yeah, I don't follow the first signs. I just go about and try to fight through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. Even when I do notice the first signs, sometimes I still try to like deny it, push it away. It's like, maybe that's not quite what's going on, even though I'm already maybe starting to suspect it, but don't necessarily want to admit it. It would be the end of whatever streak I was on.
I'm going on 4 months seizure free in 4 days.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah,
Yay!
it's been since July 14th. So it's November 11th. I'm almost there at 4 months, and I'm usually having them every 3 to 4 months. So I'm doing pretty good, I guess, and I'm trying to make it the rest of the year. Like I've been doing everything right. My mother's making food, so I'm eating more than I usually eat ever
Nice.
in life in a very long time. So yeah, there's that.
Wait.
I'm eating better, so there's that. I do have a post here. It says, "How do you handle a seizure alone in public?" I went out shopping with the family today. I probably go outside once every 2 weeks due to limitations from my stroke and epilepsy. I could sense a seizure coming on and immediately was rushed home. I'm just thinking, what would you guys do if you felt a seizure coming on while you were out alone in public?
I would wake up on the concrete. I don't I have no consciousness and no warning, so I would just wake up on the concrete or wherever after it was over.
Same.
Not go
Yeah, I
out
could just imagine
for
waking
this.
up being surrounded by paramedics. is all to it. Waking up surrounded by paramedics and not knowing why or what's going on. That's the usual vibe. That's how I handle my seizures in public, and yeah, I'm never able to tell anybody because I usually just wake up from it. There's no telling someone. It's once you're having a seizure, you're having a seizure. Those are all the signs I get. One of the comments here says, "I get out of the flow of pedestrian traffic and wait. Probably sit down." Another comment says, "Find a safe and fairly quiet spot and sit down and wait it out while sending updates to my loved ones." Another one says, I sit down, find a water or something sugary to sip on, and I try to talk to someone through it so I keep from losing consciousness. Sometimes I can't work through it, but more recently, I had to be transported to the hospital from the Panera Bread. Once just talking to the operator was enough to keep conscious. Another time it happened at the bank and I walked to the Walgreens for water and worked it through. It's never easy and can always scare me. Another comment says, "I do personally have seizures, but I tell my daughter to sit down." Oh, I do not have seizures personally, but I do tell my daughter to sit down or lie down depending on where she is and immediately let one of our family members know. That is the way we can get someone to her quickly and get her home safely, assuming it's normal seizure. Just let your friend or loved ones know that they can come and get arrangements so you can rest and take care. This person said a normal seizure. And they also said they don't have seizures, so I get it. You guys have any normal seizures?
What are normal ones?
I was trying to see if anybody could tell me, but
They're the ones that aren't atypical.
that was wrote by someone who doesn't have seizures. So as we see, Angel's like, "What's a normal seizure?" I feel you, Angel.
I
Nothing
mean,
is normal
everybody's
about
got
any of
their
them.
own normal, I suppose, right? We've all got a particular type of seizure that most frequently kind of occurs, right? I know Andrea and I have the coaster drop focal in common as kind of, I mean, I don't want to speak for her, but that's my normal for a lot of the most frequent stuff. And then tonic-clonics, it's just, oh, death. And no real way to tell the difference between the two until they're over. Right?
Yeah,
Is
someone's
that Andrea?
Pretty much. The only thing with the focals is like my focal awares or auras, whatever. I still haven't figured out what the new neurologist wants to refer to them as. But I get a lot of the like arm sensations and stuff, and I get all the physical stuff, and I'm still aware and I know what's going on, and everything's like kind of altered, but I'm still there and I can still respond. But if it's like a full I'm out or a tonic-clonic, no, I planted in the kitchen right there.
Yeah, I haven't face planted in a while, literally,
I
because
was
that was my
gonna say
favorite
that's
thing
a
to do for
bad
a
place
long
to.
time. I had all kinds of facial bruises for a long time, and
I'm just
shattering my
really I'm really glad that I like had the thought when I was on the way down. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna hurt. And that's the last thing I remembered.
Mm.
And I came to on the kitchen floor and there was blood from my glasses cutting up my face.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that, Andrea.
No, hey, I'm in one piece.
Amen to that.
It's not as rough as when you scraped on the pavement. That one was way rougher.
Yeah.
Your face plant was hurt. Sound like it hurt way worse.
Yeah, I think it scared the people there more because I woke up just feeling like a slight burn on my face. What the hell was going on? And then figured out what was going on. But yeah, it was like a scab right here. And yeah, basically like skid mark, like I dragged on the pavement after I fell is what it seemed like. Because it was
And
rougher
just like,
around the
ugh.
top.
I was asking if Mark's had a bad face plant too.
No,
No?
well, no.
Angel? Face plants?
Many, many, many,
Many?
many, many, including
Any?
some losing my teeth. Yeah.
I busted a tooth off about 3 months after I face planted in the kitchen.
I cracked one of my teeth. I don't know if it's cracked or shattered or what it's case. Oh, chipped is a good word. I fell in a hole. Fell in a hole, and the hole that I dug was the foundation for a patio.
Because
And
you were having
yeah,
a seizure and you fell in it?
that's what they said. And then when I came to, I was getting carried to the ambulance, and once I got in, I was wondering why my lip was stuck in between my teeth, like front top tooth. And when I
It
pulled
was,
when I pulled the lip out of the teeth, I mean the lip from in between the teeth is when the tooth chipped. So the whole time I just had a weird feeling that I could tell what was going on. My lip was stuck in between my teeth.
I'm sorry. You guys had all that.
It's all right.
If bit the tip of my tooth, or sorry, tip of my tongue off, a couple of times, during a seizure, and then my lip, my tongue, all of that stuff as well.
I
So it's
forgot to put in my bite guard last night.
always been some fun times.
How'd that go, Andrea?
Apparently it did okay, but I had it all out and I ready to go when I brushed my teeth, and I set it right right there by where I keep it during the day, and apparently I did not put it in my mouth after I finished brushing my teeth. I just went and got in bed.
Mm.
How was your mouth when you woke up? Good?
It was okay. I'm just gonna be more careful tonight.
I'm glad I'm not there yet and I don't have to wear one. But I'm sorry
I
that you do.
I have to wear one because I grind my teeth so bad. I broke one of my teeth off and they had to pull it because I broke it in half.
Oh wow.
The very back tooth on the bottom right side cracked it in
Yeah.
half.
Mm.
I think I was like 17,
How'd you do that?
grinding my teeth in my sleep.
You just woke up in the morning? Or did you wake up when it happened?
No, it bugged me. It kept hurting and kept hurting and kept hurting. And they finally figured it out that they went in and had to pull it. And the only thing he could figure out, it had to be because I grind my teeth so bad. I went through a mouth guard that they said should have lasted me several years and like at least twice as long as it did. And I chewed holes in it and went back and got a new one.
The seizure
I
took out a bridge that should have lasted longer.
The power your jaws have is ridiculous, man.
Like I was thinking that same thing when I was watching videos of people. I mean, looking at the pictures of people chewing pieces out of their tongues and stuff after seizures, and that's what I was thinking. The jaw is it's a very strong thing. Yeah, I might have to
Honestly,
send you the link to that. There was a link
I
that someone sent me, and it was like just pictures of people biting pieces out of their tongues.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
don't
need
want to
to
see
send
that.
that to me. You can keep that. Thank you.
I
Yeah,
don't want to see that.
yeah,
yeah. There was some ugly tongues on
there's
there.
can send you some pictures of the tip of my tongue that aren't so pretty, but yeah.
I
It's
highly
Yeah, I
not
saw.
recommend a bite guard.
it's
Highly
not
I
well,
recommend
saw
a
I mean
some
bite
I
guard.
girl
I
with.
don't I yeah
Seconded.
I don't want to wear one because
I
I
didn't
don't know
want to
when.
wear one either, but believe me, it's worth it.
Yeah, I guess it might be, but I don't know when
And
they're gonna happen, and they're so infrequent, at least as far as when I'm, biting on it. So that's that's a different story.
You're talking about when you sleep, right?
I mean, just when I have a seizure, I don't know when it's gonna happen. It's
Oh, so
not
you would
just
have to wear one all the time.
yeah, it's not just when I'm sleeping or anything. So
Oh,
it's just
yeah,
when I have a seizure. So yeah, I wouldn't me personally,
I
I'm not gonna wear one.
I can
But
understand that. I thought you meant just while you were sleeping. I highly
no,
recommend one for sleep.
yeah, definitely.
yeah, if it was like a sleep only thing, then that might not be a problem and I would do it. But
To get one and only wear it while you sleep. Then at least
I
it's protected while you're sleeping.
I mean I guess that could help it, yeah, at that time of the day, but the times I've bitten my tongue, not all of them have been just at night, at sleep. So it's
Yeah, I
totally
get that. I just
yeah.
know that there's been times that, like the very first time that I bit my tongue, it was pretty bad. And then I didn't have a bite guard, but then I've gotten one since then, and I've bitten my tongue since then, and it was not nearly as bad with the bite guard.
Oh yeah, for me, if you I mean, it would be hard to tell here on video, but if you were to see me in person, you could definitely tell, if you
You
looked at my
showed
tongue.
us. You showed us your tongue. I've seen it.
Yeah, yeah, it it's a pretty good chunk that's been, taken out a couple of times from it. So yeah, it's annoying. I guess it'd be the easiest word to say.
I have a post here. It says, "How the heck am I surgery? Am I a surgery candidate? My neurologist is suggesting I consider surgery. No way on earth do I want to do that, but I am thinking about it. If only to give my wife some peace of mind. My thing is, my whole family has generalized tonic-clonic seizures. My understanding was that you are a candidate for an RNS or DBS only. And if you have focal seizures coming from one area of the brain, but when I met a surgeon, he was like, "Oh yeah, you're certainly a candidate. Why would I subject myself to that if I'm truly a candidate? Anyone out here who can shed some light on this, who has been in the same situation? Did you get the surgery? And did it actually end up helping? Anybody else had any surgery candidate letters? Or been told that you're a candidate?
I'm starting my surgery assessment on February.
Hmm. You got a few months.
No, they couldn't get a MRI and the EMU scheduled at the same time with the check-ins lined up because it's like 5-hour drive and my mom only wants to take the trip once, so we're doing it. Have to wait till February.
pray for the best for you.
Yeah,
Would you get the surgery if they gave you the opportunity?
haven't decided that yet. I think that
Here's
depends
what
on the options.
if you woke up in the emergency room right now and they said you had to, what you gonna do?
What do you mean if I woke up in the emergency room and they said I had to have surgery?
Well, you said you didn't know. Like, what if they woke you up and they were like, you should get this surgery?
I would want to know why, and I think I would not just go along with them on brain surgery.
Yeah, especially for the VNS or RNS, some stuff you got to put in. I mean, DBS, they said. What is the DBS? Isn't that like something else? Anybody know where that is?
Brain stimulation.
Yeah, they go deep into it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like something in the chest or something. Hmm.
That's a VNS. That's what
The
Mark's got.
VNS is there, yeah. I don't know. I don't think that the
Oh, okay.
DBS implant is that low. I think it's kind of like the RNS up by the skull there, and then the electrodes go like way deeper. But I may be mistaken. I haven't looked into the DBS in much detail. Okay,
The
we'll do
RNS is
Um,
electrodes on for the
Go
RNS are
ahead.
just on the surface of the brain. Is that
I don't
correct?
know.
I don't know. Kate would be the one to answer that offhand.
I think
I'd have to
I
go
think
look
that's
it up
what it
right now.
I think that's the difference is like the RNS is the electrodes are on the surface of the brain, whereas the DBS they put actual things like down into your brain and deep brain stimulation or stimulator or whatever to be
How do
more
you go about
localized.
sleeping when you got those in there? No, I'm just thinking that's kind of interesting. Like, how do you go about laying if you need to sleep with those surrounding your head? Like, how long is that process for? Is it like an overnight EMU stay, or?
I don't know. I just looked up the DBS versus RNS. It looks like the DBS targets a more generalized area of the brain, whereas the RNS is the one that has electrodes that go to the specific seizure points. So
I
the
had it
RNS
backwards.
specifically tailor-made, and the DBS just has electrodes that go in deep and just kind of do their thing to a broader area deeper inside. If the Google AI answer is to be believed, asterisk.
Yeah, don't have time to look for a picture, but that's interesting. Because I was thinking, like, if they're in the top of your head, or if they're on the sides, would be more interesting. How
Yeah, it
to even
says
place
that
those things if you need to sleep.
it says that the RNS generator is placed on the head, whereas the DBS generator is in the chest. A lot like the VMs, and then I guess they run the electrodes um, up into the skull from underneath rather than doing the craniotomy and all of that, which, I mean, I clearly had a preference at the VNS. That's part of why I didn't want to go the RNS route and pursuing that is the craniotomy really it's that's the part that made it really feel like brain surgery. And going going up in the skull from the chest, it doesn't feel as invasive. It- Even though it's still pretty pretty similar in terms of what they're doing, running electrodes into.
Once as my doctor recommended surgery after I went through an SEEG stay in the hospital. They located where in my brain the seizures were coming from. I knew it would be risky, but I had already been through 4 medications. It was in it was all or nothing choice to me. So far I'm
It looks like everyone's having a bit of connection issues.
Yeah,
Did
I had some
Pookie,
coming in.
yeah, did Pookie drop off again?
Yep.
Wonder what if everyone's or if I wonder if Zoom is having issues on their end and because it seems unlikely that everybody all at once is all having connection issues while on the same Zoom meeting as opposed to Zoom having an issue, you know.
That's a very good point, Mark.
But I was doing a little bit more reading while Pookie was looking into that next question, just doing some comparison of the DBS to the RNS. And it does look like you were right about the RNS does um, allow for the surface strip electrodes placement is what they called it. Um, or it can do the deeper depth electrodes as they call them, whereas the DBS only works with the depth electrodes. Um, so I don't know if that makes much of a difference, if they're coming in from the chest or up from above and outside, but yeah, I don't know. You still got to do the craniotomy, so
Right.
um,
That's the scariest part to me.
yeah.
That you
Do
want to cut my head open? What?
is it invasive since it's in the chest? DBS continues or delivers constant stimulation regardless of the brain's activity at the moment, whereas the RNS continuously monitors the brain activity and only provides the stimulation in a reaction to an abnormal pattern. Which, yeah, because the RNS is placed specific to that locations where the seizures were located and identified,
Mm-hmm.
opposed to the example given in the AI summary is um, a specific fixed targeted area like the anterior nucleus of the thalamus or some. So that still sounds pretty targeted to me, but I guess they can get even more specific. Um, yeah, I don't know. The my neurologist didn't discuss the DBS much with me, or at all with me, really. I've only learned about it through my own research. So I wonder if that's an indicator that they didn't consider me a candidate for it, or if it just wasn't. I don't know. But I wonder if, because I know that I've heard that, well, yeah, my neurologist told me that if the VNS and the meds don't fully control it, there is still an option down the line to have an RNS implant added even with the VNS that I just got. So,
Like piggyback it,
huh?
like kind of piggyback it.
Yeah, double up. I don't know if the same could be said of the DBS. If you can, I would imagine since both the RNS and the DBS use those depth electrodes that the they probably can't both be used at once for that reason, since those electrodes will both be going into the exact same location. But I mean, I guess that unlike the RNS, the DBS probably can't be used in combination with the VNS because they would both have to place the generator in the same spot in the chest and run up the same. I don't know. I mean, that might be a significant drawback of the DBS if the VNS and RNS can pair up with each other, but the DBS doesn't play nice in combination with either one. That, I mean, regardless of how you feel about the invasiveness of either one, that's a pretty big drawback.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm at the point right now where I'm just gonna go talk to them and see what they say. And like I can go and do all the tests and see what they say. I don't have to let them do surgery.
Yeah, just check it out. I didn't mind the hydrocodone they gave me afterwards. Didn't really need it. Took it anyway. Chill evening. So that's a check in the positive or negative, I guess, depending on who you're talking to. But
I like that stuff they give you right before they put you to sleep.
yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys, that my service went out twice and it just kicked me from the session twice.
I
That's
think it
okay.
was Zoom today. It kicked me out earlier when I was trying to log in.
Uh,
yeah, we were speculating there might be issues on the server side with Zoom if everybody is having trouble.
yeah, that's not good. But another
We're
note,
still
I
here.
am.
We worked through it.
Say that again.
We got through it.
Yeah, we're here.
Would have picked up the question you were reading, but I didn't know which one it, yeah, I mean, to be honest, full disclosure, I was a little distracted still reading about the DBS and RNS when you went and were reading the next post and got disconnected, so
We talked about that.
but
Yeah, we the post I read is the one that said, "How the heck am I a surgery candidate?" And then I started reading the first comment, and it took me out of the session, so I was no longer able to explain that. But
that shows how distracted I was. I Wasn't even distracted off topic.
I got one of the comments here that I thought was interesting because it said they have the VNS and the DBS, and then I didn't get to read it. The comment was VNS and DBS don't need to be focal onset. DBS is pretty new. It's so much less well understood by the community. RNS and resection generally do. Though even some GTCs have the identifiable epileptogenic zone, but it just generalizes quickly, in which case RNS can also be an option. I will say, if you're not willing to consider actual brain surgery, VNS is not a brain surgery. It is minimally invasive. It can help and doesn't interfere with your planning toward a DBS or the like, You can do VNS usually fairly quickly while counting a workup for DBS or RNS. I thought this person was going to say that they had DBS and VNS because those were the first two words, but this person doesn't look like they have anything because they're not explaining anything like they have epilepsy. Andrea, do you have any VSs or BSs or NSs?
I don't have any bionics for the epilepsy yet. All my bionic parts are for other things.
Gotcha.
Oh, but you still are part cyborg.
I am part cyborg. I mean, I suppose if you count the metal in my spine.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well, I got
Yeah.
metal in my spine here, and I got metal in my spine and down in my lower back too.
Okay, then that
Yes.
would mean I am too. I had some metal in my hip, so
You're a
my right
cyborg
hip.
too.
Machine
Wow.
parts have been installed
You
in
got
your
serial
body.
numbers now.
Yes, yeah.
Serial numbers too.
Yep.
Oh man.
If you ever get murdered, they can identify your body by the serial numbers on your medical implants.
Have you ever
Oh,
seen Squid
okay.
Game?
Yes, I saw
No.
the first one, but I don't remember it.
Hey, kind of a pro if you think about it.
I remember it. I remember I watched it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember
And
how they
I
scanned
remember I
their.
liked it.
Yeah, I remember
There's
how they
been
scan their mask, and some of them they scan like behind their ears, and they get a code. Um, that was interesting.
there's been a
Uh,
few shows recently that I've been watching and have only realized like towards the end of a season or something, like after a dozen episodes or so, that I've already seen the entire show or something. Like it doesn't even seem vaguely familiar until the very end, and then I'm like, wait, I know how this is gonna wrap up. Like it's weird. I don't know. I can't say, I guess, how much of it is just age and the amount of time that's passed since I last saw it, because some of these are like pretty old shows, but it's kind of nice to have. I mean, they're kind of like a little comforting once I do remember them. A little unsettling to realize that I hadn't remembered them. I don't know. Does that
I've kind
happen
of
with any TV shows with you guys? That it's like, wait, I've seen this before, but at the end,
Yeah, I've come to accept that there's a lot of times that I've probably already seen it, unless it's new.
yeah, a lot of shows before I go watch a new season, if I haven't seen the old season within the past month or so, I'm usually gonna forget. So I go back and watch the last season before I watch the new season. And usually by the
Yeah.
end, I'm caught up and I'm like, oh, yeah, that was just as interesting. And now I can go on to watch the season I'm supposed to be on because I got my catch up date. I mean, all those dates. And yeah, especially when those shows are like 6 to 8 months apart. Yeah.
But can you remember the first season long enough to watch the second season?
If I
Well, that's
watch
where the
them,
binge comes in. You just gotta sit and power through it. Speed is key.
My problem
yeah.
is the squirrels. My brain is just, I have zero concentration. I'm gonna concentrate. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna watch this show. And before I know it, I've picked up my phone and I've Googled 6 things and I'm playing 3 games and I'm going to the kitchen and I'm off in my bedroom. And the show's still playing in the living room and I haven't stopped it at all. And I have no idea what happened or when I got up.
Been there.
There was
It's
an
just,
interesting experiment, I guess. Well, I don't know. It wasn't necessarily an experiment, but I was recalibrating my phone's battery. I ran it until it ran itself completely dead, and then I plugged it in and charged it to 100% and left it plugged in for a few hours after it had been indicating through its own internal software that it had reached 100%, because sometimes that point, based off of the sensors that it's looking at, it can kind of drift, and the 100% that it reports might not necessarily be the actual 100% of the battery. So I was sitting there in this window, like right in the middle of the day, where for 5, 6 hours, I mean, it didn't have to be that long. I kind of extended it a bit, just because, but for the initial 3, 4 hours, I was, just reaching and realizing how much I go reaching for it, and it sort of forced a refocus on what I was doing, and I was really able to binge watch the Orville seasons 1, and I kind of got through the end of season 1 and beginning of season 2 without getting all distracted like that, because my phone wasn't going off with this or that. I wasn't going and checking the time, checking the weather, or if I was reaching, I wasn't succeeding at getting anything, any dopamine feedback from it. And it wasn't that bad. By the end of that uh chunk of time that I had intended to leave it plugged or leave it off and plugged in, I just decided, may as well. It's not, I kind of enjoy not having these distractions. It's helping to really get through this. Yeah, so I might try leaving my phone off for uh, periods of time more often and just see. I don't know, might be something, an experiment worth trying yourself. As long as you're in a situation where somebody is nearby and
I was gonna say, I can't just
Yeah.
shut my phone off.
Yeah.
That's one
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah,
Because
I was
if,
here, family, right
yeah, I
over.
know,
Yeah,
but yeah, my phone is a big problem, and I know that.
it's easy to happen. It's easy to just find
Especially
yourself. You know?
especially when you're sitting here not doing anything all day.
Yeah, I mean, what else? Where else to find any sort of,
Right,
reward?
exactly. So
Where is? Oh, oh, right in front of me. Looking right at it, right there.
I try to keep mine
Um,
close just so that in case I need it to call somebody for emergency reasons. But I try to put it down and leave it alone. If I can put it down, like if I can shut the TV off and put my phone down and turn on music, I'll actually get some shit done around the house. That's
yeah,
one thing I figured out. But there's days that I can't do that. For those days, I need to just knit. But for some reason, I got out of the practice of that because my hands were hurting. I think I was knitting too much.
hold the finger.
Well, yes, it's repetitive stress injuries, but if you hold your hands, like if you're too tense and doing things, you're more likely, I think, to get them. And I was really tense at the time and I think that was probably what led to part of it. Being extra tense and then knitting too much and all of the above combined. It's like, okay, I'm hurting now. I'm just gonna stop.
I did that to myself with my bass one time. Um, didn't even realize it, just kind of hyper focus, got into practicing and 8 hours straight of sitting with your elbow bent and your fingers just doing this and getting really tense and stuff. It's not a good thing to do to yourself, just
I bet you
in
were
case you
cramped
were
up.
wondering. I lost a lot of sensation on my left pinky and ring finger there. Is that the nerve goes up through the elbow, and keeping my elbow bent like that for so long was cutting off the signal because of the inflammation there from just the irritation and stuff. I'm feeling it now already again, just I mean, not from that. I've
Memories.
been kind of leaning on it too, so I need to, I need to go feed the cats too. Kitty's been really pissed at me. She's taking it out on this drawstring over here, but I don't know. I don't want to go yet.
Better go feed her.
I'll go to the
I'll
next
do it for
post while you do
Mike.
that.
How about that? I'll do it for Mike. Kitty will get fed, but it's really for Mike Crackers.
All right, I got
Has
something.
Mike ever jumped up on camera here for you guys? Has he ever shown his face?
As
Say that
who?
again.
Has Mike ever jumped up on camera here? Big Mike, the cat, my parents' cat. I know Kitty has jumped up and Poofy has been on camera here, but I don't think you guys have
I
seen
don't think
Mike,
Big
have
Mike
you?
has.
I don't think I've seen him.
No.
I,
I don't
Is
think
it?
so.
I think you told us about him many times, but
Yeah,
I don't.
he's he's awesome.
Yeah.
One-eyed tuxedo cat, like perfectly symmetrical. This little white patch right on his chest. It's like picture perfect. If I was ever able to get a good picture of him, which is really hard to do with a black cat, but get the
Tell me about
contrast,
it.
Reddit would absolutely love him. The tuxedo cat stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna go feed them now. But stop talking about it. Right?
All right, I got something here. It says seizures started happening after substance abuse. I'm a 21-year-old female. I've always been a healthy person. I've really never smoked. I've only ever dabbled in it here and there. Last year, after taking an edible, I triggered a seizure. I was conscious. I lost consciousness. My muscles started contracting and shaking violently, and my heart rate increased extremely. That had never happened to me before. A few months later, the same thing happened in front of my poor BF. After I had 2 small puffs of a cart a few weeks ago, it happened again, and it took a pretty small hit off of a joint, and it happened again. My roommate has her own diagnosis with seizures, said I should see a neurologist 100%, but would be simpler way to just stay away from it completely. Of course, I'm sticking with that choice, but should I see a doctor about this? I'm kind of conflicted, and it frankly scares me a bit. I just wanted some feedback, I guess, as someone who's never experienced this before. Personally, I go see my neurologist. I try to let my doctors in on everything that's going on so that when something else goes on, they know why or how to take care of it right then and there instead of running a bunch of tests because you said this is new or that is new. And it just helps not explain all the in between when stuff is happening. That's just me.
I try to keep my doctors well informed as well.
Same.
Yeah.
Keep them well informed.
Yeah, especially because my memory is as bad as it is. I just make sure my doctors know what they need to know so that when my appointment comes, we're not backtracking on how's it been. Pretty much already know with things. One comment here says all 3 nephrologists I have seen over 20 years or so all agree that seizures generally are caused by some type of disruption in the brain, maybe a tumor, maybe an enlarged vein, or maybe drugs or alcohol. My second doc was thinking it was an enlarged vein in my brain. My wife realized it happens near and more frequently based on how much weed I smoked. I stopped smoking weed now over 2 years without a seizure. Congrats for you. I don't think
No
it's just that
kidding.
easy. What do you think about that?
If that's all it was, he's lucky.
Right.
I mean, I just, it doesn't I can't wrap my head around it myself.
Right. I can't be we doing this to someone. I've only seen it do good things, and that's personally people I've talked to, or people who have
I mean,
come on the podcast.
everybody's different, and I mean, I'm sure there are some people that it does trigger, but just because that's, I don't know, the way I look at it is just because that's the only time he's been triggered and had seizures. I don't know. I think that he should still talk to his doctor and get it looked at, get another opinion, not just his buddy's opinion, you know,
Yeah.
whatever it was he said.
It was also a female. She said her
Oh,
friend was also. I think she said her
I'm
friend
sorry.
also had epilepsy. So,
I'm
but
sorry. I
still,
thought it was a guy and his wife.
no, it was a girl and her friend.
I wonder if my brain was on a different question. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Let's get your brain to a new question. It says, right frontal lobe epilepsy. My EEG results came back with abnormal electrical activity in my right front temporal lobe region, which my nurse practitioner says aligns with experience of some simple and complex focal seizures. I've only had 2 tonic-clonic seizures that I know of, and since my MRI was normal, besides a developmental venous anomaly in the right posterior frontal region, it just seems like I have a good chance of being responsive to medication. Does anyone else have a similar EEG, MRI results who could share this experience? I also started 1,000 milligrams of Keppra, but is still experiencing complex focal seizures. So my dosage was doubled to 2,000 milligrams. It seems to be helping so far, but I've definitely noticed depression, excessive sleepiness, and irritability, sudden rage as side effects. I've only been on medication for about 3 weeks. Can I expect those side effects to lessen with time, or is it worth bringing up to my neurologist?
I think those side effects are common in a lot of things. So
Especially with 2,000 milligrams of Keppra, I say
yeah,
that just give that some time.
Keppra
Definitely.
is known as Keppra rage for a reason.
I would definitely let your doctor know what's going on, though.
Oh, they said, is it also worth bringing up to the neurologist? Yes, I say it is worth bringing up to the neurologist whenever you can. Yeah, I don't suggest hiding anything from the neurologist these days, especially because so much more could happen with them not knowing what's going on. And then you just have information with your health that they don't know.
You all are so young.
I don't feel it, even though my age will say it. My body doesn't feel it.
How old are you? Late
40,
30s?
42,
42?
about to be 43.
Well, you're not that much younger than me then.
Yeah,
But
and my
I'm about to turn 48.
body feels like it's in its 60s already.
I feel that. How about you, Pookie? How old do you feel?
How old do I feel?
Yeah.
I feel around early 40-ish. After the stroke, everything kind of hit me a little different. It just kind of made me feel like all the stuff I was ignoring, and I was just kind of letting my body just accept it as something that happens. Yeah, now I can feel all that, and it's showing me this shit's real and take care of yourself. Life has just gave me a big slap in the face after that stroke. Yeah, life was telling me that you need to pay attention more. You're becoming a little careless, and I've started to pay more attention, and I'm glad that I did because, yeah, could have been somewhere else and not there. But
That's how that 6 hour one felt for me. It's like you got careless, start paying attention to everything.
stroke made me notice how old I am and to stop acting like I'm 20 and I can't run up those stairs and jump the height I could from one step to another. No, my body is telling me that early to mid 40s, but I'm only 36, and now it's like the my body needs much more time to recuperate than it did before. I used to be able to maybe take a shower, be cool, bounce back, continue my day. I haven't had a seizure since my stroke, but I just feel like everything, my body is a lot, feels a lot more to carry around these days than it did before. It's really a rough thing to kind of put together. I'd say I feel mid 40s. I mean, early to mid 40s. Yeah, just body isn't how it used to be pre-stroke. Yeah, I'm taking probiotics. So my stomach doesn't feel right often. Yeah, I'm getting there. I don't know if you're there yet, Angel, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yogurt,
Huh?
yogurt.
Mm. My mom has these probiotic things, and she said they'll be good for me. So I try
Oh
to
yeah,
stick to.
those too. But yogurt's good for your stomach and stuff too.
Yep. Greek yogurt's good, great for you.
Yeah, that's all I ever eat is Greek yogurt. I buy the stuff with fruit in it. What were you saying, Pookie?
My mom likes cottage cheese with apples diced in it. Well, I mean, with it, not necessarily in it.
I've had that before. My grandma used to do what was it? Sliced pears, like canned pears and cottage cheese. It's like, okay, whatever. If it tastes good to you, go for it.
Nice hoagie.
Have a question here for you guys. If you want to, should we move on to this here? Uh, Somebody's asking, how many seizures do people have before medicating? I'm wondering how other people knew that they needed medication and how often their episodes before and after they were medicated. I'm 25-year-old female, only had my first TC at 23. No history of any seizures before then. Since then, I've had 3 separate TC episodes over the last 2 years and a few deja vu auras. I have recently been diagnosed with epilepsy after a TC during my sleep a few months ago and prescribed lamotrigine, but I'm absolutely terrified to start taking it. I already suffer from all of the known common side effects, and I'm in a really good place mentally right now. Feel physically well, generally not on any medication. Unfortunately, I'm going through the NHS. Okay, so UK then. Going through the NHS, so have reached out many times regarding these issues and got nowhere. I feel absolutely stupid for not taking the medication, but because my seizures are so far apart and don't affect me on a daily basis, my fear is that the side effects from the medication would actually be worse. I have a lot of anxiety around medication as I've always had bad reactions to anything I've taken, so I've mentally talked myself out of starting it. I suppose when I have another TC that will change my mind, but I'm in complete denial and taking that risk currently, I suppose. Did anyone have a similar experience? I've only spoken to people who have been on medication since being a child, so they don't exactly know how it's affected them. My anxiety is definitely making the decision more difficult, but keen to hear other experiences. Thank you. So yeah, what do you guys think?
I was just having a conversation similar with this to my mom, with my mom today. And she was always wondering, like, what could have started my seizures? Why do I have it and stuff? And I'm like, we don't know anything. It I could have probably been having, like what we were saying earlier, smaller seizures that went unnoticed for so long, like the absence seizures that went unnoticed so long that, the pathways just blew up into TCs when they actually started. And I do think it's genetic. My sister, like, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of people with like MS and stuff in my family, so it is, genetics type too. So, but I was what, 14, barely 14 when I started having TC. So, and we don't, like, the doctors and us didn't even know then, like, why is he having them? What, why can't I figure out an aura when they're happening? Like, I'm already in unconscious phase before I even have a TC. Back then we called it grand mouse. Right, Pookie? It's just one of those things where, I accepted it. I got it now, but yeah, I probably could have been having it so long and they were going unnoticed so long because no one had information.
I'm sorry, did you mention when they were noticed?
Uh, I was barely 14 when they started my
That's right.
grand mal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I remember that now.
Yeah.
So then
Um,
there's not even a way to count them, is there? It's just.
no. And I
Hmm.
also suffer absence seizures. We know more about absence seizures now, but back then when you think he's just daydreaming, that could have been absence seizures. Yeah.
Have you noticed one or the other becoming more common over time? Like have your uh grand mal's TCs become more frequent than your absence over time? Has that been
My
a
absence are still hard to catch because they can be quick. They can last, under 30 seconds sometimes. But the grand mals, they have gotten worse. The myoclonic jerking and tonic ones, yeah, they gotten worse.
did
Like I
those
said,
start after you were 14?
yeah, they
After the
started.
first
That's when they uh diagnosed me with epilepsy, when my grand mal started.
and then the jerks and tonics after that.
Yeah, everything got worse, I would say, within the last few years. I am medical resistant, so yeah, the medication works for a bit, and then my body builds up tolerance to it. And guess what? Those medicines don't work except the side effects. They don't hold back the seizures. We learned that. I think I fully accepted that when I was on Keppra, when they kept trying to push it up and seizures were still coming through, but the bad side effects were getting worse, you know, like rage.
So I guess there wasn't any hesitance to when they or prescribed you with epilepsy to start taking that first med then, was there? You just started it because
When I was 14, the first med I was on was Dilatin, and it wasn't stopping the seizures then. I was still having grand mals, you know, then. And then they put me on to Carbitrol or Tegatrol. Tegatrol, then Carbitrol. I think the one that worked the most, that actually controlled it for a while, was Depakote. And then they came back. They came back with a vengeance.
Woofy girl. Woofy's up on the desk with me here. I don't know if you can see very well. Woofy girl. Woof. It might just be a matter of time before she starts beating me up here. She jumped up on the desk and now she's sitting, literally has her left foot on my phone next to me here. So I go and take a picture to show you, but she's saying no, keeping my phone away from me. And her
It's
tail's
telling you you're busy.
wagging like she wants something and she's angry at me for not giving it to her, and she's looking over at the food bowl over there. If I kept poking her and trying to pet her, she might have started just swatting at me there. She can be a little temperamental, but I feel safer now with her over there.
He'll save you.
Okay, so Andrea, did you have any thoughts on this question? Any comments for this user here?
What was the question again?
How many seizures did people have before medicating? They were saying
Oh yeah.
like the before and after, and there was like a threefold question that they wrapped all up in this one post here.
No, I honestly, I'm not sure. My first seizure that I kind of remember it now that you mention it. My first seizure was that I know of was a big tonic-clonic in my sleep, and I don't think I don't remember if I started taking the Keppra right away or if I waited till I had the next seizure and was actually diagnosed. But it didn't, after two tonic-clonics, it was like the second one. I know I was on it by then, after two tonic-clonics. But the more I've learned about epilepsy over the years, I suspect that I was having different kinds of seizure activities, just small things that, of course, I cannot bring to mind right now to tell you specifically, that were probably seizure related.
Little weird sensations kind
Right,
of
just
thing.
just little weird things over the years that I think of now, and it's like, huh, I wonder if that was had something to do with it, or if that might have had something to do with seizures, or like all the days that at first my first few seizures were all in nocturnal tonic-clonics. So it was okay, well, how many have I really had? I don't really know.
Yeah,
And
and it's kind of a big leap to go from nocturnal tonic-clonics to daytime
well,
absence. It's like, how do you even know to look for that, right?
right. And I've discovered over these last several years, it's like, especially now, it was before Andrew died, he was at work all day long. So he would leave at 7:30, 7:15 in the morning and wouldn't get home till 6, slow down, 5:45 at night, 6 o'clock sometimes. So I'd be home alone all day long. He'd come home for lunch for a little bit and then go back to work. But I was pretty much here with the cat. I have no idea what happened. We don't have cameras, at that time. And then after he died, and I've figured out that, like, okay, these aren't just weird feelings you're having. You're having, you know, focal awares, you're having focal unawares or absent seizures, you're having tonic clonics. Just the more I'm learning, it's like, okay, you're doing a whole lot more than you think. And, they're sending me up to have surgery evaluation. And I literally looked at the doctor and I was like, I kind of don't understand why I'm being evaluated for surgery. And she's like, why is that? I was like, well, I don't think my epilepsy is that bad. She's like, why? She's like, I was like, do you? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I just don't feel like I have epilepsy that bad because I, for the most part, I don't have seizures that often. I function pretty normally through my days, seizure wise. As far as I know, I'm not having seizures constantly all day long. My last seizure was back in July. But at the same time, she pointed out to me, she's like, just because you're not having seizures every day doesn't mean you don't have severe epilepsy. She's like, you're on 4 different medications and you're still having seizures. You don't think that's severe enough for you to be evaluated? I was like, I never looked at it that way.
Nocturnal tonic-clonics put people like you and I at particularly high risk for SUDEP. I mean, we're the risk
Don't don't
category among epileptics so
don't
yeah.
tell my mom.
Yes,
Higher risk for
gotcha.
SUDEP, higher
It's
risk
just
for strokes.
I'm sorry,
all
Angel, I missed what you said. Something about strokes,
I said
Angel?
we're higher risk for SUDEP and higher risk for strokes. All those
Yeah,
nocturnal ones because they go unnoticed and then they'll go untreated.
well, how many times do you get up in the morning and you just feel like crap and you didn't realize it? And then, like, now it's like, huh, I wonder, years, now knowing what I know, did I have a seizure or
You
did
know
I
how
just sleep bad?
you know how many times I asked my wife that when we were married, and it's like, did I have a seizure? And now I have a camera. I'm like, here we go.
After the one I had in July, I think that obviously I don't know because I was by myself, but I'm just guessing from how I felt in the aftermath. I think it was the worst tonic clonic I've had ever. And I got up and like I ordered cameras right after that happened. Once I regained consciousness anyway, because I think I spent a day and a half in bed after that one.
Yeah, the last seizure I had, I didn't even know what happened. I'm like, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? And next thing, I'm like looking, and I'm looking at the floor, and I see them broken, and I'm like, all right, 1 and 1 already together. I think I had a seizure. Time to check the camera. And I checked the camera, and yep, there I go having the seizure.
I always get this horrible, like really bad nausea. And hi, Kate. It's like
Hey.
its own kind of thing, but I'm always so
Mama Kate.
sick that I can't, like in the time, because I'm in the middle of a seizure, I don't recognize the fact that I'm having a seizure. And I wish that I would at that point in time, rather than just lay on the floor and wish I was not feeling sick. Would
Wait,
probably
so
take better.
is that during the seizure, like you're still like actively aware and
I
but
think so.
still conscious, but not aware that you're seizing, just feeling sick on the floor?
Basically, here's what I do know. I know that when I was in the EMU, my really big tonic-clonic that I had, the only thing I remember of it was I turned to Andrew and said, "Wow, I feel like I'm gonna puke." And that's all I remember. And according to him, apparently I had a massive tonic-clonic. Nurses came rushing in, and all kinds of chaos ensued. Of course, I remember nothing.
Did you puke?
No,
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I'm going to, and I want to die. But this horrible, horrible nausea happens, and I remember talking to the neurologist about it afterwards, and he's like, "Oh yeah, when you did that, you were already seizing. Like in your brain, you were already seizing." So I believe I
Would
was
that be
already in my
the
seizure.
focal and before it had spread to the bilateral?
Right. It like before it had gone to full on tonic-clonic.
Mm.
But I'm out of it so much that I don't know what's going on. I'm just know I'm sick, and I don't, I just feel really sick.
So did you have any um reservations about starting the medication like this other user had?
I've had reservations about every single medication I've started. Especially because they just keep piling them on top of each other.
Well, she
And I
was,
think
I mean, what she was saying, given the prescription, it sounds like, and she hasn't even started taking it after a couple of months. Was that,
I think she should definitely take it if she thinks, I mean, if it was prescribed to her, and if she doesn't feel comfortable taking it, then she should talk to the doctor about why she doesn't feel comfortable taking it.
yeah. Well, I mean, the UK, I guess, dealing with the NHS, that might not be that simple for her, I suppose, but that definitely,
That's true.
I didn't have any reservations. I was just given the prescription and told to start, and I started. I was not really feeling in any particular state to argue against it at the time. I think I was still a bit out of it when I started taking. I think it was was it?
See, there's a good and bad, and it depends on the medication. All again, like what medication is it? What is the bad side of the medication? And that's like, yes, I say take your, you know, medication as prescribed, but at the same time, don't just take it because your doctor tells you to take it. Like, look it up, see
Yeah,
what the good and bad is. Like, we know what benzos can do. We know what the bad stuff of Keppra can do, and it's like we know all this stuff now. And it's always like, just do the research about your medications. You know,
I need to research some of my medications more than I do because the past few I got on them just because I was told to. But these days, I know I can look stuff up and read it and see how I feel about it. When I started back in the late 2000s, they were like, take this. I was like, I'm a teenager and there weren't phones as much as there are these days to look up things. These days, you got everything you need to succeed. Some people just don't use it.
yeah, there's a
But
lot.
I do have something.
There's a lot more
Go ahead.
options these days with medications, but at the, with epilepsy and seizures, it's like Mark says, your brain gets, if you don't medicate, your brain just grows into the habit of seizing, and it's going to continue to seize. And so you're going to need the medication. It's just definitely look up what you're taking first. So
yeah. Yeah, they're gonna have to start taking medication eventually, unless they want to just, I don't know, unless their plan is to stay obstinate all the rest of their life, And if they're going to start taking medication at some point, then there's going to be a process of finding the right medication. And the sooner they start that, then the sooner they can, live as normal a life as they can. So it, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to fight against it and stay opposed to taking medication simply for the medication's sake. I don't know. I tend to be a lot more like procedural and logical than a lot of, well, than most other people. I mean, so the strong emotional side, I think, is coming through in this post, and it's something that I haven't really considered. So it's interesting.
Yeah, so it sounds like that post, I mean, from the emotional standpoint, I can understand why you don't want to take your medication. But if you get with a doctor who's listening to you and actually taking all aspects of, your condition into consideration, then maybe they'll come up with a long-term plan. So you have that hope essentially of, take your meds now, manage the seizures, and after, 6 months, a year, whatever, they'll maybe start the surgery um procedures, like, all that. And you can look forward to maybe seeing if you're eligible for some other kind of procedure that could be sufficient and enough to get you off the meds, or at least a lower dose. And on
Maybe
that
you could
note,
be a guinea
I've
pig.
been 5 days now taking my fraction of a dose of Keppra only once a day. So yeah, maybe the RNS selling point did actually work.
Nice.
We'll
Hey,
see.
congrats.
Congrats. Love these congrats stories.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
something on the
Congrats
positive
on
side.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what I
I'm
missed?
gonna
How's the
start
night
off
going?
this. Go ahead.
I was saying what I missed. How'd everybody's night going?
Going good. I might start Omvi soon. That was the news I had. Well, not might. The prescription has been sent. It's just the going to pick it up part. We're gonna do that.
Yeah, not
You
even
guys,
not all the pharmacies will necessarily have it. The controlled substances, some of the, especially some of the newer benzos, the well, I guess it wasn't benzos, but like the Lyrica extended release, I couldn't find it like 3 different pharmacies nearby. Uh, they wouldn't even special order it for me. It was such a hassle for them. So that's something to I don't know, I guess something to keep in mind if it's the only option, then I guess it's unavoidable. But uh if transportation is a major concern, as it is with a lot of us, then make sure to double check with whoever your prescriber is and make sure that it's not so weird or new a prescription that it'll be so difficult for your pharmacies to get that, I guess it's not necessarily something at all if the doctors will be able to tell beforehand either, though. So I don't know, but I ramble. Sorry.
yeah. I forgot what you were gonna say. As soon as you said sorry, that threw me off.
Welcome,
Yeah.
iPhone. Do we
The
have an
controlled
icebreaker?
substance.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, it's Solace. Sorry, I'm trying to change my name.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Hey,
I think we can help you out with that.
I'm not very tech savvy.
Yeah, you're okay. I got you.
cool. I didn't know
So,
you
welcome
could
back.
do
I'm
that.
How's your week been?
It's been okay. How about you?
Pretty good.
yeah. So far,
And
so good
Pookie,
for
you're
me.
looking good, meant to tell you. Welcome back yourself.
Thank you. Yeah. I think my age is coming into play. Yeah. I can't. It's not the age.
If you let Jeff hear you say that,
I
he
don't
would
know.
lose it.
It isn't the age. It's the more after the stroke, post stroke. Pay more attention to my body. And yeah, earlier I was like, I need to get up and walk around. I used to be able to sit for 10 hours and just do the podcast for 10 hours looking at a screen, and it don't bother me. Around like 5, I was like, I might need to go. My eyes are losing it. But I'm back and my eyes are good. I had food.
Okay, looks like he's having some technical difficulties. I'm sure we'll get him back.
Yeah, that's been happening on and off this evening.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what did we like most about first season? I mean, timing is everything. Just how we all got, I don't know, just found this random group of everything that, kind of makes sense. And like he said, realizing that you're not alone and learning. I think the biggest, my biggest like love about the first season was how much we like unintentionally learned about our own condition just by hearing everybody else's, anecdotes and journey and everything else. What about you, Solus? What's something that that you like about this?
So wait, I have a question. When you say like first season, what season is this? Or like what is that? Do you mean like the last time?
Yeah, so I'm a little confused about that too, where and what it kind of.
So this is the second time that I've joined one of these. So I guess, does that mean this is my second season?
Yeah.
So you were here on Friday, so um,
What do you like about this since you've started coming?
is if today is the first day of season 2, then I guess technically you've been in both seasons. You've been featured on season 1 and season 2.
But that's semantics. So let's go ahead and tell us what you like.
Count on me to point that out, right?
Right, Mark. You got to get the specifics out there. It's official.
I think just connecting with other people who know the hardships of having epilepsy. I mean, I don't know anyone in my personal life with epilepsy. I know one person, but I'm not friends with him. We don't talk. We don't we don't ever see each other. Really, they're in my past. They're a part of, So just being able to talk to people who understand what it's like is helpful and makes me feel less alone.
I like that. Because for a long time, I didn't know anyone with epilepsy or anyone going through it. No one ever talked about it like they had a cousin or anything going through it. I just thought it was just me. It was like the only one I always see at the emergency room. I've never met anybody until I started doing this. And I was like, I got to do this. And I'm glad you guys love it. People love it. Never thought I'd know 50 people with epilepsy. Who would have known?
I never thought I'd know 5.
It says, I think I've had enough. 22-year-old female, and all I could think of every night before I sleep is me dying or something tragic happening or hurting myself. I pray so hard I don't wake up crying. Upon waking out of disappointment, I'm done. I have no one. I am in this alone. I don't want to be here anymore. I want everything to stop. I don't know what to do. Can someone help me or take me away from this? That was it. Or
What
take
the
me away from
answer
this.
is come join us.
That's rough. Crying before bed. I haven't had to go through that. I say join this and talk to people who are going through it so you don't feel alone anymore and don't want to be here anymore. It's rough. I haven't heard anyone say that in a while.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Epilepsy can get the best of us, but don't give up. There's so much more to life. I've been dealing with this for 20 years, and it's going to get way worse before it gets any better, but it gets better with time. You got to see the worst before you see better. So, you guys, advice? This person needs someone to hear someone that's going through
I
this.
say
I don't know if
come
you guys
join
been
us
that
right
far,
away.
but I've been on the edge of doing things and saying things that I was going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've definitely felt that way before. I mean, I've definitely gone to sleep and thought, I just hope I have a massive seizure in my sleep and don't wake up. Like that would be the best thing to happen to me. I've thought that before.
I've been there before.
And you know, when you said it gets better with time, I think it doesn't necessarily get better with time, but I like to think of it like you grow around the hardship. Like, it might not get better in time, but you learn to cope better. I mean, some people's epilepsy is never going to get better, but there are things you can do to cope over time. I don't know.
I have a quote that sums that kind of up perfectly. It says that life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient.
I like that.
Where's
I like
Z
that.
when we need her to about the resilience?
I know. One of these days, I'll read it to her too.
Hey, Pookie, Rick's been here the longest. Rick was here day
Actually,
one,
Rick
right?
and Kevin
Kevin, right?
and Brandon. Yeah, the comments are mostly stay strong, this gets better with time. Same, I'm in the
Yeah,
same boat.
they just need to like come on here and join us, come be with people who's going through the same thing, you know? It'll be easier.
I got one right here. It says, does anyone know what to call this feeling? So most of the time before I have a seizure, I have this overwhelming change in body temperature and I get all clammy and my mind is playing random weird memories or thoughts and it feels like I'm dizzy, but that's the only word I have to describe it. It sends me back into my head. It's almost like a sense of doom feeling. It happens a lot without me going into a seizure as well, but it scares me a lot. This is probably something I already should know, but no doctor has had a name for it for me. Can anyone help?
Like euphoria or something like that. Like a nostalgic, not I wouldn't say nostalgic, but because it sounds like doom, but it's a type of aura.
Yeah, my question is, how do they know it's not a seizure? Because what they're describing kind of sounds like it could be a seizure.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's a type of aura.
Right.
Yeah, the impending doom. I was gonna say that is a type of seizure. Someone told me, and
Yeah.
the clammy part. Um, that something because I go through that. I don't exactly know what to call that, the clammy part, but I've been told that that's a type of seizure. So um, I don't know what to call it. I would just say that's a seizure. Um, the impending doom part. I went through that part. Most of you guys were there, and for the first time, that was just a really really odd feeling. Um, I think that's because I finally understood it and then went through it. So that was the really weird thing. But yeah, that sounds like an actual seizure, and you should definitely talk to your doctor.
Mhm.
We can go to the first comment here. Oh, someone says, is it before a tonic clonic? It's also called an aura, but that's actually a seizure itself. And someone said, yeah, I get tonic clonic seizures, and they suck. You should definitely tell your doctor, not keep that from them. Let them know you're having auras.
Take
Oh, please
notes.
tell me.
Always take notes of what time of day, if it's more severe, how long it lasts, things like that. And that might help the doctor take it a little more seriously. And, if anything, maybe give you more of like a thorough opinion on whether they think it's an aura or and how to handle it too.
Yeah. Definitely ask your neurologist. How do you handle it? Um, some more responses. One says, I go through this exact feeling before a seizure too. Sometimes I get this feeling and I fight the seizure off or it passes. Someone said, often referred to as an aura. Someone else here said that, right? It's an aura and it is a seizure.
It is. It is an aura. I heard them before. I don't get them, but I heard about them before. And they all describe the same way.
I do have another post here. It says EEG tests. My neurologist wants me to get an EEG done. To prepare it, I'm not allowed to get more than 4 hours of sleep the previous night. If I have a seizure during the test, does that license ban? Does that license ban start all over again? My license was suspended for 6 months, and I've been 4 months seizure free. If I have a seizure during the test, do I only need to complete the remaining 2 months, or do I start off at 6 months all over again? I already got canceled and rescheduling because I was scared. I want to cancel again because I'm so scared.
That's a good question.
I
Is
wouldn't
it
even risk it, but yeah.
does it vary by does it matter what state they're in or where they are?
I mean,
I know
each
the
state
limit is
has its
different.
own DMV, so I would assume it
Yeah.
has to vary by state. Um, yeah, I don't know.
I would assume the standard is, though, that if you have a seizure during the duration of that ban, that license ban, then that's it. I would assume that, logically, it sounds like you start over.
Yeah.
But, how do you prove it? Is it on record? And, obviously, if they have the EEG seizure during the EEG, then it's definitely on record. And I don't know if they would have to report it
I
to the
was
I
DMV,
was told
but
that, like during the EMU stay, that was considered a provoked seizure because they had me come off of the medications, on top of doing all of everything. So the EMU stay and those seizures there did not reset my driving clock. And I was told that explicitly by my epileptologist at the time. So
same.
they would need to ask their doctor when they get there at that, and for that EEG. A big factor that I did not hear in their post is whether or not they're on medication, and if so, whether or not the doctor has told them to stop taking the medication on top of the sleep deprivation. Those were the factors at the EMU stay that my doctor had said were what was considered the provoked or provoking factors. In Florida, um, the unprovoked seizure is the big important part of it. If I or because I was not on the medication at the time, it didn't count. If I had a seizure during that 6 month time, like let's say the next week after going back on the medication, then that would be unprovoked and on the medication or and within that period. So that would reset there, but um, yeah, it would vary by state, and I guess maybe in part the doctor whether or not they report this stuff to the DMV. Not all of them necessarily take that part as seriously. Um, well,
What
I don't know.
what if
I don't.
I didn't understand it either because they're asking like, what if I have a seizure during an EEG? But they want you to have a seizure during an EEG. So, um, like you guys want me to have a seizure, but I want to drive, and I haven't been this so many months. And now it's like, do I really need to? At this point, do I really need to have an EEG done, or what's more important? Um,
I mean, if it does reset the clock, then you want it over with and out of the way behind you as soon as possible. So postponing it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, like you said, they explicitly told you about the EEG not resetting the clock because that provoked seizure is really important in all cases. I mean, that's a different ICD. That's a different diagnosis code when it's a provoked seizure. So I think that provoked seizure term might be like the key of interpreting that. Not to mention just call the office, check in. Anybody should be able to tell you that's probably a pretty common question. So don't let it be scared. Don't let it slow you down because this is an important part of your treatment. And, maybe that's long term more important than just kind of slowing it down until you get a question answered, and that, I don't know, just long term, don't let it slow you down. Get the EEG and hopefully have the seizures so you can get a better treatment plan going. But in the meantime, submit it by my chart or voicemail or whatever, and they should be able to get back to you.
yeah, do it as soon as possible. And if you have to start your clock over, the sooner you do it is better.
And
It's a
you
messed
can
up
get through
position to
it.
kind of put somebody in. Go ahead, Mark.
Just saying, you can get through it. Don't worry. It's not insurmountable.
So I do have something here. It's another question. It says, aware tonic-clonics. Does anyone else experience a TC except where you're aware and remember the whole thing? I know. If you're aware of it, then it isn't a TC. Nevertheless, a few of my seizures were just like one. And those observing couldn't tell the difference between them and the, in quote, real thing. My ex had seen at least 40 of my actual TCs and was quite surprised when I told her afterwards that I remembered the whole thing the first time it happened. I'm controlled now, except for a few minor focal auras once every blue moon. Still curious about it. My previous neurologist didn't feel like taking the time to explain things to me. Pretty much everything I know about my condition I learned on my own. When I see my current neurologist again, I will try and pick his brain on this. As he seems very intelligent, respectfully, I will be willing to answer any questions, being condescending. I could have used that 17 years ago when I was needing it, and much more than now. But I digress. In the meantime, if anyone else has any knowledge about the in quote almost TC or have any experience with this as well, I'd like your input. Maybe someone who could point me in the right direction as far as research that has gone into this or what the proper name for them is.
I don't know what the proper name for it is, but it is definitely possible. And I've been through them. And you have too, Pookie. And they're
Yes,
scary.
I've been through too many of those, and those are scarier than actually tonic-clonic. And it's a very odd feeling of waking up and being able to kind of be there for the experience. Would that be a weird way to put it?
Yeah.
Kind of just being there for it is a very odd way of experiencing it. And then being there and can't really do anything about how your body is reacting to this.
You can't control it. You can't do nothing. I mean, it's close. I would say the closest thing you can say they are, but they're not like jerks. It's a full on. Basically, the way to describe it is a tonic-clonic, but you're just aware of it. But it is close to a myoclonic.
Yeah, because I've had it where I can fully tell like this is going on, and then I can hear people in the background like explaining what's going on because of course they can see what's going on, and then I can hear everything that's going on around me. I just can't react or look at that person, but I can see wherever direction my head is facing and my face is looking. And yeah, I've had it in a car to where I could hear people screaming, "Oh, he's having a seizure," and he's in the front seat. Stop and do this and that. I
The
don't know
few
what the
I
name is.
I went face plant.
Yeah, I think someone told me once upon a time it was complex partial, but that was someone else said complex partial was something else. So I don't know what kind of seizure that is. Still haven't got a
Complex
name for it.
partials are basically the same thing as impaired awareness. You're not aware of it, basically impaired.
Okay. So yeah, I have no explanation for what this is, but I've had it. Um, fully aware of what's going on during the seizure. Can feel everything. I can feel myself gritting my teeth. I can feel me doing this, gripping my hands or whatever. I don't have that on my hand. Um, yeah, I don't have an answer for it, but I know what you're going through. I just don't have a name for what this is called. Angel, you talked to any doctors about that?
I talked to them before, and all that happened because of it was basically that's what got me started on the reason they put me on Clonopin. And they have no clue really, like, as to what it is. It's probably a new form of seizure, that no one's ever reported.
I hope we find an answer. But I'll read the first comment here. And one says, that's usually called a partial if you're awake. Was there a concentrated part of your body that tensed up nowadays after a close to 2 decades of medication? I usually only have partials. And the person says, I know it's a partial, but it was my whole body, as I said, observers thought it was a tonic-clonic. Yeah, it's very weird, hard to explain thing.
If it's happened to so many of us, though, and obviously over a long period of time, you would think that the doctors would at least recognize it by now as a tonic-clonic and explain that, you know, the standard definition right now calls a tonic-clonic as, you're not aware, but I've heard of this and this happens so much, like it at least acknowledge for the patient that they're not alone. This isn't by any means a new kind of seizure, that this happens, but the industry just doesn't recognize it yet or define it. But that's another thing that doctors very rarely do, would ever admit to, something being not new, but still not really up to standard on how to treat it. They can't admit that.
I got another post here. It says, what's happening to me? Seizures? In 2018, I had a series of episodes, 12 to 24, 12 in a 24-hour period, would start me with having some intense deja vu with a doom-like feeling. These happened whether I stood up or whether I sat or laid down. Apart from the first one, I lost awareness and consciousness. I would sweat profusively. Then it was the end. Was hospitalized for 5 days with an EEG MRI after 4 days of being admitted. Both showed nothing. Lost my driver's license for a year. This never happened again until today. What is this? I wouldn't know personally. I'd just say go with what the doctor said at this point, because yeah, see your primary, talk to your primary. If the emergency room has nothing to say, yeah, talk to your primary and see what's going on. One comment here says, not a doctor, but sounds like focal aware seizure. Go back to your doctor. It's normal to not catch anything on an EEG and MRI. Just means you didn't have, just doesn't mean you didn't have a seizure during it.
No, it's another take notes and keep the doctor in the loop kind of situation. And we always have a follow-up after an ER visit anyway. You would expect them to call
Always?
you once they get those notes.
Yeah, for some reason my doctor calls me every other visit, because they're like, I seen you went to the emergency room for this, so why haven't I heard from you? And I seen you went through these two or whatever. But my doctor doesn't exactly call me for everyone, so
Oh, okay, good. Now Mark's here for this one. I don't think the VNS has an effect anymore. I had the VNS implants in July of 21, and it seemed to be working at first. These days, clusters have increased since being diagnosed 27 years ago. This is a seizure, or no, this is the year I've had the most seizures. 106 focal seizures so far. Drug resistant, now more than ever before. It follows the lunar cycle like clockwork, beginning and ending with the half moon phase. In 2 weeks, I go to the EMU to see if I qualify for surgery. Have a feeling it may only be maybe my only chance at a full recovery after all these years, even though I stand to lose many things such as general and vocab. I don't know. Memory, creativity, cognitive function, and possibly more. I had already decided I wouldn't do it because I'm too afraid that I might die when they're doing it. I've had a friend die in the middle of brain surgery before, have a very lucrative corporate career, and a family of 4 to support. Now I'm starting to think I'm getting desperate and I don't know what to do. Those who have done surgery before, please help. Okay, so this whole post is about the VNS implant that they had going on 3 years ago now. 3.5. And they're saying it seemed to be working at first, but now it's not. The clusters have increased and they're just having more and more seizures. They're noticing that it follows the lunar cycle and too scared to go through another surgery.
What would the surgery be? Like
Probably
another?
ablation. I would think a lobectomy or ablation. But yeah, that's definitely something that's intimidating, especially after you've already gone through a surgery. But the VNS, I guess they don't have to. It's not so invasive as any of the other
the
epilepsy
VNS is the
surgeries.
one in your chest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
We
would say
were
that's less
discussing
invasive.
earlier that the difference between the VNS, the RNS, and the DBS, and we were I think it was Angel, Andrea and I were there at the time discussing the DBS is also in the chest and it goes up. So that was just an interjection, I guess.
Anybody
I
else
don't-
notice any similarities with the lunar cycle thing?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I was gonna say that was really interesting. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. I've never heard anyone talk about the timing of their seizures in relation to the lunar cycle. I've never heard that before.
I'm suspicious that there is a trend, but that's just something I've never take notes on. Whenever I have a seizure, the last thing on my mind is like, is it a full moon? You know, whatever the lunar cycle is. That's just nothing that I've ever recorded. But
Yeah.
I guess we could go back and look it up somehow, or just like time it. But that's something I would be interested in seeing too.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Jeff is back. But
I mean, the lunar cycle makes at least a degree of sense, because the recurrence, at least there's something there for a pattern to be able to create some degree of correlation. Like if it's like the eclipse or blood moon or something, a one-off occurrence that's like saying, this child born under a solar eclipse is destined to rule the nation or something. There's one single, like, how do you create a connection to an astronomical phenomenon with only a single, I don't know, there's
Like
no way.
one-time occurrence. You can't get a pattern or a baseline.
Yeah, the lunar eclipse, or the lunar cycle is fascinating to me, because at least it seems to me, at least, there's some degree of plausibility that there might actually be some, not necessarily a correlation, but there might be some reason for something to be happening on a recurring basis like that. But like a single celestial event, I don't know, I'm repeating myself at this point, but hopefully somebody else has something to say.
We can get into the comments here too.
Oh, yeah.
Someone else is saying that, so they're comparing theirs to the RNS. So they're saying, I had my RNS implanted in 2020. Max results are 10 years out. Oh, like the furthest back they can go is 10 years. Okay. At first, I just breezed over the top of this and thought you had multiple. This is heartbreaking. I've had 4 brain surgeries, have a semi-normal life now. There are boundaries, but if anything, it has made me more resilient, added to my character. Not sure what country you're in, but you won't die. They wouldn't approve the surgery. I work in healthcare as the X-ray, and from experience on both ends, the anesthesia will be tough, I admit. Ask yourself, would you rather have guaranteed seizures that render you useless, or a gradual decline in seizures allowing you to be independent? I had to take a hot minute to think about my surgeries, made the right decision. That's well said.
I feel like you should never say you won't die, because
Yeah.
I used to work in the OR, and just anesthesia could potentially kill someone. I mean, I've seen that happen, but I don't know. That just, when that part stuck out to me, because I feel like that's just
Never
a
say
very
never.
that's a very bold thing to say, you won't die, because we don't know that. I hope they don't, obviously, but yeah.
Have you ever had any surgeries, like brain surgeries or epilepsy?
No, no, I mean, I've had surgeries. I've had shoulder surgery, and uh I've had a breast tumor and a neck tumor, but I've never had any surgery for my epilepsy.
Oh, okay. Yes, I mean, still all that experience in healthcare. I wonder if I know by the time I went through my RNS, I was just desperate at that point. I didn't see any other way out of this or chance of taking less meds, so I just, started that process. But for people who actually have experience in healthcare, I wonder if they're, a lot of times less likely to be so quick to go through with it, just because you do see, like you said, complications. So much more. I would understand if you definitely want to do more research.
Yeah.
That is a pretty bold statement. And of course, OP replied to that one saying that's an amazing story. Having 4 surgeries is incomprehensible, unfathomable. Lots of courage with miraculous results for sure. As a person in my early 40s with health quickly deteriorating, it's nothing to be trifled with as a decision. And they're asking how old, what age did you begin this? And
No barking.
yeah, they're saying food for thought, best decision.
No.
I have one. Oh, okay. So yeah, OP was definitely grateful for that one. The person who originally posted that never replied about the OP's question of what age did you begin this? Okay, so this is somebody with a VNS saying I have one. See my doctor at least twice a year to discuss how things are going and whether it needs to be set higher more frequently. And this person just asked OP more about how often do you see someone and when can you talk about it? When can you hear out your options? I think at this point it's clear. This is OP now replying to that, saying my neurologist and I haven't discussed it in a very long time. Haven't spoken to the VNS tech for even longer. I suppose I could bring it up, but I don't know if it's worth doing that at this point. So does anybody else feel like their doctor really doesn't keep you informed of your options or to kind of go over what you can do on a regular basis?
I've definitely felt that before, but also where I am right now with my epilepsy, there's not really anything for me to do because I haven't had a seizure in so long. But when I was having frequent seizures, I remember just feeling so confused about like what the plan was, what I mean, even my medications. I was confused about at one point I was on so many meds. Um, I was just confused about everything. Um, so, and that's not just with my neurologist. I've felt that with a lot of doctors before.
I feel like I haven't been informed well by my doctors for pretty much the whole time. So everything I've learned, I've figured out on my own.
Yeah, about 90% of what I've learned has been through here. 5% is me alone, and 5% is about what my doctors taught me. So most of the things I know are from here. I have something here. It says, focal frequency keeps increasing. How do you treat yours? I used to get them once a month or several days. Then my neuro prescribed Klonopin to stop them. The drug works, which is great. However, now my seizures are coming once a week rather than once a month. Recently, my Vimpat was increased to 100 milligrams, so now I'm on 400, and I don't think it's doing anything. What do I do? You take B12. I've been taking B12 for my focal seizures, and I have not had a focal since before last summer. So yeah, the day I start taking it, haven't had a focal. Shout out to Nature's Made. Yeah, that's what's been helping me. Is anyone having focals other than me? Well, I was.
I was, but I'm not anymore. Just like you.
Yeah, same. And I didn't know about the B12 thing. I wish I did though when I was having them. Um, yeah, I didn't know about that.
Started to take B12, help that out, and I haven't had them before, like I said before last summer. So doing pretty good. No more focals. Yeah. So Nature Made gummies. They work. They're doing good for me, at least, and quite a few other people that I've told about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, We got Jeff, got Rick. There's more than a handful of people. Kate, Andrea.
Are
There
you
you go.
sponsored by Nature's Made? You should be.
I need to check that email. Put in the application. So, yeah, go try it. But for one of the comments here, it says you have to speak with your neuro to tweak your meds. You're in that phase of limbo where the meds aren't controlling your seizures. I used to solely have focal, and it was about once a month. I knew when to expect them. You don't want to have life living this life of uncertainty. So a change of dose or a switch could be your best option. Yes, it will take time to figure out what works, but once it does, quality of life will be much better. Oh, Jeff left. He is in the comments. He says, I take 300 micrograms of B12 daily. Have dramatically cut down on my focals to almost none from 2 to 3 a week. There you go.
One of our own offering a success story. Love it.
Nature's Made, they need to get up in these comments. They don't even know like how much money they're making from
Me.
Pookie.
Yeah. They need to let epileptics know, your medication is making you B12 deficient and tell us to start taking with it. But too bad we find most of this out without doctors. Yeah. But I do have another one here. It says depression. I had a seizure a few days ago. My one before that was November 24th. Oh, November 24. And before that was 2020. I'm wondering if anyone has experienced any intense depression. Intense is in all caps, you guys. So intense depression following a seizure. It's not even, in quote, it's so sad that I have this disease. I'm not even necessarily thinking about epilepsy or the seizure. I can put a smile on my face. I'm just always on the verge of tears. I can't fake being happy. Is this a brain recovering thing? My depression was just an epilepsy thing. I don't know about a recovering thing.
Part of a recovery thing because you're more susceptible to it. I would assume, especially if you've been having like just a really rough week or month or whatever length of time. If your seizures increase, then I find it harder to get back in a good mood. Never had diagnosed depression, but I would assume this person should definitely have another specialist to, tend to their mental health too.
Yeah.
There is two comments here. One says, yes, usually for a short time, measured in days. In my case, primarily from medications, both daily and rescue meds. Another comment says, so I still have this after attacks. The only way to get out of this depression, in my opinion, is to have a few attacks. Have fewer attacks. To specifically take the strongest and most effective medication for me, even if sometimes I have unpleasant side effects. Some of these advice, I'm curious as if it works for that person.
Yeah.
Got one here. It says, are these seizures and what should I do? I've been having these weird episodes where I get incredibly anxious and I can feel like I'm in an unfamiliar place and everything is bright and blurry. It's happened multiple times today. What do I do?
In my opinion, they said everything's bright and blurry. They're in an unfamiliar place. I don't know. I mean, it could be, but to me, I'm thinking that's not really enough information to know if it's a seizure or not. It could be a panic attack. It could be a seizure, but it could also not be.
Yeah, those ones I think you should write it down and take note that it's happening and look at what you might be doing during this attack or episode, and yeah, talk to your neurologist. But I'd say the taking note of these things first and trying to figure out what's the pattern and what you might be doing when these happens might be good too.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely got to talk to your neuro if you think you're having seizures and you don't know what to do and you don't know what it is. I tell my neurologist next appointment or send a message. But there's a comment here. One says this sounds like an R, so this is very well could be. Consult your doctor or a neurologist and be ready to dish out money on testing that may show nothing. They'll throw you on a medication and wait to see if any improvement, less frequency in these sensations has been made. Another comment says, none of us can tell you because none of us are your doctors. Go to a doctor. I'm reading these comments by random also. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not reading ones I'm picking out. Yeah. Another comment says, sounds like some form of focal aware seizure. Could be epileptic or non-epileptic functional seizures. Same symptoms, but looks like a different on an EEG and different types of triggers. While you're waiting for your doctor's appointment, try and keep track of when it happens and what some potential triggers are. And it might be, for instance, sleep deprivation, stress levels, food, environmental allergies, specific situations or thoughts, hormones and medications, alcohol, and any other drugs, etc.
That comment kind of bothers me a little bit because I feel like the post gives such limited information, and that reply is almost just like, I mean, it's like really assuming that it was a seizure, and like I just don't see how you could say that it was based on, I don't know. Because now that
Yeah.
person might think, okay, yes, I had a seizure. So but there's just no way to know that.
Don't take advice from everyone on Reddit.
Right.
Talk to your neuro or your doctor and see where that goes.
Yeah.
But I got something here, a new one. It says, any ideas? This is definitely a shot in the dark, but isn't this what Reddit is for? 3 years ago, I had a grand mal seizure, and it hasn't happened until April this year, and it's happened 3 times before, over again. My neurologist doubts it's epilepsy, but my MRI was completely clear and my first EEG. I have another one coming up. I was also assuming, my first one was also assuming any ideas of a possible cause. I can answer questions in the comments and elaborate as much as necessary. I'm concerned because I haven't been able to drive because of this, and it's been so negative on my life. My neurologist thinks that this could be stress related, which seems to make sense. I'm under a lot of stress here. I'm thinking possible causes could be marijuana use, excessive energy drink consumption, lack of good sleep. Thank you for reading this. Please let me know what you think of it.
Anybody else ever actually had an MRI diagnose a seizure? I always thought the MRIs were just to make sure you didn't have a tumor.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I didn't know an MRI was looking for a tumor, so this is all new to me. Yeah,
Unless maybe
that
the
threw me
MRI
for a
shows
loop.
some kind of like scar tissue of some sort that the doctor says, upon reviewing these results, this could be from, or this looks like it's from like a lot of seizures or some, I don't know. That's the only thing that stood out to me on that one. But I can see the frustration, once you're diagnosed. And what was the question they actually asked in that post, actually?
Any
They-
ideas, basically, of what this is?
Oh, okay. Second opinion. Time for another doctor to go over all your results and imaging and tests and give them your opinion.
I got two comments here. One says, I've been experiencing seizures for the last 5 months and they're triggered by strong emotions but startled. And I lose balance. I have inner ear damage. I'm currently in the process of excluding epilepsy as a cause. During my EEG, I seized during one of the strobing patterns. I suspect I have psychogenic seizures that are stress induced. Another comment here says, having two or more unprovoked seizures is considered epilepsy. Many epilepsy patients have clean MRIs and EEGs. You might benefit from seeing an epileptologist or a neurologist that specializes in epilepsy. You are an anti-seizure medication. Oh, you're on an anti-seizure medication, right? Just a heads up, most epilepsy patients don't find a cause of their seizures. There are things you can do to minimize your seizure threshold, such as maintaining adequate sleep, managing stress, avoiding drugs and alcohol, and taking prescribed medications correctly.
I like that comment.
I did too. Sensexcopri is a positive modulator of GABA. I don't know if GABA's something different because it says it's a capital GABA. Since Sensexcopri is a positive modulator for GABA, you think theoretically it would help anxiety. Does anyone here have any real world experience of Excopri helping with anxiety or panic disorders? Never
GABA is gamma aminobutyric acid. It is the neurotransmitter in the brain that is primary down-regulating neurotransmitter. So it's kind of like an opposite to dopamine, sort of. It's yeah, it's the receptor that most sedative hypnotic drugs act upon to exert um, their sedating effect. So
I'll go to some comments since I never took
The one that's actually on Oxcopri, I don't think it's a. If you wanted to treat your anxiety, no, it will put you to sleep. That's what it will do. Like Mark said.
One comment says, I'm nervous about Excopri as it is a narcotic and has the ability of abuse. Been clean more than 12 years and wouldn't do anything to put that on the line. Another comment says, I think it indirectly increases my anxiety, primary from the fatigue and mental cloudiness, and then the anxiety about how that's going to affect my life and career. Another one says, thank you. Still though, it makes me nervous as well as the possibility of depression and SI, which I've been highly prone to. And with me being deemed drug resistant, it seems like a silly thing to try. Angel, you say trying Excopri is good for sleep?
Yeah, its main side effect when they like when you read the list of side effects, usually when you try new drugs, they usually say drowsiness. Excopri says sleep.
It doesn't make
Andrea?
you drowsy. It puts you in a coma.
Yeah, and
It's
mixing it with
yeah,
mix,
I call it my ex-copri coma.
yeah, mixing it with benzos. Oh yeah, you're gonna be out for a while, long, long time.
That is good to know. Excopri, you said it's a benzo?
No, it's not a benzo, but it is a narc, a strong. It's a Schedule 5 drugs.
I didn't even know there was Schedule 5. Is it an
Yeah.
anticonvulsant?
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to get.
I'm a nurse and I
Oh.
didn't even know there was such a thing as a Schedule 5.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know what that is, but I know it's a pain in the ass to get.
Like benzos are Schedule 4. Excopri is harder than that.
That might just be because it's so much newer than most of the other medications that it's like
That's a good point.
competing against.
That could
Yeah.
be.
Yeah. It is a strong one though. Yeah, I think when I was researching all the stuff on Excopri, it was released in 2019. So yeah, it is newer to a lot of stuff. But
Speaking of which, I need to go get my meds right now, so I'll be right back.
me and my neuros had like 3 hours before we even like when they were prescribing it to me, and it took like a few weeks for it to get to me, and like a week longer just to get approved by my health insurance. That was back in May. And I was taking that with Klonopin at the same time, and it was killing me.
Something here, it says Schedule 5 drugs are classified as having the lowest potential for abuse of uncontrolled substances and are commonly used for medical purposes such as treating cough, diarrhea, or mild pain. Definition and characteristics. Schedule 5 drugs are substances that have low potential for abuse. Relative to drugs in higher schedules, they are recognized for their acceptance, medical uses, and treatment with the United States. Abuse of these drugs may lead to limited physical or psychological dependence compared to substances in Schedule 4.
I bother scheduling it, then that just doesn't make sense.
I remember them telling me it's the abuse of it. It's easier to like you know um the addiction part, and it's all like think of it like an opiate or something like that, but I don't think it's an opiate. I don't. I wish I kept all the notes right here with me when I was researching it.
You say you
I
don't know if
believe
it's
that.
operates an opiate?
Yeah, I don't think it is a narcotic, but I don't think it's under the opiate.
It doesn't say anything about being an opiate.
Yeah.
And it says Excopri is an anti-epileptic medication used to treat partial onset seizures with adults. It works by affecting sodium and GABA channels in the brain to reduce the number of seizures. Excopri is taken as a once daily tablet.
One of the big side effects that Anne actually went through was the increase of the heart rate that it does. And me and her were getting on it around the same time. And I remember to look out for that when it does that. It's like, hurry up and get off of it. It feels like a heart attack or something, like it's quickening your heart rate way too fast. And then there was the one that the doctors really warned me about was a bad rash that if you develop it, just stop taking it right away. those are the ones I remember. I'm trying to remember every little thing. I know it was like a 3-hour appointment I had with them.
Someone told me they don't take lamotrigine like myself because they get a rash. Has any medication caused you to get a rash?
None.
Yeah, lamotrigine gave me a sun-sensitive rash, but it wasn't Stevens-Johnson syndrome. It wasn't the one that sends you to the ER. It was just anywhere the sun touched my skin for like 20 minutes or more, I get these red bumps and stuff. It just sucked. Having to wear long sleeves in Florida and what
Oh
no.
man, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that
I
in
can
the middle of
imagine
the
that Florida
summer.
weather. You can't get short sleeves. I do have something here, you guys. It says, "Has anyone's medication just stopped helping them? I've been taking lamotrigine for 6 years, and I'm currently taking 300 milligrams. My neurologist has been increasing my dose by 25 milligrams twice a year. At this point, I'm basically backing seizures. I'm basically back to having seizures as frequently as I did before I started taking it. Initially, it did help a lot, but I'm wondering if maybe I just need to up the dose more quickly. It seems like 25 milligrams increase just doesn't do enough for me. I know there are a lot of concerns with upping the medication quickly because of SJS. I'm feeling pretty discouraged at this point." The question was, has anyone's medication stopped helping them?
What's SJS?
Stevens
SJS is,
Johnson's.
say that again.
Stevens Johnson syndrome. It's what Mark was
Uh,
referring to. It's that really bad skin rash. It can be fatal.
Isn't it like an immune system reaction or like overreaction or something?
Yeah, I think so. It's a lot of medications can cause it. It's basically just like a terrible allergic reaction to a medication. Um, but I was on lamotrigine is Lamictal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on Lamictal for years, and it kind of I felt like it kind of stopped working for me. Um, so I just switched medications because I was on a really high dose, and I also hated the way that it made me feel. Like just it felt like I was just walking through life in a cloud. Just the brain fog was insane. Um,
yeah.
it was awful, and I hated it. And but it's I'm it. I felt so stupid because I never uh considered just asking my doctor if I could switch medications. And then one day, um, I just broke down just telling my doctor how much I hated it. And he was like, "Oh, we'll just put you on a different one." And I thought, "Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yes, please, let's do that." So that's what I did.
They had the last time I was on Lamictal, lamotrigine. It it was while I was taking it with Keppra, and it was supposed to be the offset of the rage, and it wasn't controlling the seizures, and the anger was still coming. So yeah, it wasn't working. But yeah, I am medical resistant, so but I did feel that fog. I understand what you're saying about that fog.
I got a few comments here. Um, Along with you saying that you had a few things that the lamotrigine caused, I've been on lamotrigine for almost 10 years, and it's actually been the best thing of the three things that I've tried. Um, it's worked pretty well for me. It's like I said, it's been the best of the three that I've tried in the past 20 years. So, yeah. And I think I'm gonna add something to it. Well, not I think, gonna add Omvi to it. How long were you on lamotrigine or lamictal?
I've been on it twice in my life. One time when I was younger, and they took it off. They took me off of it. I didn't question why. I was just doing what the doctor says. When they put me on Depakote.
Solace,
And
what about you? Oh, go ahead, Angel.
then again, they put me again on it when I got on Keppra, and that was a few years,
Okay.
and it wasn't working.
Solace, what were you saying about lamotrigine? I was saying that it was the best thing that's worked for me, and you said it didn't do you any good. I was asking how long were you on it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Um, they first put me on Keppra. I wasn't on that. I don't even think I was on Keppra for a year because it just made me like psychotic, basically. Then I switched to Lamictal, and I guess I was on Lamictal for, I mean, it was several years, um, at least 5 years, but maybe more. Because I've been on zonisamide, I don't know, maybe closer to 10 years, really. I can't remember. I can't remember anything. But that's another thing about Lamictal is my memory was worse when I was on Lamictal. I really think it was. Um, it's my memory still feels bad, but it's not as bad as when I was on Lamictal.
Do you feel
Well,
like your memory gets worse and worse through different medications, or do you feel like it's getting worse and worse throughout the epilepsy journey, or the medications in particular cause worse and worse memory?
I think it's related to the medications because I mean, I haven't had that many seizures like in life. The seizures I have had, they're all really, really big ones, really bad. I've almost died uh 2 times from a seizure. So I haven't had that many seizures, but the ones I do have, they're really bad. Um, so, but I really think the cognitive effects that I have, I truly think it's from the medications, not the seizures. But I could be wrong.
I feel the same.
I think it's half and half.
Yeah, it could be that too. I mean, it's hard to tell, and it's also kind of like, you know, it's frustrating, but it's like it doesn't really matter if it's from the seizures or for the medication, from the meds. It is what it is, and it's just something that um, I have to deal with. One weird thing that I feel like is definitely from the medications is like sometimes I do this weird stuttering thing, and that did not start until I got on zonisamide. It's like it's not some people have trouble like finding words, but I do this weird thing where like I'll start talking and it's like I'll I'll do like this weird stutter thing or I'll like fumble my words. Um and that's embarrassing. That's like probably my least favorite side effect because I didn't used to do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that being very stressful side effect.
Hmm.
Stuttering after starting a medication. Uh, I do have a couple more comments here that I didn't get into. One says, can definitely happen. They'll make it work for me with periodic increases for about 12 years, and then it stopped controlling seizures about 5 years ago. I had to switch to Keppra, hated it for 2 years, and now I'm much happier on Briviac. My neuro described it that the meds issue in a really helpful way, in quote, brains are really good at learning. It's what they're designed for. Your brain found a pathway to circumvent the lamictal's control, and now it's finding that same pathway to more easily, and it will continue to do so unless we switch meds. As someone with a learning science background, this really resonated with me. Another comment says, absolutely. I'm no longer on that med. Another comment, up the dose, add another med, or change the med. People's seizures, tolerance, and thresholds can change over time. This method could not be as effective anymore or needed at a higher dose. It's not uncommon for people to, end quote, grow out of medication where it is no longer prevents them from, but another med does. It might be worth it to talk to your doctor if changing meds or adding a med isn't, instead of increasing the dose, maybe more effective for you. I noticed that with taking my medication, sometimes my words get jumbled a lot. And yeah, I didn't get the stuttering, but I do jumble up my words here and there.
And forgetting what you wanting to say, forgetting the exact word or whatever.
Yeah, I could forget what I'm saying as I'm saying it, as I'm talking, and forget what I'm talking about, which is
Yeah, I
but
remember having to trying to describe a word that it was like an argument I had with my ex-wife, and it was just like I'm trying to describe a word and I don't even like I know the word and I can't figure it out. I had to like show her the phone like this is what I'm doing, and like the word was now I'm forgetting it. The depreciating myself. Like I was in one of those depressed feelings and devaluing myself. And she thought I was talking about her, and I'm like, no, I'm.
I understand. Yeah. Is anybody on Keppra here?
Not
I am
anymore.
not. I'll read this post anyway.
Okay.
It says I just got prescribed with 2,000 milligrams of Keppra per day. Just have a few questions here. Anyone else have it? Anyone else have it? I believe it is focal or clonic tonic seizures. At least that's what the doctors have said. But where your left arm completely locks up and it stiffens and can't even control it, then you pass out or have a seizure. The doctors haven't figured out what causes that yet. All they say is that something with the right side of my brain isn't right. I've been looking more and I'm starting to think it's damaged nerve in my arm. I'm wondering if anyone here has the same problem and what they found out. Also, for those on Keppra, I got off Keppra. How long was it that they have you fully off meds? I'm very curious if this is what happens long term with meds or just a year or so. There's a lot of questions in that one question.
Yeah, what is there
Yeah.
I don't. So what they mentioned about there being a problem with a nerve in their arm, as far as I know, I don't know of anything of how that's related to epilepsy. Like, just they mentioned like their left arm, something about their left arm. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
that
Left
was
arm completely locks up and stiffens up. You can't even control it. Then you pass out and have a seizure.
I guess
The
maybe
only way
they could be
I
referring
can
to a myoclonic jerk, possibly. I don't know.
probably, or maybe they had an injury or something that's basically constantly stressing their body or their mind. Like they
Right.
might not consider themselves stressed out, but their body is actually overstressed because of it, stressing out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's causing them to seize more.
So are they
Like,
still on Kepra or are they off of it now? Like, are they asking?
No, I think they said they got off of it. Yeah, that's what it said. I'm off of it now.
And it seems like they're
Uh,
asking like what the long-term side effects or long-term effects after you get off of it are, but they didn't really mention what was happening to them. But I don't know the answer to that.
no, it's hard to say what the long term side effects are because some of us I've been on 12 plus drugs in my life for seizures, and it's hard to say which one is from which I'm still experiencing. I can
Yeah.
say the rage and stuff definitely went away fast after I got off of the irritability, whatever, went away after I got off of Kepra. But it's
yeah,
very hard.
only the only comment here is a pretty long one. It says, since I don't have focal, have been diagnosed with clonic tonic seizures as well as epilepsy. My arms don't lock up before a seizure. To be honest, rarely do I have anything ever happen before just starting to have a seizure. If something does happen, it's sometimes me heavy vomiting, sometimes me already losing consciousness but still being able to say, in quote, I feel weird, or in quote, I need to sit down, but not remembering anything at that point, and mostly often me smacking my lips and staring blankly. Then I usually fall to the ground, and if I'm not sitting on the floor, and if I'm not sitting and starting to convulse. I was prescribed Keppra, but after 3.5 months, 3.5-ish months, if I'm not doing anything to help or stop lower the amount of seizures I was having, I was put on something else. I have been told for me it'll probably be a long life, long prescriptions. At the end of the day, at the end of April, I was prescribed the second anti-seizure medication because I was in the hospital recovering from a really bad one where I cracked a left orbital bone falling into
Oh.
a doorknob and broke
Oh
my
God.
upper right humerus into 15 plus pieces while continuously convulsing, while it, in a weird way, angled against my dresser. Needed a seizure, needed surgery to put in 2 metal plates, 7 screws, 3 nails. At that point, I was already on a, end quote, above the recommended dose of anti seizure medication, lamotrigine. A small dosage of lacosamide is what got added. I was having at least 3 to 4 seizures a day for 7-ish months before I started taking lamotrigine and dropped it to about 4 to 5 a week. The increasing dosage has dropped it to about 1 to 2 a week, and haven't seen anything really happen since an additional lacosamide, but hopefully an increase of dosage will help drop the amount down. And that is the only comment.
I feel like does that even answer any part of the
Not at all. Anybody here taking oxycarbazepine?
I've taken that before.
Okay, this one says differing effects of oxycarbazepine, 300 milligrams, based on different pharmacies. I have been taking oxycarbazepine for years, and I had to switch pharmacies to CVS because my old one closed. I noticed a significant difference in how the meds made me feel, like dizzy and woozy. Switched to Kaiser's pharmacy because I got insurance through there from work, and those more intense effects went away. When I lost my insurance just recently, just switched back to CVS, same thing on the switchback. Has anyone else ever had experienced something like this?
I don't, not with oxcarbazepine, but I take an antidepressant, and my psychiatrist, he only wants me to get it from a certain manufacturer. Like I go to a certain pharmacy to get the medication, like so I know it's coming from a specific manufacturer because my psychiatrist said certain drug manufacturers are, depending on certain medications, they are better than others, and especially with antidepressants. So if you have, like, I take Prestique. So Prestique from one manufacturer at a certain dose is not the same as Prestique in the same dose from a different manufacturer. And there are a lot of studies on that. So it's likely it was from a different manufacturer and it was formulated just ever so slightly different. And it could, have a different effect. But a lot of people say, I've heard people say that's not true, but I believe that it's true.
I'm gonna go
No,
with
I
you. I
believe
believe
it's true. It's the same as uh like generic versus um the brand name,
yeah.
It's like you can get one that's more potent and one that's less potent.
Right. Mark, I almost
Um,
bought a lava lamp the other night.
oh, really?
Yeah, they had some at Target, and I thought of you, but I couldn't decide what color I wanted.
That was going to be my question. What color combo were you looking at?
Yeah,
Sorry?
they had an orange one that I liked a lot and a blue one. But I
Orange,
could
like orange wax or
So that's the thing. I couldn't tell. I couldn't all I knew was the wax color. I didn't know. I guess it's the light that creates the other color.
the fluid.
Oh, the
The
fluid. Okay.
yeah.
I couldn't
Um,
tell like how I was like I know they're two colors, but I don't know. I could only tell what one color was from them. Um,
I don't know if it's can sort of see me through the bottle there.
yeah.
Yeah, this one is just a clear with this was probably a poor choice. It's like a dark blue, so it looks kind of black wax, and the fluid is just a clear, like clear water.
Yeah.
This one is oh now yeah, now without the light underneath the wax doesn't show up, but this one is orange wax with um a blue fluid,
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, maybe they were just clear, the ones I was looking at, clear fluid. But I want one that's got colored fluid.
yeah, some like this one here, this might be a better choice.
Oh, yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, this is the
Nice.
orange wax and the purple fluid.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
That's kind of a good representation. That one is, I think, probably one of my favorite like color combos. The orange with the purple. Or sorry, that's yellow wax, purple fluid. Because the yellow and the purple like shining through the purple makes the yellow look more and more orange the higher it gets.
Oh,
So like by the time it gets up to the top with one of the bigger ones like this guy, well, probably shouldn't move that one around too much. That one I actually just got on Amazon like a week or two ago. That's this 16.3 inch tall. So the 52-ounce globe. So it's the bigger one. These are smaller. They're only a 20 ounce.
mm-hmm.
So it's like the size of a soda bottle.
Yeah.
But the other one's the a much bigger globe has a lot more room for them to kind of move around sideways and stuff. So um, I mean, just based on what I've seen on Amazon, the price difference between the 52 and the 20-ounce globes really, I if I were to shop and get another globe, I would probably go and try to find the bigger one. Okay, so I'd try to find the bigger one. Yeah, just because the zigzaggy and lateral, when one is coming down from up above and then bump into one coming from below,
Mm-hmm.
you have to, I don't know, it's easy to get lost in that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the ones at Target, they were $25. I don't know exactly what size they were, but that I thought that was I would have thought they would be more expensive than that. I was so close to buying one, but maybe I'll look on Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, for $25, that's probably one of the smaller ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have found the best luck in terms of the quality of the globes. Sometimes the water can get really cloudy, and the Lava brand has a partnership with Spencer Gifts. Um, and they have a lot of unique color combinations and different like special themed lamps.
Hmm.
And it seems like they have um, higher quality control, quality assurance with those
Yeah.
than they do with the ones that they kind of send out like a wider mass market. And maybe some of that has to do with the various retailers handling and stuff, Walmart
Yeah.
and Target, retail employees might not care as much. Yeah. Just in time for Pookie to return. We talked about nothing but lava lamps.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Here for it all. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
you
listening.
you gotta get one too, Pookie.
Um, I'm starting from scratch. As you see, I don't have my game chair. I don't have my desk. So I'm starting my whole. Yeah, man. You remember the last time I had my setup? Post stroke, I gave up everything, and you can't exactly move those. Well, I can. Can't exactly take those things and be like, hey, can I move this um basically studio into your bedroom? Um, but I do have something here, you guys. It says, did I have a seizure? I was on my phone watching a TikTok, and I'm assuming I can't remember what time it was, but then suddenly I just woke up with no memory of what happened in the past couple hours and no idea if I passed out or had a stroke or a seizure or something. I'm so stressed, it's hard to type, so I keep slurring my words as well. I'm also withdrawing from alcohol and benzos. Sorry if this was worded badly. I'm finding it hard to type. Um, that's the end of
Wait,
that. But the question was, did I have a seizure?
my
Go
question
ahead.
is, did they have a stroke? They said they're slurring their words. What else did they say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Slurring their words, um, woke up with no memory, um, yeah, passed out and stuff like that. And
Withdrawing too.
yeah, they also said they're withdrawing from alcohol and benzos. So
Withdrawing from benzos will most likely definitely give you a seizure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
the alcohol, both of them, they're both dangerous to get off of.
I mean, I wouldn't know personally. I did a
the
cold turkey.
slurring of the the
I
slurring
know
of
the
the words,
100% from experience.
slurring of the words, that's weird to me because that doesn't really fit with that sounds more like a stroke to me, but they
Yeah.
didn't really say anything else that sounds like a stroke, so I don't know. They need to go to the doctor basically.
Go see a doctor, and don't let them tell you that you had a seizure if you think that something else happened, because I had a stroke, and you can't just let them tell you whatever happened, because sometimes they will tell you what they want to hear happen, or I don't know what they felt like happened. But I was in the hospital 4 days before they finally figured out it was a stroke. And
Mm.
I told them that for 4 days because I remembered the whole thing. I never passed out or anything. Um, if you weren't here, I'm not sure who I told the story to, but
I
when I
wasn't
passed
here.
out, when I did Oh, I didn't pass out. I kept like telling myself, this is a weird feeling. I don't understand what the feeling is. And I was just like, let's lay in the middle of my bed as I usually did. That was a great bed I was in before I moved here. Yeah, I was like, let me get in the middle of the bed. Usually surround myself with the pillows and all that. And then I'm lying there and I'm like, what's going on? I'm not having a seizure. Usually a seizure's coming. This is a really odd feeling. And then I started to get nauseous. And then I'm like, why am I nauseous just like out of nowhere? This is kind of a really, really odd feeling now. And I was just like, I'll just not throw up on the bed. Let me just throw up on the floor. And when I tried to get up is when I noticed that my left side was kind of just like close to me and I wasn't able to use it. So I'm like, okay, since this isn't a seizure, um, I know what this is. Luckily, us being having seizures, well, not luckily, but luckily, knowing what a seizure is and having seizures before, I knew that I was not having a seizure. And I kept telling the doctors for days that this isn't a seizure. I think I had a stroke. We should check for a stroke. They kept telling me, well, your sister said that you had a seizure and you have epilepsy, so it makes sense to do an epilepsy check and not a stroke check. Yeah, so I didn't listen to them, and luckily I didn't listen to them, and I went to another hospital after that, and they told me you had a stroke. They were able to tell me that the first day, and Yeah, Stanford's a great
Wow.
hospital. So
What kind of stroke did you have, if you don't mind me asking?
oh man.
Was it
So,
an ischemic?
no, it's hemo something. Hemo
A hemorrhagic stroke?
there you go. Yeah. And then I asked why, and they said they weren't 100% sure of the reason. And they did ask me, or you know that you're more at risk for a stroke when you have epilepsy? And I told them, no, I did not know that. They did not let me know that that was actually a reason we could have a stroke. And yeah, hemorrhagic stroke is what they called it. And yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, the first hospital, they weren't trying to tell me that I had, well, no, they didn't know because they weren't looking for a stroke. So the fourth day, when they finally were looking for, I don't know, because one day they did it and they're like, okay, we're going to send this to your doctor and we'll get you out of here today. And then later on that night, they're like, okay, we didn't send the results over to the doctor, so they'll see you in the morning. I see the doctor in the morning. He's like, okay, we're going to get you out of here. They said you've been here 4 days or whatever the case. And I'm like, okay, I just need to get out of here and I'm going to go do what I need to do in another hospital. I woke up maybe like 45 minutes to an hour later. I looked around. I laid back down, watched TV for a little bit. Then my mom called me and she was crying. And I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, you have a stroke. And I'm like, today? Is that what they're telling you? And she's like, no, that's the whole reason you're there. Everything that happened was because of a stroke. And I told my mom, I know what happened. I told her, I know exactly what happened. I knew that happened. And I told them over and over and over. And they just, yeah, they didn't even come let me know it was a stroke because they know I'd been telling them all day and morning and days before that it was a stroke. I'm
But
not
they
sure if
told your
that's
mom?
malpractice or what, but
Wow. So how does your mom know?
they didn't tell me. They decided to call her instead of telling me because I had been telling them all day and the days before that this was a stroke. This was a stroke.
Yeah.
So I guess they were too cowardish to come tell me. So they told my mom and she called me crying saying that I had a stroke. And I told her they could have told me that because I would have told them, I told you so in their faces. And they did not tell me that. The hospital still to date has never told me that you had a stroke. My mother called me and then we just start working on a stroke. They never told me you had a stroke. That's why you're here. Yeah.
Wow, Pookie.
Yeah. So I was off the podcast for 5 weeks for them telling me that I had a stroke. I mean, that was more than 5 weeks. That was, yeah, that was the 5th of last month to now. So yeah, I've been
Did you
gone over a month.
did you have to go to rehab or like did you have any like residual weakness or anything?
I can't feel this sensation in my, can't feel my right 3 toes, and some of my right side along my arm, along my back, um, some of my arm right here, some of my side, a lot of my right side, I'll say. The left side, I can feel it, but as I explained to other people, it's like a meat sack. That's a weird way to explain it, but it's like I can feel that it's there, but I can't feel it if I was to take a little needle and do that with it.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
feel when I step because I'm standing on it. But I can't exactly feel when I'm like swinging my leg if my foot's there until I put it on the ground. Then I'm noticing I'm standing on something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I went through. And yeah. And for 5 days, they didn't bathe me or anything. The
Oh my
nurse that they
God.
told me could not bathe me. They told her that she could just rinse me because I had seizures. So they didn't want to give her, um, they didn't want to give her scissors or a shave or anything because they let me sit in that shit for 5 days. So, yeah. Then I got out of that hospital and I went to another hospital. And Stanford, they did everything I knew they were going to do day one. Told them what happened, and I went from the emergency room to the stroke department same day and got everything figured out first day. And they
Wow.
left me. They had me there to recoup and everything, and Stanford did great for me. But yeah, I got a malpractice suit on my hands. I'm not sure if that's what that is, but yeah, like I said, I told them that, and yeah.
It could be. I'm sorry that happened. It sounds terrible.
It's all right. It's the world. It's people these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think mostly they're just going off what they knew off paperwork. They didn't know anything else because I was in the emergency room, so they didn't have a neurologist to say this and this happened. They had someone to come in and said, it sounds like this happened and it sounds like this happened. And they kept saying what it sounded like. And someone said you had a seizure, and they stopped listening to me when I said, I have a podcast on seizures. I know what a seizure is. Once I said that, they just looked at me like some podcaster. It's like, yeah, he keeps saying that stuff about a podcast. Yeah, I think they didn't want to hear me after I said I do a podcast on seizures, and they didn't want to hear anything else I had to say. They didn't hear me out at all. So, hey.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, sometimes, I mean, I'm a nurse. Both of my parents are healthcare providers, and even I know that sometimes if you want to get decent care, sometimes you just have to be a straight up bitch. I mean, that's been my experience. Like and I like there have been times when I needed to go to the emergency room and I don't because I know that the minute they hear I have to be treated like a psych patient, possibly get admitted to the psych floor, and then I'll get stuck there. Like going to the ER when you have epilepsy is for me terrifying. Because people just treat me like I'm crazy. Um, and but just in general, if you decent care anywhere, I kind of just have to be like really aggressive, which is crazy. But that's the truth.
Yeah, I've been to psych wards. Oh,
How'd that go for
and
you?
no, I do not ever want to be there again. They didn't even have. I was on one of the 4 medications I was on at the time was Briviac, and they didn't even have it in stock. And I was like, "You're gonna have me go into a seizure?" And it was like, "Look, I brought all my medications with me. It's like, here, just go get it out of my bag." It's like,
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, they
I don't
treat you
know.
like you're crazy, and
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anyone who's ever been admitted to a psychiatric floor and then been discharged and said, yeah, that helped me. That was a good experience. I'm glad I did that. It's always, that was terrible. I feel, like dehumanized and just awful. Um,
yeah,
so, and a lot of times people,
it's like
unfortunately,
mindless.
yeah, and people, a lot of doctors look at people with epilepsy like this is a psych patient. And sometimes people with epilepsy are psych patients, but sometimes they're not. And if you go to the emergency room and you have epilepsy, and depending on where you live, it's not that hard to just get admitted to the psych floor because they don't know what else to do with you because they don't have, like you said, that a lot of times they don't have a neurologist,
Or
standing
they,
around.
they don't want to treat, the right way.
Right.
I've been in the psych ward, and it was not fun. And I woke up there. They said that I had said I was gonna jump off the second story balcony. Um, that doesn't sound like me at all. So I woke up in the psych ward. They didn't believe that I didn't remember any of what happened. So I say that was a seizure because I didn't remember not one part bit. I don't remember the ride there or anything. I remember waking up, being handcuffed to a chair,
Oh
wondering what's
God.
going on. And there's just people that were connected chairs, maybe 6 feet in between me. It's like space in between us. And everyone, well, not everyone, most people were screaming. Most people were screaming at other people to stop screaming. And then there was those people who were screaming, unsure why. There was the people who screaming because they're probably withdrawing or some of other things. And then there's the people that are screaming out those people to stop screaming. So it's just a room full of people just screaming at each other. And there's one person watching us, but I think that's all that person is there to do is just basically watch us because we're all cuffed to a chair. So it's like one guy behind a glass, and if I yell at him to, can I go to the bathroom or something's happening or anything, the person's behind a glass and you can just wave at them and hope they come out. And none of that usually happens. Luckily, I didn't see anybody have to ask to go to the bathroom. But the time I was there, I didn't have to go to the bathroom, and they just had us sitting there in a room. And then eventually they came and got me, and someone came and picked me up. But yeah, they will put you on a psych ward because whatever happens during a seizure. And luckily, eventually, someone heard me out. Their doctor that was there was like, okay, yeah, that sounds like a seizure. And not any of it. And they was like, you don't use drugs, check my system. No, you don't. Okay, something else is going wrong if you don't remember this. All right, well, I can go.
Yeah. Everything is prescribed, you know. I have prescription for all these.
They
I
thought I
don't
was
take
on
it.
drugs. They I forgot the situation that had happened or whatever. It threatened my mother that I would commit suicide. So I don't even know why they thought that was a thing, like even possible. Because I mean, I love my mother, and I wouldn't like threaten to commit suicide. Like, you better do this, or I'm gonna. That kind of doesn't make sense to me, but I guess it happened to other people. Um, yeah, that's not something I would do, and yeah, I want to be here. I don't know any other reason, but yeah, I have family and people to live for. So
And then the
Yeah.
ER trips after that is always, I want to hurry up and get out of here. I want to escape. And
right.
Pookie, you're my hero. You actually escaped one time.
Oh yeah, I escaped the hospital now. Yeah, that was different. That was anger, and I think that was a seizure sitting in there by myself. When I put all the pieces back together from back then, I just remember myself getting really angry and leaving. So I think that was probably having a seizure, maybe like the impending doom seizure. And I'm just confused and not sure what's going on. And I just decided, let's take this IV out and let's go. And I did that. So
Yeah, I come out of a seizure
at
and,
all.
and I'm seeing myself in an emergency room and I don't see nobody that's like basically either, well, back then, like, would have been my wife, or now it's like my mom or sister. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to hurry up and get out of here.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, I tried to. Oh no, I did. I kicked open the door to the ambulance once, so I've done that. But the time I escaped the hospital, yeah, they sent the police to my house. Police made there before me, so I never even seen them. I was just told when I got home where you been. Police were looking for you and this and that. They never came back to the house. But yeah, so I'm assuming the hospital they sent the police to my house. And 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 they sent the police to my not assuming, the hospital sent the police to my house, and they hadn't known how long I'd been gone from the hospital, because I think when I got home, my cousins and stuff, they were like, "Oh yeah, they came here about 30 to 45 minutes ago," and it was like an hour and a half walk home from the hospital. So I did that.
Wait,
Luckily,
why did the police go to your house? Like, what were they gonna do?
no idea. Probably arrest me.
Because like,
Um,
but why though? Because I mean, you're allowed, anyone can just like walk out of the hospital if they want to. Unless you're on a psychiatric floor. Like if you just want to walk out of the hospital and leave, you're allowed to do that.
I was in a hospital bed though too. I wasn't just like in the hospital. I was in the bed with an
Yeah,
IV, and
yeah.
I don't
But
know why
even
the
so,
hospital, why the police came in particular. I don't know.
yeah, that's weird. Maybe because if you do leave the hospital, technically you're supposed to sign paperwork saying like, "Hey, I'm leaving," against medical advice. It's called leaving AMA. So maybe that's why. If you didn't sign paperwork saying like, I'm leaving and I'm, refusing treatment or whatever. But I don't know. Because I um yeah, people leave the hospital all the time. I've seen someone leave the hospital with their IV pole, like steal an IV pole, walk out with a hospital gown, and just like head out down the street. Um, so
Couldn't imagine. I left, and like I said, I think that was a seizure too, because when I look back at it, the little frustration, panic attack feeling I had, and got
yeah,
frustrated and got up and left, that could have been a seizure. Um,
yeah.
and the whole time I was just, before it happened, I was kind of arguing with the nurses and calling them back and forth, and like, someone come talk to me, someone come tell me something. And no one came for like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I got all this time alone. How about I just walk out of here and see who notices? And no one noticed. I took
Hmm.
the IV out, I took the arm thing off, so it was beeping. And I put the gauze on the spot where the blood was coming, and I didn't do anything for it. They make it look really easy because, like I said, I held it there and I walked all the way home. And when I finally looked at it again, it was really red. And when I took it off, the gauze was, yeah. Luckily, it had stopped bleeding, but the gauze was really red, and it was time to throw it away at that time. So it isn't easy as it looks for everyone out there watching, if anybody's watching. Yeah, taking a needle out is not easy at all. It's not fun either. Angel, don't run from the hospital. They will come looking for you.
Don't
Yeah,
put
send
me
the
in
police
one.
to your house.
I don't want to be in one.
Yeah, when you said that, it made me think, like, what were they gonna do? Like, were the police gonna take me back to the hospital? I never thought of that till you said that, Solace. That makes a very interesting point.
Yeah.
What do you think they would have done?
I don't know. Because they they couldn't have physically forced you to go back to the hospital unless you were um, a danger to yourself or someone else, which doesn't sound like you were.
No.
If they thought that you might be, that's the only thing I can think of. If they thought um, that might have been a danger to yourself, maybe that's why they sent the police. I don't know.
Glad to make it another day. I'm here. Yeah, that's rough. And the comments on this last post, we went far from the last post. This was the one saying they were withdrawing from alcohol and benzos. And did they have a seizure? Someone said you definitely did, especially with withdrawing from benzos and alcohol. Part though, the information sucks. Yeah, definitely a seizure. I've had epilepsy since I was 13 and I'm now 19.
So they're an expert.
I'm 13 and I'm now 42.
Right. Yeah. No expert really. I do got one here though. Says anyone else has really bad memory with epilepsy. I forgot so many details and it's so frustrating, especially being in college. I can't even remember what I had for my meal. Forgot class lessons. I'm worried about my career. Anybody else can relate? Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, my memory is absolute. It's horrible. That's
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out a
I
worse
used to
word.
I used to think that like, okay, my memory's bad, but I don't think anyone else can notice. So, but then I started dating someone, this was years ago, and I realized he noticed how bad my memory was, and he started calling me 51st dates because when we started dating, he said every time we hung out, he had to repeat the same thing every time. And that's when I was like, oh, okay, so other people notice it too. And so, and that made me feel so bad about myself. Um, so that sucked. Yeah.
I remember at one point, I think it was bad. It was like a year or two ago, where I was writing a journal and I had to keep that journal just to remember what happened the week before. Like now it's a little bit better, but it's not that great, you know. Memory, sometimes I get a flash. Oh yeah, I remember that from far, like from a long time ago. And then no, I can't remember that at all. I forget people's faces. I remember I had to keep a picture of my dad uh, just to remember what he looked like.
Oh.
And it's kind of weird because everybody says I look just like him, but um, it's like I had to keep a picture of him because I couldn't remember what he looked like. I was forgetting what people's faces look like.
Yeah.
In there, forgot who people were. Um, yeah, I forgot who my mom was one time, and yeah, she said she forgives me now. But yeah, forgot who my mom was once upon a time. That was a very funny story later on. But yeah, um, I do have another post though, and it says, "I'm having seizures and I don't understand them. Long story short, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. They put me on, is it aripiprazole? ARIPIPRAZOLE, aripiprazole. We'll just leave it at that. A few days after discharge, I had a seizure. Since May, about 4 months ago, I've had around 7. Apparently, they're violent. The first one lasted 6 minutes total, split into 3 episodes. I don't remember anything before, during, or immediately after. A total blackout. Since then, something's changed. My memory's slipping, not just names or dates, but objects, words. It's like me. It's not like me. I've always had a sharp memory. Now it's glitching and I feel it. On top of that, I've been getting random muscle jerks, arms kicking out, weird spasms deep in the body, and it happens a lot. I can't help but think it's all connected. I don't understand this. Someone who understands, explain. I don't know where to start. Angel?
It definitely is all connected. The mind, yeah, that's a tough one where to start. Because for me, having epilepsy for over 20 years, it's like you definitely feel that, like how we were just saying, it's getting worse. And when the seizures get worse, and you're forgetting stuff and you're forgetting people, and yeah, it's all connected.
Mark, I know you're really tired. Um,
Mm.
and I will see you tomorrow. Um, you can go to sleep if you'd like to. I was just saying that because you were asleep.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, go
Yeah, I
past
was
my
gonna turn your
bedtime.
camera off, but he was done as soon as you looked up, and I was like, okay, well, he's done and he's awake, so let me just tell him. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. And it's good to see you. I'm glad you're back and up and running and everything. It's good to see everybody else.
You too.
Everybody else being, yeah.
Sleep well.
Glad you came back again. Good to see you again. And Angel, as always, a pleasure. Take care, everyone.
Can I ask what you're like, what made you want to start doing this?
Because there was a week where I was actually planning to do a podcast, but in California, there's so many like underground artists who do painting, who do rapping, who do DIY art. People who are just big in certain departments and they don't have the um, people to shout them out, I guess. I was just going to do a podcast on people who are doing things who aren't being seen in the underground, I would say. Not mainstream doing what they're doing. I was just going to do interviews on podcasts. And I was on Reddit for Grand Theft Auto for a game. And then, our phones listen to us. And I seen something that said R epilepsy. It's like, what is that? Epilepsy on Reddit? I thought Reddit was just a site where you find information when you had a question. Yeah, it's been doing pretty good. I'm happy that it's helping people. And that was one of the goals, was for epilepsy awareness and then helping people, and people can look at it and actually see our real lives and see that we can actually laugh together now instead of I don't know, just like not having anyone to talk to. A lot of people felt like they were alone for ages, just like myself. So like I said, it helped me. And once I noticed it helping me, I was just like, helps my mental health being around people who have epilepsy 2 times a week. It's helping. And it's like, we gotta schedule this. I can't just do this every day because this is a lot. And
Yeah.
it's okay, we're gonna start doing this 2 days a week, because the first 2 days in a row, I was like, yeah, I wanted to do this yesterday because we did this. I want to do this today because we did it yesterday too. I was like, but it needs to be more scheduled and everything
Yeah.
needs to be settled. I was like, because this is really when the first time it was 6 hours, the next day it was 4 hours, and then the next day it was 8 hours. And I was like, okay, yeah, we can't just put that much time in front of this computer. But
Yeah.
I think I started
panned
on
out for the
episode
better.
4.
So
Yeah, panned out for the better.
um one reason I really like what you're doing right now is because um the reason I almost feel like I don't have a reason to be here because I don't have that many seizures, but I mean, epilepsy has definitely affected my life negatively. Like I have definitely felt the stigma of epilepsy. But one reason why I think this is so cool is because so and please don't put this part on the podcast. But and I thought, I guess people where I live don't have a safe space to talk about their epilepsy. I just try to find places where I feel like people with epilepsy are not being heard, basically. And I just think it's really important for people with epilepsy to have a safe space to talk about their epilepsy, because I now know that, you know, there are a lot of people with epilepsy who don't have a safe space to talk about it.
There's a lot of us that didn't even know there were others like us until we came here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't say that yours isn't that bad, because in a way, yeah, we all have that same, I guess, mental, like, oh, it's not that bad. But then, hey, I'm on 4 different anti-seizure drugs to try to control my seizures, or I've been through, like, literally, I just asked my doctor this year, but I've been through 12 anti-seizure drugs my whole life. And if you look on, what is it? The website for epilepsy, I can't remember the name right now. That's, they say 2 means you're medical resistant. And I'm like, I had to ask my
Yeah.
doctor this, and I've been through 12 already. And it's been happening since I was 14. And that's another thing, like me and Pookie, that was one thing we found in common when, like, he first started. It's like we were both kids when we started, our epilepsy journey. And we started on the same medicine too, Dilan. And, they call it tonic clonics now, and we both still call it Grand Mouse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another thing. There's so much misinformation. People who don't have epilepsy, the amount of misinformation that is spread is a problem. Even people that do have epilepsy argue over, what to call it, and so I just think it's so important for there to be safe spaces for people with epilepsy to talk to each other, because
Yeah.
it's not a safe thing to talk about, unfortunately. Depending, you have to be careful.
You can come here and talk about it.
The world sees us differently.
Mm-hmm.
In one way, we're disabled, and you're not disabled enough, basically. But, Pookie's still fighting for, I should say me too, but, a lot of us are still fighting for disability because we can't. That's how strong the epilepsy has affected our lives. And mine's even affected my marriage, which is ended. So
more and more people join, the third person join, and eventually we're all laughing with each other because we all have something that we could relate to, and it feels like we're talking to people that we know because we all, I'm not gonna say come from the same place, but
yeah,
a lot of people feel like they have no one to talk to when they have epilepsy. But then when you have someone that you don't have to exactly explain everything to because that person already understands what you're going through, and you can laugh about how bad your memory is and stuff like that. Yeah, like Angel said, sometimes you get to know people and you feel like you've known them for a long time. And I've only known Angel since summertime, before summer. Yeah,
it was like April. Yeah,
Wait, so
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
ask you guys, for both of you, what do you think well, you've both had epilepsy since you were children. Is that what you said? Both of you?
Yep.
I've had it since I was 16. I'm 36 now. So
And I was
not
barely
since I was a
14.
child. Well, that is I was a child. So yeah, 20
Yeah.
years.
And what about you, Angel?
I was barely 14 when my first seizure happened.
So,
What year was that?
1996 or 97, something.
so
Okay, I didn't get
like,
diagnosed for another 7 years.
what has been the hardest part about having epilepsy for both of you?
Mm, the hardest part about having it. Let's see. Uh,
Or maybe like, what is one thing that stands out as being like the most, yeah, I guess just what's the
difficult.
hardest? Wait, what?
Um, the most difficult thing. It sounds like you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
yeah,
Um, the difficult thing about epilepsy is it's not really bothersome to me, but I do have children, and the thing about that and my seizures have graduated from um have changed over the years. I say graduated because I was having just tonics. Well, not that I'd noticed. I was just having tonic-clonics and that was all. But I'm also having seizures where I'm wandering off and I don't know how I got there or how long I've been there, how long I've been out of it. That's the part that makes me feel bad taking my kids out. Cause then I'm
yeah,
like, I could just be at any point be looking like myself and I could just go a bad place and my kids would just follow me just because I'm dad, you know? And
yeah,
that's a really scary thing to do, to be in public with your child alone. Um, it's hard to explain. Angel, you're a father. It's
Yeah.
hard. It's really hard. I couldn't imagine where I would be like telling my kid, let's go here. And then I end up having a seizure or I don't remember at all, or I just never come to and I'm gone, you know? So that's the only
Even
hard part
just
about that is like, yeah, like generally just having it doesn't exactly bother me, but having to keep my kids in at certain times because I'm not feeling good or we can't go places like other people because we don't drive or we don't
right.
yeah,
do certain things. That's the only part that bothers me and bothers the kids is, well, it doesn't
trying to
bother my
keep
kids. They
yourself
actually
safe
love
to
it.
keep them safe.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
son loves being in the house, so I don't mind that. And then my daughters, they just love everything. And
Yeah, walking
yeah,
out in the street, I don't know how many times, I like in my younger years, I would say like 20 years ago, um, trying to get to work and stuff or, walking about and I will end up waking up in an emergency room and I'm like, what? What happened? You know? And,
yeah,
that was a hard part too. It's like we have to, like, back then, we had to hide our epilepsy just so we can maintain a job.
yeah. I'm gonna have to
And, and then we're losing our jobs because of the epilepsy. We're having seizures more than we need to because the medicine stopped working or whatever reason. But yeah, being that father part, I feel you. It's like I don't want to take my daughter out, and my daughter's only 4. And I go out, and me and her mom just going through a divorce.
Hmm.
It's
I'm
like
sorry to
now
hear that.
now she has to go to 2 different homes. Like and like Pookie, my seizures have changed throughout the years. At first, I thought it was only grand mal too, and then I come here and I'm learning other stuff, and I'm like, wow, I had those, and I had the myoclonic jerks, and I've had very long clusters with it topping at 6 hours.
Oh God.
Yeah. And they can cause problems, PTSD and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Especially when, what was that one question we were talking about earlier? Have you, like, basically had a tonic-clonic while you're aware of it? Yeah. That's 6 hours of that, basically.
Hmm.
Nonstop seizure. It wasn't status epilepticus. They diagnosed it clusters because basically my lips weren't going blue. It's just I kept going into a seizure, one right after another. And they did try things to see if I would stop seizing, and the only thing that really got it to work was Klonopin. Like I was so tired at one point that I thought maybe if I just try to go to sleep, it would stop seizing, and I couldn't even go to sleep because I was seizing still. And yeah, that's how I got onto Klonopin. And I just asked them to get me off of there because, basically my seizures are not stopping still. Like the clusters, I haven't had too much of, but they had to put me on Xcopri, and Klonopin is a bad mix.
Why do you have
Yeah.
seizures?
So they've never been able to figure out the cause other than stress.
Okay.
That was the only
I have
explanation I've ever been given.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.